Gradations. Plural of gradation. Gradatories. Plural of gradatory. Gradatory. A series of steps from a cloister into a church.
And there's doing it
Greta.
yourself.
To prepare corn for the quern by setting fire to the ears, heating off the grain to the point when the husk is fully burned. Breading. Simple past and past participle of gratin. Breadening. Present participle and gerund of gratin. Gradins. Third person singular simple present indicative of gratin. Redden. A surname. Gradins. Plural of gratin. Grady. A surname. Gradis. Plural of grady. Ray. A rating. Grade 0. Synonym of zeroth grade. Grade 1. Alternative spelling of grade 1. Grade 10. Alternative spelling of grade 10. Grade 11. Alternative spelling of grade 11. Grade 12. Alternative spelling of grade 12. Grade 13. Alternative spelling of grade 13. Grade 2. Alternative spelling of grade 2. Grade 3. Alternative spelling of grade 3. Grade 4. Alternative spelling of grade 4. Grade 5. Alternative spelling of grade 5. Grade 6. Alternative spelling of grade 6. Grade 7. Alternative spelling of grade 7. Grade 8. Alternative spelling of grade 8. Grade 9. Alternative spelling of grade 9. Grade A. Alternative spelling of grade A. Grade cricket. The senior interclub or district cricket competitions in Australia. Grade crossing. An at-grade crossing between a railroad line and an ordinary road with tracks and road at the same level. Grade crossings. Plural of grade crossing. Grade 8. 8th grade. Grade 11. 11th grade. Grade 5. 5th grade. Grade 4. 4th grade. Grade grub. Alternative form of grade grub. Grade grubber. A student who engages in grade grubbing, someone seeking to improve their grades by sucking up or by trying to negotiate for any additional marks. Grade grubbers. Plural of grade grubber. Grade grubbing. Engaging in grade grubbing. Grade inflation. A gradual upward trend in grades awarded to students during the decades since the mid-20th century, reported in a number of countries and at a number of levels of schooling and sometimes offered as evidence of a decline in academic standards. Grade line. Alternative form of grade line. Grade lines. Plural of grade line. Grade 9. 9th grade. Grade on a curve. To use a grading system based on the scale of performance of a group to normalize a right-skewed grade distribution with more lower scores into a bell curve, so that more can receive higher grades regardless of their actual knowledge of the subject, to curve a grade. Grade 1. First grade. Grade point. A numerical value assigned to a letter grade received in a course at college or university, multiplied by the number of credits awarded for the course. Grade point average. the overall average grade of all courses taken at a particular time. Grade point averages, plural of grade point average. Grade points, plural of grade point. Grades, school, elementary school, primary school. Grade schools, plural of grade school. Grade 7, 7th grade. Grade 6, 6th grade. Grade sixer, synonym of 6th grader. Grade sixers, plural of grade sixer. Grade 10, 10th grade. Grade 13, 13th grade. Grade 13er, synonym of 13th grader. Grade 3, 3rd grade. Grade 12, 12th grade. Grade 2, 2nd grade. Grade 0, synonym of 0th grade. Grade, synonym of a grade. Grade grub, to engage in grade grubbing. Grade grub, simple past and past participle of grade grub. Grade grubbing, present participle and gerund of grade grub. Grade grub. Third person singular simple present indicative of grade grub. Grade separated, having routes that meet cross each other on different levels, avoiding the conflicts that occur with a flat junction at only one level. Grade taking, a social system under which individuals rise in status and authority by performing a series of ceremonies. Gradability, alternative form of gradability. Graded, simple past and past participle of grade. Graded on a curve, simple past and past participle of grade on a curve. Ready, one who receives a grade. Graddies, plural of graddy. Gradeless, without a grade. Gradelessness, absence of a grade or grades. Gradelier, comparative form of gradely, more gradely. Gradeliest, superlative form of gradely, most gradely. Grade line, a longitudinal reference line or slope to which a highway, railway, or other infrastructure is built. It defines the intended grade or slope of the structure, ensuring proper drainage, safety, and functionality. Grade lines, plural of grade line. Gradely, decent, well-meaning, respectable. Gredden, a surname. Greddens, plural of gradden. Grader, a surname. Graders, plural of grader. Grades, plural of grade. Grades on a curve, third person singular simple present indicative of grade on a curve. Grade schooler, a pupil in a grade school. Grade schoolers, plural of grade schooler. Grade Y, across an entire grade school year. Grad, Nuraj. Grages, plural of grad. Gradgrind, one who relies solely on scientific measurements and observable facts without taking human nature into consideration. Gradgrinder, impatient technical pedantry that dismisses human factors, especially regarding education. Gradgrindian, having a soulless devotion to facts and figures, inflexibly utilitarian. Gradgrindish, synonym of gradgrindian. Gradgrindism, synonym of gradgrindery. Gradgrinds, plural of gradgrind. Gradient, a unit of angle equal to 0.9 degree, so that there are 100 gradients in a right angle. Gradients, plural of gradient. Gradients, the absence of a clear boundary or the presence of a continuous spectrum of meaning between two words or categories. Gradiences, plural of gradients. Gradient, a slope or incline. Gradient descent, a first-order iterative optimization algorithm for finding a local minimum of a differentiable function. Gradient posts, a post or stake indicating by its height or by marks on it the grade of a railroad, highway, embankment, etc. at that point. Gradient posts, plural of gradient post. Gradient wind, a horizontal wind velocity tangent to the contour line of a constant pressure surface or to the isobar of a geopotential surface at or above 2,500 feet 762 meters. Gradient winds, plural of gradient wind. Gradienter, a surveyor's instrument for determining grades. Gradienters, plural of gradienter. Gradientless, lacking a gradient in height, temperature, etc. Gradientlessness, absence of a gradient. Gradiently, by means of a gradient. Gradients, plural of gradient. Gradella, a surname from Spanish. Gradeles, a surname from Spanish. Gradeleses, plural of gradillas. Gradin, any of a series of terraced steps or seats as in an arena or an altar. Gradina, a municipality of Croatia. Gradinari, a village in Draganski, Bihar County, Romania. Grading, a tooth chisel used by sculptors. Gradients, plural of grading. Grade, present participle and gerund of grade. Grading on a curve, present participle and gerund of grade on a curve. Gradings, plural of grading. Gradini, plural of gradino. Gradino, a step or raised shelf as above a sideboard or altar. Gradinos, plural of gradino. Gradins, plural of gradin. Gradimeter, any of several instruments used to measure the gradient of a physical property such as magnetic field. Gradiometers, plural of gradiometer. Gradiometric, relating to or using gradiometry. Gradiometry, the study and measurement of variations in some physical attribute. Gradish, a municipality of Croatia. Gradestia, a commune of Calorasi County, Romania. Gralon, the king of the city of Wise. Gradny, a surname. Gradnys, plural of Gradny. Grado, a small town in Gorizia, Friuli, Venezia, Giulia. Gradakal, alternative form of Gradakal. Gradon, a surname. Gradu, garbage, crud, gunk, mess, filth, dirt. Grads, plural of grad. Gradual, proceeding or advancing by small, slow, regular steps or degrees. Gradual typing, a typed system where some variables are statically typed and some are dynamically typed. Gradualism, The belief that evolution proceeds at a steady pace, without the sudden development of new species or biological features from one generation to the next. Gradualisms, plural of gradualism. Gradualist, one who believes in gradualism. Gradualistic, of or pertaining to gradualism. Gradualists, plural of gradualists. Gradualities, plural of graduality. Graduality, synonym of gradualness. Gradualize, to make gradual or introduce gradually. Gradualize, simple past and past participle of gradualized. Gradualizes, third person singular simple present indicative of gradualized. Gradualizing, present participle and gerund of gradualized. Gradual, obsolete form of gradual. Gradually, in a gradual manner, making slow progress slowly. Gradually typed, using gradual typing. Gradualness, the condition of being gradual. Graduals, plural of gradual. Graduand, a student who has completed the requirements for, but has not yet been awarded, a particular degree. Graduands, plural of graduand. Graduate, a person who is recognized by a university as having completed the requirements of a degree studied at the institution. Graduate engineer, a person who holds an engineering degree from a technical university or equivalent. Graduate engineers, plural of graduate engineer. Graduate nurse, someone who has completed all studies to become a nurse, but is not yet certified as one. Graduate nurses, plural of graduate nurse. Graduate school, a school that awards advanced degrees, such as doctoral degrees, a postgraduate school. Graduate schools, plural of graduate school. Graduate student, a university student usually already possessing a four-year degree who is working on a master's degree or Ph.D. Graduate student descent, the process of choosing hyperparameters manually and in an ad hoc manner, typical of work assigned to a graduate student. Graduate students, plural of graduate student. Graduate tax, a proposed method of financing higher education, whereby graduates would pay their tuition costs as additional income tax. Graduate taxes, plural of graduate tax. Graduate theses, plural of graduate thesis. Graduate thesis, a master's thesis or doctoral dissertation. Graduated, simple past and past participle of graduate. Graduated cylinder, an item of glass laboratory equipment consisting of a tall, narrow cylinder with a scale or graduations marked of its length, which is used to measure liquids and solutions fairly accurately, but not precisely. Graduated cylinders, plural of graduated cylinder. Graduateness, generic qualities that might be expected of any graduate. Graduates, plural of graduate. Graduateship, the state of being a graduate. Graduateships, plural of graduateship. Graduating, present participle and gerund of graduate. Graduation, the action or process of graduating and receiving a diploma for completing a course of study such as from an educational institution. Graduation mark, a thin ring etched into the neck of a volumetric flask to mark its measured capacity. Graduation marks, plural of graduation mark. Graduation parties. Plural of graduation party. Graduation party. A formal celebration of a student's academic achievements. Graduational. Of or pertaining to graduations. Graduations. Plural of graduation. Graduator. One who graduates, determines or indicates graduation. Graduators. Plural of graduator. Graduction. The division of circular arcs into degrees, minutes, etc. Graduate. A female graduate of an academic institution. Graduates. Plural of graduate. Gradangulate. Any spider of the family Gradangulity. Gradangulates. Plural of gradangulate. Gradas. A handbook used as an aid in a difficult art or practice, specifically, a dictionary of Greek or Latin prosody used as a guide in writing of poetry in Greek or Latin. Graduuses. Plural of gratis. Grady. A male given name. Grady County. One of 159 counties in Georgia, United States. County seat, Cairo. Brady. Initialism of generally recognized as effective. Brady. Three sisters, old women with gray hair, Dano or Dino, and Io, and Pemfredo or Pefredo, who shared a single eye and a single tooth. They were daughters of the sea deities Forces and Sita. A census-designated place in Plumas County, California, United States. Breeder. A surname. Grievers. Plural of griever. Grecian. Obsolete spelling of Grecian, alternative form of Grecian. Grecicization. The translation of a word or name into the Greek language, or the rendering of it in a Greek form. Grecicized. Synonym of grecise to translate into Greek or render in a Greek form. Grecicized. Simple past and past participle of grecicized. Grecicizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of grecicized. Grecicizing. Present participle and gerund of grecicized. Grecized. Alternative form of grecized. Grecized. Simple past and past participle of grecized. Grecizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of grecized. Grecizing. Present participle and gerund of grecized. Grecism. Alternative spelling of Grecism. Grecisms. Plural of Grecism. Grecismus. Use of Greek words and examples. Grecide. Adoption of Greek naming or the Greek language. Grecized. Alternative form of grecized. Grecized. Simple past and past participle of grecized. Grecizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of grecized. Grecizing. Present participle and gerund of grecized. Greco. Greece, Greek. Greco-Armenian. A proposed branch within the Indo-European language family, of which the Hellenic and Armenian branches are sub-branches. Greco-Orient. A proposed branch within the Indo-European language family, of which the Hellenic and Indo-Iranian branches are sub-branches. Greco-Roman. Alternative form of Greco-Roman. Greco-Roman wrestling. One of the two Olympic styles of wrestling, forbidding attacks below the waist. Greco-Latin. Alternative form of Greco-Latin. Greekomania. A passion for Greece and its people and culture. Grecophilia. Alternative form of Grecophilia. Greculus. A Greek or a person who acts like or follows the Greeks. Brigunin, a particular steroid glycoside. Brave, a surname. Brave, a surname. Graves, plural of grief. Graves, plural of grief. Brim, a surname from Old English, a less common spelling of Graham. Breamite, an orthorhombic dipyramidal mineral containing copper, hydrogen, oxygen, and tellurium. Greaserite, a monoclinic prismatic black mineral containing arsenic, hydrogen, iron, oxygen, and titanium. Greaser, a surname. Vaff, a city in Iowa, United States. Graph artists, graffiti artists. Graph artists, plural of graph artists. Grafe, a surname from German. Greffenberg spot, synonym of G-spot. Greffenberg spots, plural of Greffenberg spot. Grace, plural of grafe. Ref, a surname. Ref up, to graffiti. Graphage, the scarp of a ditch or moat. Graphages, plural of graphage. Greta, a surname. Graphatus, plural of graphem. Graft, simple past in past participle of graph. Graft up, simple past in past participle of graph up. Graphi, a surname from Italian. Graphias, plural of graphi. Grapher, a graffiti artist. Grabbers, plural of grapher. Greta, a village and civil parish in Chichester District, West Sussex, England. OS Grid Ref SU 9217. Graphed as any of several stars in the constellations between Scorpius and Libra. Grapholid, any flatworm of the family Grapholidae. Grapholids, plural of grapholid. Graphing, present participle and gerund of graph. Graphing up, present participle and gerund of graph up. Graffiti, drawings or words drawn on a surface in a public place, usually made without authorization. Graffitiate, graffiti that is intended to be or is seen as artistic rather than a work of vandalism. Graffitiatus, a person who paints graffiti in public places, especially one who specializes in high-quality work rather than vandalism. Graffiti artists, plural of graffiti artist. Graffiti bomber, a graffiti artist who specializes in spray painting in dangerous or difficult to access places or on vehicles, such as trains. Graffiti bombers, plural of graffiti bomber. Graffiti knitting, synonym of yarn bombing, a form of graffiti or street art that employs colorful displays of knitted or crocheted yarn. Gravity, covered in graffiti. Graffiti, present participle and gerund of graffiti. Graffitalis, without graffiti. Graffiti-like, resembling or characteristic of graffiti. Graphitis, third person singular simple present indicative of graffiti. Graphitis, a graffiti artist. Graffitists, plural of graffitists. Graffito, an informal inscription as by worker or vandal. Graffitologist, a person who studies or who writes graffiti. Graffitologists, plural of graffitologists. Graffitology, the study of graffiti. Graffitas, a single instance of graffiti in the art/vandalism sense. Graphs, plural of graph. Graphs up, third person singular simple present indicative of graph up. Grava, a place name. Gravavs, plural of graphem. Grapha, a German countess. Greffins, plural of greffin. Brevity, misspelling of graffiti. Grafmiller, a surname. Grafovka, a settlement, the administrative center of the rural settlement of the same name in Krasny Yaruga Rayon. Belgorod Oblast, Central Federal District, Russia. Grafs, plural of graph. Grafsee, a lake in Fitch, South Tyrol, Trentino Alto Adige Autonomous Region, Italy. Grafsche, the rank or position of a Graf German or Austrian count. Grafschips, plural of grafship. Graft, a surname. Graft polymer, a branched polymer having side chains composed of different monomers to that of the main chain. Graft polymers, plural of graft polymer. Graft the forked tree, to have sex. Graft versus host. Ellipsis of graft versus host disease. Graft versus host disease, a medical complication following the receipt of transplanted tissue from a genetically different person. Graft versus host diseases, plural of graft versus host disease. Graftability, the condition of being graftable. Graftable, able to be grafted. Grafted, the science of grafting, including the various methods of practice and details of operation. Graftum, corruption, fraud. Graftectomies, plural of graftectomy. Graftectomy, excision of a graft. Grafted, simple past and past participle of graft. Grafted the forked tree, simple past and past participle of graft the forked tree. Grafter, one who inserts signs on other stocks or propagates fruit by engrafting. Grafters, plural of grafter. Grafting, present participle and gerund of graft. Grafting scissors, a surgeon's scissors, used in rhinoplastic operations, etc. Grafting the forked tree, present participle and gerund of graft the forked tree. Grafting tool, any tool used in grafting. Grafting tools, plural of grafting tool. Grafting wax, a composition of rosin, beeswax, tallow, etc. used in binding up the wounds of newly grafted trees. Grafting waxes, plural of grafting wax. Graftings, plural of grafting. Graftless, not involving a graft. Grafteling, a small or young graft scion. Graftlings, plural of grafteling. Grafton, any of various towns across the English-speaking world. Grafton County, one of 10 counties in New Hampshire, United States. County seat, North Haverhill. Grafton Regis, a village and civil parish in West Northamptonshire District, Northamptonshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 7546. Grafton Underwood, a village and civil parish in North Northamptonshire Council area, Northamptonshire, England, previously in Kettering District. OS Grid Ref SB 9280. Graftonite, a native or inhabitant of any of various places known as Grafton. Graftonites, plural of Graftonite. Graftons, plural of Grafton. Raftproof, Ryeproof. Rafts, plural of graft. Grafts the fort tree, third person singular simple present indicative of graft the fort tree. Graftwood, a shoot of a woody plant used in grafting. Brej, a surname from German. Breges, plural of grage. Bre, a surname. Rader, a type of ratchet and idiophone musical instrument used mainly in Purim celebrations in Jewish tradition. It consists of a board and a gear reel attached to a handle and is played by swinging the mechanism to make the gear reel scrape against the board, producing a percussive sound. Graggers, plural of gragger. Grad, plural of grag. Brim, a Scottish surname from Old English and clan name. Graham biscuit, bread made of unbolted wheat flour. Graham biscuits, plural of Graham biscuit. Graham bread, bread baked from Graham flour, a type of unsifted wheat flour. Graham breads, plural of Graham bread. Graham County, one of 15 counties in Arizona, United States. County seat, Stafford, named after a mountain that was named after Lt. Col. James Duncan Graham. Graham cracker, alternative spelling of Graham cracker. Graham cracker Y, alternative form of Graham crackery. Graham crackers, plural of Graham cracker. Graham crackery, alternative form of Graham crackery. Graham flour, a variety of coarse whole grain wheat flour. Graham flowers, plural of Graham flour. Graham land, that portion of the Antarctic Peninsula that lies north of a line joining Cape Jeremy and Cape Agassiz. Graham technique, a modern dance movement style and pedagogy based on the opposition between contraction and release and on the spiraling of the torso around the axis of the spine. Graham's number, an extremely large number that is an upper bound on the solution to a certain problem in Ramsey theory. Graham's tilapia, the fish Oreacromis esculentus. Graham cracker Y, alternative form of Graham crackery. Graham crackery, with or made from Graham crackers. Graham Little syndrome, a cutaneous condition characterized by lichen planus-like skin lesions. Graham Little Picard-Lacheur syndrome, synonym of Graham Little syndrome. Graham, a surname. Grahamast, reminiscent of the style of Martha Graham 1894-1991, American modern dancer and choreographer. Grahamian, of or relating to various people with the surname Graham. Grahamism, the dietetic system of Sylvester Graham. Grahamite, one who follows the dietetic system of Sylvester Graham. Rahanston, a suburb of Falkirk, Falkirk Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NS 8880. Grahamstown, former name of Macunda. Radak, a surname from Slovene. Rax, plural of Grahak. Ra, a surname from German. Raus, plural of Graal. Dra, a surname. Grans, plural of Gran. Gray, alternative form of Gree. Grag, alternative alternative form of Gree. Grayan Alps, a mountain range in the western part of the Alps. Breyoa, a town and commune in Sfax Governorate, Tunisia. Breo, initialism of gravity recovery and interior laboratory. Grail, the Holy Grail. Braille, obsolete form of Grail, the Holy Grail. Brails, plural of Grail. Braille, a half-round single-cut file or float, with one curved face and one straight face, used by comb makers. Brails, plural of Grail. Braillus, without a grail. Braillike, resembling or characteristic of a grail. Brails, plural of grail. Bray, a village on the Isle of Grain, Medway Borough, Kent, England, OS Grid Ref TQ 8876. Grain alcohol, synonym of ethanol. Grain alcohols, plural of grain alcohol. Grain beetle, any of several beetles from the families Sylvanidae and Limafloidae that infest grains and grain products. Grain beetles, plural of grain beetle. Grain boundary, an internal interface that separates neighboring misoriented single crystals in a polycrystalline solid. Grain car, a railroad car designed or used to carry bulk grain, often a covered hopper car, not used for other goods. Brain coast, synonym of pepper coast, coastal area of Western Africa. Grain corn, synonym of dent corn. Grain elevator, a large structure for the storage of grain. It is more specialized than a regular granary in that it uses an elevating mechanism to hold the grain in one of many different bins, and that it is designed to fill large trucks and train cars for shipping grain in bulk. Grain elevators, plural of grain elevator. Grain engulfment, a condition in which a person is fully submerged in grain, most often in a silo or other grain storage structure. Grain engulfments, plural of grain engulfment. Grain entrapment, a condition in which a person is partially submerged in grain, most often in a silo or other grain storage structure. Grain entrapments, plural of grain entrapment. Grain itch, a cutaneous condition caused by several types of mite and characterized by intense pruritus. Grain moon, a full moon in August. Grain moons, plural of grain moon. Grain neutral spirit, synonym of neutral grain spirit. Grain neutral spirits, plural of grain neutral spirit. Grain of paradise, a seed of Ephraimama meligata. Grain of truth, a small amount of insight or truth, often mixed in with falsehoods or nonsense. Grain physa, Physella hordacia or Physa hordacia, a freshwater snail endemic to the northwestern United States. Grain physi, plural of grain physa. Grain physas, plural of grain physa. Grain popping, synonym of water popping. Grain raffiner, an alloy used to refine grains in a cast macrostructure. Grain raffiners, plural of grain raffiner. Grain size, the size of a grain particle in a sediment or emulsion. Grain sizes, plural of grain size. Grain spirit, synonym of neutral grain spirit. Grain spirits, plural of grain spirit. Grain up, to grain something to texture a surface. Grain weevil, synonym of wheat weevil. Grain weevils, plural of grain weevil. Grain whiskey, alternative spelling of grain whiskey. Grain whiskies, plural of grain whiskey. Grain whiskies, plural of grain whiskey. Grain whiskey, whiskey made from unmalted barley mixed with maize or rye. Grain yard, synonym of threshing floor. Grain yards, plural of grain yard. Braidage, the selection and storage of cocoons in sericulture. Grainages, plural of grainage. Grainau, a municipality in Garmisch-Partenkirchen district, Bavaria, Germany. Bre, obsolete form of grain. Brain, simple past and past participle of grain. Brained up, simple past and past participle of grain up. Brainer, a knife for taking the hair off skins. Brainers, plural of grainer. Brains, plural of grain. Grainfall, the accumulation of typically sand grains to form a dune. Rainfalls, plural of grainfall. Grain field, a field where grain is grown. Grain field, plural of grain field. Grain flow, the downhill flow of typically sand grains when forming a dune. Grain flows, plural of grain flow. Granger, a surname originating as an occupation, a variant of Granger. Granger County, one of 95 counties in Tennessee, United States. County seat. Rutledge. Brainier, comparative form of grainy, more grainy. Brainiest, superlative form of grainy, most grainy. Grainily, in a grainy way. Graininess, the state of being grainy, granularity. Graininuses, plural of graininess. Braining, present participle and gerund of grain. Braining up, present participle and gerund of grain up. Grainings, plural of graining. British, synonym of grainy. Brainland, land where grain is grown. Grainlands, plural of grainland. Brainless, without grain. Brainlessness, absence of grain. Brain-like, shaped or resembling a grain or an aspect of a grain. Grain line, the line of the warp on a piece of fabric. Grain lines, plural of grain line. Brains, pigeon's dung used in tanning. See grainer, grains of paradise. The seeds or seed capsules of Ephraimoma meligata used as a medicine and spice, especially as a substitute for black pepper and in flavoring alcoholic beverages. Grains of truth, plural of grain of truth. Grains up, third person singular simple present indicative of grain up. Grain size, alternative form of grain size. Grain sizes, plural of grain size. Grainstone, a kind of calcareous rock that lacks mud and is grain supported. Grainstones, plural of grainstone. Grainized, in terms of the grain of wood. Brainy, resembling grains, granular. Grainy head. A protein in fruit flies associated with regulation of DOPA. Bri, to make ready, prepare, put in order, make fit for use. Braith, simple past and past participle of graith. Brathe, present participle and gerund of graith. Wraiths, plural of graith. Gradual de Campos, a municipality in the province of Leon, Castile and Leon, Spain. Gradials, a surname from Spanish. Gradializes, plural of Gradials. Brajsturi, a commune of Iași County, Romania. Brejta, a surname. Brejtas, plural of Grejta. Grackle, archaic form of grackle. Grackles, plural of grackle. Rex, alternative. Form of Grax wailing refuse. Brely, a surname. Brelies, plural of Graily. Bra, a surname. Valatorio, of or pertaining to waiting. Birds. Gralatory, Gralatorio. Gralic, of or relating to the grally, a former taxonomic classification of wading birds. Gralli, synonym of gralic, of or relating to the grally. Grallinid, any member of the former family Grallinidae of passerine birds. Grallinids, plural of grallinid. Gralli, the entails or offal of a dead deer. Grallocked, simple past and past participle of grallock. Grallocking, present participle and gerund of grallock. Grallax, third person singular simple present indicative of grallock. Grallocked, alternative form of grallock. Grallocked, simple past and past participle of grallock. Grallocking, present participle and gerund of grallock. Grallax, third person singular simple present indicative of grallock. Grals, plural of grawl. Grel, a surname. Grem avom, the amount of an element whose mass in grams is that of its atomic weight, a mole of atoms. Gram atoms, plural of gram atom. Gram calorie, the amount of energy needed to raise the temperature of a gram of water by a degree centigrade, a unit of measure of energy. Gram calories, plural of gram calorie. Gram degree, gram calorie. Gram degrees, plural of gram degree. Gram equivalent, the amount of a substance in grams that is numerically equivalent to its equivalent weight. Gram equivalence, plural of gram equivalent. Gram molecule, the amount of a compound whose mass in grams is that of its molecular weight, a mole of molecules. Gram molecules, plural of gram molecule. Gram Sansat, a body comprising all the voters of Gram Panchayat constituency, meeting at the behest of the head of the Panchayat to discuss and implement local decisions. Gram Sansats, plural of Gram Sansat. Gram staining, Gram's method of distinguishing the two main groups of bacteria. Gram stainings, plural of Gram staining. Gram's method, A staining technique using a sequence of crystal violet iodine and safranin used to differentiate bacteria into two large groups of species. Gram molecular weight. The amount of a substance whose weight in grams is equal to its molecular weight. Gram molecular weights. Plural of gram molecular weight. Gram negative. Alternative form of gram negative. Gram positive. That stains dark blue or violet after gram staining due to large quantities of peptidoglycan in the cell wall. Rho. Abbreviation of grammar. Grama. Various species of grass in the genus Boutelwa, including Boutelwa gracilis blue grama. Gramadola. A remote, sparsely populated area of southern Africa. Granadolas. Plural of gramatola. Gramadola. Arid terrain characterized by numerous alternating canyons and gorges. Gramadolas. Plural of gramatola. Gramagrass. Synonym of grama. Gramagrasses. Plural of gramagrass. Gramaggio. A surname. Gramaggios. Plural of grammaggio. Bremery. Alternative form of grammary. Bremery. The island of Britain. Dramas. Plural of grama. Gramages. Gators reaching to the knee, leggings. Brembao. A surname. Brim. Anger, wrath, scorn, bitterness, repugnance. Bramed. Simple past and past participle of grain. Grameme. Dated form of grameme. Gramemes. Plural of grameme. Gramemic. Dated form of gramemic. Gramivorous. Misspelling of graminivorous. Bremer. A surname from German. Bremerses. Plural of gramercy. Gramercy. Used as an expression of gratitude. Thanks. Many thanks. Grammars. Plural of grammar. Brahms. A surname from German. Brahmeses. Plural of grains. Bramste. A village and commune of Suceava County, Romania. Bramicidin. A heterogeneous combination of 6 antibiotic peptides, the individual peptides themselves. Gramicidins. Plural of gramicidin. Graminaceous. Of, pertaining to, or resembling a grass. Reminin. A fructin present in the stems of cereals. Graminins. Plural of graminin. Bramine. A naturally occurring indole alkaloid present in several plant species. Gramineal. Alternative form of graminious. Graminious. Of or pertaining to plants in the grass family Gramineae, Poaceae. Braming. Present participle and gerund of grain. Graminicide. Any herbicide designed to control weedy grasses of the former family Gramineae. Graminicides. Plural of graminicide. Graminicolous. That grows or lies on grass. Graminid. Any grass of the family Gramineae. Graminids. Plural of graminid. Graminifolious. Bearing leaves that resemble blades of grass. Graminivore. An herbivorous animal, a grazer, that feeds primarily on grasses. Graminivores. Plural of graminivore. Graminivorous. That eats grasses and seeds. Graminivory. The condition of being carnivorous. Graminoid, resembling the grasses. Graminoids, plural of graminoid. Graminologist, one who studies graminology. Graminologists, plural of graminologists. Graminology, the study of gases. Graminon, any of a group of vasodilative lignins present in Imperata cylindrica. Graminons, plural of graminon. Graminous, grass-like. Gramesterol, a sterol found in wheat germ and other vegetable oils. Gramling, a surname. Gramlings, plural of gramling. Bra, a nickname for a grandmother. Grammable, alternative spelling of grammable. Grammage, the mass per area of paper measured in grams per square meter G/m2. Grammages, plural of grammage. Grammogram, alternative form of grammogram. Grammograms, plural of grammogram. Grammolog, alternative form of grammolog. Grammologs, plural of grammolog. Grammolog, a symbol, letter or letters standing for a whole word. Grammologs, plural of grammolog. Grammando, synonym of grammar cop. Grammandos, plural of grammando. Weber, a system of rules and principles for the structure of a language or of languages in general. Grammar checker, a software application, like a spell checker, that attempts to verify the grammar in a document. Grammar checkers, plural of grammar checker. Grammar cop, a member of the grammar police. Grammar cops. Plural of grammar cop. Grammar induction, the process of constructing a model that captures the characteristics of observed objects by learning a formal grammar. Grammar Nazi, a person who habitually criticizes the grammar and often usage in others' speech or writing, often in ways that are sometimes not even linguistically accurate. Grammar Nazi, alternative letter case form of grammar Nazi. Grammar Nazis, plural of grammar Nazi. Grammar Nazis, plural of grammar Nazi. Grammar Nazism, the quality or condition of being a grammar Nazi or the mindset of such a person, grammatical nitpickery. Grammar police, one or more people who make negative comments, which are usually unsolicited and unwanted, concerning the correctness of someone's English usage. Grammar school, a school that teaches its pupils the grammar system of a European language, especially Latin and Greek. Grammar schools, plural of grammar school. Grammar Nazi, alternative form of grammar Nazi. Grammar Nazis, plural of grammar Nazi. Grammar, having a specified style of grammar. Grammars, the technical jargon associated with grammar. Grammarian, a person who studies grammar, either scientifically or traditionally unscientifically. Grammarianism, the principles or practices of grammarians. Grammarianisms, plural of grammarianism. Grammarians, plural of grammarian. Grammary, present participle and gerund of grammar. Grammarize, alternative form of grammarize. Grammarized, simple past and past participle of grammarize. Grammarizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of grammarize. Grammarizing. Present participle and gerund of grammarize. Grammarism. Unwarranted concern for observing the rules of grammar, especially of the most standard form of a language. Grammarisms. Plural of grammarism. Grammarization. The act or an instance of grammarizing. Grammarizations. Plural of grammarization. Grammarize. To create a grammar for a language. To describe the grammar of. Grammarize. Simple past and past participle of grammarize. Grammarizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of grammarize. Grammarizing. Present participle and gerund of grammarize. Grammarless. Without grammar or a grammar. Grammarlessness. Absence of grammar. Grammar-like. Resembling or characteristic of grammar. Grammar Nazi. Rare form of grammar Nazi. Grammar Nazis. Plural of grammar Nazi. Grammars. Plural of grammar. Grammary. Alternative spelling of grammar. Grammas. Plural of gramma. Grammata. Plural of gramma. Grammats. The rudiments or first principles as of grammar. Grammatic. Grammatical. Grammatical. Not breaching any constraints of the grammar or morphosyntax of the relevant language. Grammatical alternation. Werner alternation. Grammatical alternations. Plural of grammatical alternation. Grammatical aspect. The aspect of a verb, phrase, verb group, or other predicate, its temporal structure or relationship to the time of use, marked through any of various grammatical elements as distinguished from lexical aspect. Grammatical aspects. Plural of grammatical aspect. Grammatical case. A mode of inflection of a word dependent on its use, especially the syntactic function in a phrase. Grammatical cases. Plural of grammatical case. Grammatical categories. Plural of grammatical category. Grammatical category. Part of speech. Grammatical gender. The grammatically prescribed gender of a noun, which does not necessarily correspond with the referenced attributes such as biological sex. Grammatical genders. Plural of grammatical gender. Grammatical mode. A type of the relationship of a verb with reality and intent. Grammatical moods. Plural of grammatical mood. Grammatical person. A linguistic category used to distinguish between the speaker of an utterance and other people, implemented in most languages by a variety of pronouns and in inflected languages by variation in word endings. Grammatical persons. Grammaticalized. Simple past and past participle of grammaticalized. Grammaticalizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of grammaticalized. Grammaticalizing. present participle and gerund of grammaticalized. Grammaticalities, plural of grammaticality. Grammaticality, of language, the state or attribute of obeying the rules of grammar being grammatical. Grammaticalizable, able to be grammaticalized. Grammaticalization, the process of making grammatical. Grammaticalizations, plural of grammaticalization. Grammaticalize, to cause a word, a suffix, etc. to undergo grammaticalization. Grammaticalized, simple past and past participle of grammaticalized. Grammaticalizes, third person singular simple present indicative of grammaticalized. Grammaticalizing, present participle and gerund of grammaticalized. Grammatically, in a grammatical manner. Grammaticalness, synonym of grammaticality. Grammaticaster, a pedantic, inferior grammarian. Grammaticasters, plural of grammaticaster. Grammatication, a principle of grammar, a grammatical rule. Grammatications, plural of grammatication. Grammatician, a person who studies grammar. Grammaticians, plural of grammatician. Grammaticization, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of grammaticization. Grammaticizations, plural of grammaticization. Grammaticized, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of grammaticized. Grammaticized, simple past and past participle of grammaticized. Grammaticizes, third person singular simple present indicative of grammaticized. Grammaticizing, present participle and gerund of grammaticized. Grammaticism, a point or principle of grammar. Grammaticisms, plural of grammaticism. Grammaticist, a person who studies grammar. Grammaticists, plural of grammaticists. Grammaticity, the existence of analyzable grammatical structure. Grammaticizable, capable of being grammaticized. Grammaticization, synonym of grammaticalization. Grammaticizations, plural of grammaticization. Grammaticize, synonym of grammaticalize to make grammatical. Grammaticized, simple past and past participle of grammaticized. Grammaticizes, third person singular simple present indicative of grammaticized. Grammaticizing, present participle and gerund of grammaticized. Grammatico, grammar. Grammatico, historical, alternative, form of historico-grammatical. Grammaticolexical, synonym of lexicogrammatical. Grammatico-pragmatic, relating to grammar and pragmatics. Grammaticosemantic, relating to grammar and semantics. Grammaticosyntactic, relating to grammar and syntax. Grammatics, synonym of metagrammar, the study of systems of grammar. Grammatid, any fish in the family Grammatidae. Grammatids, plural of grammatid. Grammatization, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of grammatization. Grammatizations, plural of grammatization. Grammatischer Wechsel, synonym of Werner alternation. Grammatize, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of grammatize. Grammatize. Simple past and past participle of grammatize. Grammatizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of grammatize. Grammatizing. Present participle and gerund of grammatize. Grammatist. A teacher of prose literature and letters in ancient Greece. Grammatiste. Grammar. Grammatistical. Of or relating to grammatists. Grammatists. Plural of grammatist. Grammatite. Tremolite. Grammatites. Plural of grammatite. Grammatization. Synonym of grammaticalization. Grammatizations. Plural of grammatization. Grammatize. Synonym of grammaticalize to make grammatical. Grammatize. Simple past and past participle of grammatize. Grammatizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of grammatize. Grammatizing. Present participle and gerund of grammatize. Grammatolator. One who pays excessive attention to the wording of a text. Grammatolators. Plural of grammatolator. Grammatolatry. Excessive devotion to the wording of a religious text. Grammatologic. Relating to grammatology. Grammatological. Relating to grammatology. Grammatologically. In terms of grammatology. Grammatologies. Plural of grammatology. Grammatologist. One who studies grammatology. Grammatologists. Plural of grammatologists. Grammatology. The scientific study of writing systems or scripts. Grammatonome. Of or pertaining to the study of graphemes. Graphemic. Grammatonomy. Graphemics. Grammatophobia. An aversion to grammar. Grammatoxin. Misspelling of grammatoxin. Grandma. Grandmother. Grandmas. Plural of grandma. Gra. Dated spelling of gram unit of mass. Grab. Simple past and past participle of gram. Gramalot. A style of language used in satirical theater, a gibberish with macaronic and onomatopoeic elements, used in association with mime and mimicry. Grammalots. Plural of grammalot. Gremim. A unit of grammar. Gremims. Plural of grammeme. Rememe. Relating to grammemes. Brever. A surname from Old French. Grammars. Plural of grammar. Grammerceau. A woodlass. Grammerceaus. Plural of grammerceau. Grouse. Plural of gram. Grammicopodid. Any of the deep-sea fish of the family Grammicopodidae. Grammicopodids. Plural of grammicopodid. Grammid. Synonym of grammatid. Grammids. Plural of grammid. Grammy. Alternative form of Grammy. Grammis. Plural of Grammy. Gramming. Present participle and gerund of gram. Graminoid. Misspelling of graminoid. Grammasted. Any fish in the family Grammatidae, now considered to be the Serinid tribe. Gramastini or subfamily Gramastini. Grammastids, plural of grammastid. Grammatid, any basslet of the family Grammatidae. Grammatids, plural of grammatid. Grammatoxin, an oligopeptide toxin obtained from the venom of the tarantula Grammostola spatulata. Grammy, any of the statuettes awarded by the National Academy of Recording Arts and Sciences for outstanding achievement in the music industry. Grammys, an annual music awards ceremony to acknowledge mainstream musicians. Grammargram, a letter or sequence of letters which resemble the sound of a word when the names of the letters are spoken in sequence. Grammargrams, plural of grammogram. Gramophone, a Grammy. Gramophone record, synonym of phonograph record. Gramophone records, plural of gramophone record. Gramophones, plural of gramophone. Gramophonic, of or pertaining to the gramophone. Gramophonical, alternative form of gramophonic. Gramophonically, by means of a gramophone. Gramophonist, someone who listens to a gramophone. Gramophonists, plural of gramophonists. Gramophony, the business or study of gramophones. Gramoxone, synonym of paraquat. Rep, grandpa, grandfather. Rep, grandfather. Grandpapiz, plural of grandpappy. Grandpappy, alternative form of grandpappy. Grambas, plural of grandpa. Grambers. Grandfather. Greppian, a former local government region in northeast Scotland, which was created in 1975 and abolished in 1996. Grampian Hills, a mountain range in Klamath County, Oregon, United States. Grampians, the Grampian Mountains, a mountain range in the Scottish Highlands. Grampi, alternative form of Grampy. Grampies, plural of Grampi/Grampy. Grandpa, grandfather. Grandpops, plural of grandpa. Grampound, a village in Grampound with Creed Parish in southwest Cornwall, England. OS Grid Ref SW 9348. Grampound Road, a village in Loddock Parish, Cornwall, England. OS Grid Ref SW 9150. Graps, grandpa, grandfather. Grampus, the killer whale, Orcinus orca. Grampus griseus endogenous virus, a retrovirus that infects certain dolphins. Grampuses, plural of grampus. Greppy, grandfather. Grouse, plural of gram. Gramsin, of or pertaining to the Italian Marxist theoretician and politician Antonio Gramsci or his works. Gramscianism, the political ideology of Antonio Gramsci. Gramscians, plural of Gramscian. Gramsciism, synonym of Gramscianism. Gramsciist, synonym of Gramscian. Gramsciists, plural of Gramsciist. Gramscism, synonym of Gramscianism. Gramscis, synonym of Gramscian. Gramscists, plural of Gramscis. Grelza, a surname from Polish. Grelzas, plural of Gramza. Grel, a Surname: Gran Canaria, an island of the Canary Islands. Capital city Las Palmas. Gran Chaco, a sparsely populated, hot, and semi-arid lowland natural region of the Rio de la Plata Basin, divided among eastern Bolivia, western Paraguay, northern Argentina, and a portion of the Brazilian states of Mato Grosso and Mato Grosso do Sul. Gran Colombia, a former country in South America that existed from 1819 to 1831. Gran Colombian, of or from Gran Colombia. Gran Colombians, plural of Gran Colombian. Gran Paradiso, a mountain in the Gran Alps in Italy, located between the Aosta Valley and Piedmont regions. Rema, alternative form of grandma. Remes, plural of grandma. Bretha, alternative form of grandpa. Grandpas, plural of grandpa. Grandpis, plural of grandpy. Grandpy, alternative form of grandpy. Grana, plural of granum. Grana Padano, a hard, crumbly cheese from the Po River Valley in northern Italy. Granada, a city in Andalusia, Spain. Granada Hills, a neighborhood of the San Fernando Valley, Los Angeles, California, United States. Grenadan, of from or relating to the city of Granada, Andalusia, Spain. Grenadines, plural of Granadan. Grenade, obsolete form of grenade. Grenades, plural of granade. Grenadilla, any of several species of genus Passiflora of passion flowers of tropical America. Grenadillas, plural of grenadilla. Grenadillo, hardwood from trees of the genus Platymiceum. Grenadillos, plural of grenadillo. Grenadillos, plural of granadillo. Grenadine, of or relating to the Grenadine Confederation, a short-lived federal republic established in 1858 as a result of a constitutional change replacing the Republic of New Granada, and consisting of the present-day nations of Colombia and Panama and parts of northwestern Brazil. Granado, a surname from Spanish. Granados, plural of Granado. Granados, a surname. Granadoses, plural of Granados. Brenaden, a surname from Irish. Grenahans, plural of Granahan. Grenam, alternative form of Granum. Grenams, plural of Granum. Grenarchus, an older woman who espouses radical or militant political views. Grenarchists, plural of granarchist. Granaries, plural of granary. Granary, a storage facility for grain or sometimes animal feed. Granary bread, bread not made from white or brown flour that contains wheat germ, whole grains, and malt. Granary breads, plural of granary bread. Granary loaf, a loaf of granary bread. Granary loaves, plural of granary loaf. Granary tree, a tree used by acorn woodpeckers to store acorns. Granary trees, plural of granary tree. Granary weevil, synonym of wheat weevil. Granary weevils, plural of granary weevil. Granaries, plural of granary. Granata, a surname from Italian. Granadas, plural of granata. Granate, archaic form of garnet. Granates, plural of granite. Granaticin, any of a group of experimental antibiotics produced by Streptomyces cerevisiae. Granaticin, plural of granaticin. Granatin, metal. Granatins, plural of granatin. Gratai, starali. Granado, a surname from Italian. Granatonine, synonym of pseudopelletirine. Granados, plural of granito. Granberg, a surname. Granbergs, plural of Granberg. Grandary, a surname. Grandaries, plural of Granbury. Grandero, a village and civil parish in Buckinghamshire, England, previously in Aylesbury Vale District, OS Grid Ref SB 7625. Granary, a city, the county seat of Hood County, Texas, United States. Grevy, a town in the southwestern region of Quebec east of Montreal. Granby roll, a reversal performed from an inferior position, usually when the top wrestler has a hold upon the lower wrestler's waist from the side or when moving to take the back. The bottom wrestler rises slightly and cross steps under his own body, using it to post as they kick high with the other leg and perform a shoulder roll to the inside shoulder, achieving either an escape or a reversal with possible back points on the other wrestler. Grandy rolls, plural of Granby roll. Gracalcin, a calcium-binding protein present in neutrophils and macrophages. Grem, a place name. Grand 600 cell, a regular star for polytope with Schlefly symbol 335/2. Grand 600 cells, plural of Grand 600 cell. Grand action, a pianoforte action used in grand pianos in which special devices are employed to obtain perfect action of the hammer in striking and leaving the string. Grand actions, plural of grand action. Grand Admiral, historically one of the highest ranks in several world navies, sometimes equivalent to Fleet Admiral or Admiral of the Fleet. Grand Alliance, a military alliance consisting of the Soviet Union, the United States, and the United Kingdom. Grand Apartheid, a form of racial segregation that strictly separates housing and employment opportunities by race. Grand Army of the Republic, an organization for veterans of the U.S. Army, Navy, and Marines who served in the American Civil War. Grand Bahama, the northernmost but not the largest island of the Bahamas. Grand Bank, a town in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Grand Banks, a marine region and underwater plateau of relatively shallow seabed in the northwest Atlantic Ocean, located southeast of Newfoundland, which has long served as a major fishing ground. Grand Bay Westfield, a town in Kings County, New Brunswick, Canada. Grand C, the C note exactly one octave above high C. Grand Cairo, synonym of Cairo, the capital of Egypt. Grand Canal, a channel in Italia lengthened Canal Grand in Venice, Italy. It forms one of the major water traffic corridors in the city. Grand Canary, dated form of Gran Canaria. Grand Canyon, a large national park and gorge carved by the Colorado River, located in Arizona, United States. Grand Canyon State, official nickname for Arizona, a state of the United States. Grand Canyon Village, a census-designated place on the south rim of the canyon in Coconino County, Arizona, United States. Grand Cay, an island and district of the Bahamas. Grand Cayman, an island, the largest of the 3 Cayman Islands. Grand Chop, a ship's port clearance. Grand Chops, plural of Grand Chop. Grand Climacteric, the 63rd year supposed to be a critical period in a man's life. Grand Climacterics, plural of Grand Climacteric. Grand Conjunction, a conjunction where several planets or stars are found together. Grand Conjunctions, plural of Grand Conjunction. Grand County, one of 64 counties in Colorado, United States. County seat, Hot Sulphur Springs, named after Grand Lake and Grand River, the old name of the Colorado River. Grand Cross, a decoration of the highest class in certain orders. Grand Crosses, plural of Grand Cross. Grand Cru, a classification denoting a vineyard known for its favorable reputation in producing wine. Grand Crus, plural of Grand Cru. Grand Sias, plural of Grand Sea. Grand Drape, synonym of front curtain. Grand Drapes, plural of Grand Drape. Grand Duck, alternative form of Grand Duck. Grand Ducal, of pertaining to or characteristic of a Grand Duke or Duchess, his or her family, a Grand Dukedom or Grand Duchy. Grand Duchess, the wife or widow of a Grand Duke. Grand Duchesses, plural of Grand Duchess. Grand Duchies, plural of Grand Duchy. Grand Duchy, the territory owned, ruled, or reigned over by a Grand Duke or Grand Duchess. Contrast Grand Dukedom. Grand Duchy of Lithuania, a former duchy in Eastern Europe from the 13th century until 1795, encompassing at its maximum the territory of modern-day Lithuania and Belarus, a large part of Ukraine, and small parts of Russia and Poland. Grand Duchy of Luxembourg. Official name of Luxembourg, a small country in Western Europe. Grand Duke, ruler or monarch of a Grand Duchy. Grand Dukedom, the title of Grand Duke or Grand Duchess, with its pertaining privileges and obligations. Contrast Grand Duchy. Grand Dukedoms, plural of Grand Dukedom. Grand Dukes, plural of Grand Duke. Grand Est, an administrative region in northeastern France created in 2016 by the fusion of Alsace, Lorraine, and Champagne-Ardenne. Grand Exchange, the Columbian Exchange. Grand Falls, a waterfall system in Arizona, United States. Grand Falls, Windsor, a town in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Grandview, the temperature at which ceramics are fired. Grand Final, the culmination of a series of final matches played between a number of sporting teams. Grand Finale, the concluding event or development in a process, performance, or other series of events made with a special flourish and often in a remarkable or spectacular manner. Grand Finales, plural of Grand Finale. Grand Finals, plural of Grand Final. Grand Fur, A fir tree of species Abies grandis native to the Pacific Northwest and Northern California of North America. Grand firs, plural of grand fir. Grand Forks, a city, the county seat of Grand Forks County, North Dakota, United States. Grand Forks County, one of 53 counties in North Dakota, United States. County seat, Grand Forks. Grand Fromage, a big cheese, an important person. Grand fromages, plural of grand fromage. Grand Guard, a piece of plate armor protecting one shoulder, side of the chest, and side of the neck, typically the left, during jousting, augmenting or replacing a pauldron. Grand Guards, plural of Grand Guard. Grand Guignol, a Parisian theater which specialized in grotesque and grisly horror shows. Grand Haven, a city, the county seat of Ottawa County, Michigan, United States. Grand Iftar, a street party to celebrate the end of Ramadan. Grand Iftars, plural of Grand Iftar. Grand Inquisitor, the lead official of the Inquisition. Grand Inquisitors, plural of Grand Inquisitor. Grand Island, an unincorporated community in Colusa County, California, United States. Grand Isle, a barrier island in Jefferson Parish, Louisiana, United States, on the coast of the Gulf of Mexico. Grand Isle County, one of 14 counties in Vermont, United States. Shire Town, North Hero. The county is composed of islands and a peninsula in Lake Champlain. Grand Junction, a city, the county seat of Mesa County, Colorado, United States. Grand Juries, plural of Grand Jury. Grand Juror, a member of a grand jury. Grand Jurors, plural of Grand Juror. Grand Jury, a group of citizens assembled by the government to hear evidence against an accused and determine whether an indictment for a crime should be brought. Grand Lake, a number of lakes in Canada and the United States. Grand Lama, the Dalai Lama. Grand Lamas, plural of Grand Lama. Grand Larcenies, plural of Grand Larceny. Grand Larceny, the larceny of property whose value is greater than an amount set by law to distinguish it from petty larceny. Grand La Pizarre, a town in Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Grand Ledge, a city mostly in Eaton County, Michigan, United States. Grand Lodge, the overarching governing body of a fraternal or similarly organized group in a given region. Grand Lodge Freemasonry. Freemasonry in the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, the British Empire, the Commonwealth of Nations, the United States of America, and the English-speaking world generally. It requires belief in God for membership and is apolitical, in contrast to Grand Orient Freemasonry in Romance language countries. Grand Lodges, plural of Grand Lodge. Grand Mal, a form of epilepsy where the seizures are characterized as severe and involve spasms and unconsciousness. A formal medical term would be tonic-clonic seizures. Grand Manan, a Canadian island in the Bay of Fundy, part of the province of New Brunswick. Grand Marais, a community in the Earl municipality of St. Clements, Manitoba, Canada. Grand Marnier, an orange-flavored cognac liqueur from France, or a serving of this drink. Grand Marniers, plural of Grand Marnier. Grand Master, a title, especially of chivalric orders, fraternal orders and fraternal organizations. Grand Master, alternative spelling of Grand Master. Grand Masters, plural of Grand Master. Grand Masters, plural of Grand Master. Grand mean, the mean average of all numbers observed rather than that of a subsample. Grand means, plural of grand mean. Grand mercy, obsolete form of gramercy. Grand Mufti, the chief Islamic jurisconsult of a state. Grand Muftis, plural of Grand Mufti. Grand narrative, a meta-narrative, a narrative that provides legitimation of some given set of narratives and that is itself self-legitimizing. Grand narratives, plural of grand narrative. Grand National, the premier steeplechase horse race over fences in the United Kingdom. Grand Old Man, a male leading light, a man who is the most senior exponent of a particular field. Grand Old Men, plural of Grand Old Man. Grand Opening, the official public opening ceremony of a new establishment. Grand Openings, plural of Grand Opening. Grand Opera, a genre of 19th century opera characterized by large-scale casts and orchestras and lavish and spectacular design and stage effects, normally with plots based on or around dramatic historic events. Grand Orient, an overarching group of associated Masonic lodges led by a Grand Master. Grand Orient Freemasonry, the largest branch of Freemasonry in France. Grand Orients, plural of Grand Orient. Grand Pensionaries, plural of Grand Pensionary. Grand Pensionary, the most important Dutch official during the time of the United Provinces, having a role akin to that of a modern prime minister. Grand Period of Growth, the total time taken for the growth of an organism. Grand Periods of Growth, plural of Grand Period of Growth. Grand Piano, a large piano in which the strings are strung horizontally in a heavy frame shaped like a harp. Grand Pianos, plural of Grand Piano. Grand Poobah, alternative letter case form of Grand Poobah. Grand Poobah, a person who is important or high-ranking. Grand Poobahs, plural of Grand Poobah. Grand Poobahs, plural of Grand Poobah. Grand Prairie, a city in Dallas County, Tarrant County, and Ellis County, Texas, United States. Grand Prince, an unusual ruler's title, sometimes incorrectly rendered as Grand Duke, mainly used in Lithuania and some parts of Russia. Muscovy would ultimately unite most Russian principalities and rise to imperial rank in the Holy Roman Empire. Grand Princes, plural of Grand Prince. Grand Prior, the chief of a group of priors at a large religious house with more than one, also specifically the commander of a priory of the Knights of St. John. Grand Priors, plural of Grand Prior. Grand Prix, an international motorsport race, especially one part of a Formula One series. Grand Prix, alternative form of Grand Prix. Grand Prize, in a tournament, raffle or other contest, the most desirable prize, offered for the overall winner, first prize. Grand Prizes, plural of Grand Prize. Grand Quarter, a quarter that is itself quartered. Grand Quarters, plural of Grand Quarter. Grand Rapidian, a native or inhabitant of Grand Rapids. Grand Rapidians, plural of Grand Rapidian. Grand Rapids, a place in the United States. Grand Rapids disease, A bacterial canker of tomatoes caused by the bacterium Aplantobacter michiganensis. Grand River. Former name of Churchill River, former name of Hamilton River, a river in Labrador, Newfoundland and Labrador, Canada. Grand Rounds. A tour of inspection by a general officer or commander visiting all the guards in the officer's command. Grand Salami. A grand slam. Grand salamis. Plural of grand salami. Grand scheme. The totality of the situation approached objectively, the big picture. Grand scheme of things. Synonym of grand scheme. Grand schemes. Plural of grand scheme. Grand schemes of things. Plural of grand scheme of things. Grand seigneur. True gentleman, dignified man. Grand seigneurs. Plural of grand seigneur. Grand seigneur. The Sultan of Turkey. Grand seigneurs. Plural of grand seigneur. Grand sergente. Alternative form of grand sergente. Grand sergente. A kind of land tenure by sergente, i.e. requiring personal service other than military service direct from a Lord Paramount, typically the King. Grand Slam. Winning in each of the 3 UEFA Cups: UEFA Champions League, UEFA Europa League, and Cup Winners' Cup defunct. Grand Slam. The bid and winning of all the tricks during the play of one hand. Grand Slams. Plural of Grand Slam. Grand Staff. A treble staff joined to a bass staff by means of a brace with the treble staff on top. Grand Staffs. Plural of grand staff. Grand staves. Plural of grand staff. Grand Strand. An arc of beach land on the Atlantic Ocean in South Carolina, United States, extending more than 60 miles 97 km from Little River to Winnipeg Bay. Grand Strategy Game. A type of advanced strategy wargame in which players must devise their own grand strategy by controlling a territory's military movements and using its resources. The genre, which includes both tabletop games and video games, differs from the similar 4X genre in imposing asymmetric starting conditions, i.e. some territories begin with a stronger military or more resources. Grand Strategy Games. Plural of Grand Strategy Game. Grand Terrace. A city in San Bernardino County, California, United States. Grand Teton. The highest mountain in the Teton Range in Teton County, Wyoming. Grand Theft. The criminal act of stealing an amount higher than a limit deemed by statute, therefore carrying more severe penalties than a simple theft. Grand Theft Auto. The criminal act of stealing or attempting to steal a motor vehicle. Grand Theories. Plural of grand theory. Brand theory. An overall explanation of phenomena in a particular discipline or realm of experience, such as economics, sociology, or history. Grand total. The entire or final sum. Grand totals. Plural of grand total. Grand Tour. One of the 3 most prominent cycling races, either the Tour de France, Giro d'Italia, and Vuelta a España. Grand Tour. Alternative letter case form of Grand Tour. Grand Tourer. A kind of sports car designed for high speeds and long distances, combining performance and luxury attributes. Grand Tourers. Plural of Grand Tourer. Grand Touring Car. Synonym of Grand Tourer. Grand Touring Cars. Plural of Grand Touring Car. Grand Tourist. Someone who embarked on the Grand Tour. Grand tourists, plural of grand tourist. Grand tours, plural of grand tour. Grand tours, plural of grand tour. Grand Traverse County, one of 83 counties in Michigan, United States. County seat, Traverse City. Grand Traverse disease, a disease of cattle caused by cobalt deficiency. Grand Trine, alternative letter case form of Grand Trine. Grand Trine, a harmonious aspect pattern formed when three planets are each aligned 120 degrees apart. Grand trines, plural of grand trine. Grand trines, plural of grand trine. Grand Turk, ellipsis of Grand Turk Island, the largest island in the Turks and Caicos Islands. Grand Turk Island, an island and district of the Turks and Caicos Islands. Grand Turks, plural of Grand Turk. Grand Uncle, alternative form of Grand Uncle. Grand Uncles, plural of Grand Uncle. Grand Unification Theories, plural of Grand Unification Theory. Grand Unification Theory, a theory that unifies the electromagnetic interaction, the weak interaction, and the strong interaction. Grand Unified Theories, plural of Grand Unified Theory. Grand Unified Theory, synonym of Grand Unification Theory. Grand Valley, a place in Canada. Grand Vizier, the greatest minister of a sultan with absolute power of attorney and, in principle, dismissible only by the sultan himself. Grand Viziers, plural of Grand Vizier. Grand Vizier, alternative form of Grand Vizier. Grand Viziers, plural of Grand Vizier. Grand Dance, a department of Haiti. Capital, Jérémy. Bren, of a generation removed from the original Nam. Brandant, alternative form of Grandaunt. Grandance, plural of Grandant. Grandchild, obsolete form of grandchild. Grandchildren, plural of grandchild. Granddads, plural of granddaddy. Granddaddiest, alternative form of granddaddiest. Granddaddy, alternative spelling of granddaddy. Granddaughter, dated form of granddaughter. Granddaughterly, alternative form of granddaughterly. Granddaughters, plural of granddaughter. Grand Duke, a French Grand Duke. Grand Ducal, alternative form of Grand Ducal. Grand Duke, alternative form of Grand Duke. Grand Dukes, plural of Grand Duke. Grand Guard, alternative form of Grand Guard. Grand Guards, plural of Grand Guard. Grandmother, obsolete form of grandmother. Grandmothers, plural of grandmother. Grandparent, alternative form of grandparent. Grandparented, simple past and past participle of grandparent. Grandparenting, present participle and gerund of grandparent. Grandparents, third person singular simple present indicative of grandparent. Grand Popo, a coastal town in Benin, West Africa. Grand Quarterly, relating to a grand quarter. Granduncle, alternative form of granduncle. Granduncles, plural of granduncle. Brenda, a surname. Grandacious, grand, magnificent. Grandad, alternative spelling of granddad. Grandades, plural of granddaddy. Granddaddy, alternative spelling of granddaddy. Granddads, plural of granddad. Grandala, an insectivorous passerine bird of South Asia, Grandala selicolor. Grandalas, plural of grandala. Grandam, grandmother. Grandame, alternative form of grandam. Grandames, plural of grandame. Grandams, plural of grandam. Grandancestor, a distant ancestor. Grandancestors, plural of grandancestor. Grandas, plural of granda. Granddaughter, alternative form of granddaughter. Granddaughters, plural of granddaughter. Grandaunt, synonym of great-aunt. Grandaunts, plural of grandaunt. Grandbabe, a grandchild. Grandbabes, plural of grandbabe. Grandbabies, plural of grandbaby. Grandbaby, a young grandchild. Grandbairn, a grandchild. Grandbairns, plural of grandbairn. Granberry, a surname. Granberries, plural of granberry. Granby, a big of a big, a sorority member who has herself mentored a mentor. Grandbabies, plural of grandbay. Grandboomer, a member of the baby boom generation who is a grandparent. Grandboomers, plural of grandboomer. Grandborough, a village and civil parish in Rugby District, Warwickshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 4966. Grandbus, the boss of one's boss. Grandbuses, plural of grandbus. Grandboy, a grandson. Grandboys, plural of grandboy. Grandbrat, a bratty grandchild. Grandbrats, plural of grandbrat. Grandcamp Maisie, a commune in Calvados department, Normandy, France. Grandcat, a cat owned by one's child, especially when the latter is adult, a cat having a status comparable to a grandchild. Grandcats, plural of grandcat. Grandcestor, a distant ancestor. Grandcestors, plural of grandcestor. Grandchild, a child of someone's child. Grandchildhood, the state or period of being a grandchild. Grandchildhoods, plural of grandchildhood. Grandchildless, without a grandchild. Grandchildlessness, absence of grandchildren. Grandchildren, plural of grandchild. Grandcousin, the grandchild of a first cousin or the first cousin of a grandparent, first cousin twice removed. Grandcousins, plural of grandcousin. Granddad, grandfather. Grandadez, plural of granddaddy. Grandadest, biggest and most impressive, most significant. Granddaddy, a grandfather. Granddads, plural of granddad. Grandam, alternative form of grandam. Grandams, plural of grandam. Granddaughter, the daughter of someone's child. Granddaughter-in-law, the wife of one's grandson. Granddaughterly, relating to or characteristic of a granddaughter. Granddaughters, plural of granddaughter. granddaughters-in-law, plural of granddaughter-in-law. Grandai, a dog owned by one's child, especially when the latter is adult, a dog having a status comparable to a grandchild. Granddogs, plural of grandai. Grandducal, alternative form of Grand Ducal. Grandduke, alternative form of Grand Duke. Grandukes, plural of Grandduke. Bren, a municipality in Schleswig-Holstein, Germany. Grand Comore, an island of the Comoros. Grand Dame, a woman who is high-ranking, socially prominent, or has a dignified character, especially one who is advanced in age and haughty. Grand Dame Guignol, synonym of haxploitation. Grand Duchess, alternative form of Grand Duchess. Grande École, a specialized institution of higher education in France, outside the mainstream framework of the public universities system. Grand Finale, alternative spelling of Grand Finale. Grand Finales, plural of Grand Finale. Grand Horizontale, a high-status prostitute, a courtesan. Grand Isle, an island of Strasbourg, Basse-Rhine Department, Alsace, Grand Est, France, on the Ill River. Grand Isle, alternative form of Grand Isle. Grand Isle, alternative spelling of Grand Isle. Grand Madam, synonym of Grand Dame. Grand Madams, plural of Grand Madam. Grand Passion, an overwhelming love affair or infatuation for someone. Grande Prairie, a city in the Peace River Valley, Alberta, Canada. Grande Terre, the largest island of New Caledonia. Grand Wormwood, the herb wormwood Artemisia absinthium, which is used in the production of absinthe and vermouth and as a tonic. Grand Duchess, a French Grand Duchess. Grand Isle, an island of Montérégie, Quebec, Canada, on the St. Lawrence River. Grand Isle, alternative form of Grand Isle. Grande Terre, French Caribbean island in the Leeward Islands, a dependency of the Overseas Department of Guadeloupe, French West Indies. Grandi, a high-ranking nobleman in Spain or Portugal. Grandieson, grandyship. Grandees, plural of grandee. Grandeeship, the rank or estate of a grandee, lordship. Grandeeships, plural of grandeeship. Grandiferin, any of a certain subplus of porphyrins. Grander, comparative form of grand, more grand. Grandison, a surname. Grandersons, plural of Granderson. Grands, plural of grand. Grand's dames, plural of grand dame. Grand's duchesses, plural of grand duchess. Grands écoles, plural of grande école. Grands finales, plural of grand finale. Grands horizontales, plural of grand horizontale. Grands madams, plural of grand madam. Grands mesdames, plural of grand madam. Grands passions, plural of grand passion. Grands duchesses, plural of grand duchess. Grandest, superlative form of grand, most grand. Grandeur, the state of being grand or splendid, magnificence. Grandeurs, plural of grandeur. Grandevity. Great age, long life, longevity. Grandevous, of great age, long-lived. Grandeza, grandeur, greatness, magnificence. Grandfather, a father of someone's parent. Grandfather chair, wing chair. Grandfather chairs, plural of grandfather chair. Grandfather clause, a clause or section, especially in a law, granting exceptions for people or organizations who were affected by previous conditions. Grandfather clauses, plural of grandfather clause. Grandfather clock, a long gaze clock. Grandfather clocks, plural of grandfather clock. Grandfather in, synonym of grandfather. Grandfather paradox, the paradox of time travel in which inconsistencies emerge through changing the past. Grandfather paradoxes, plural of grandfather paradox. Grandfather rights, rights granted because of a pre-existing right or privilege, for example, before a change in the law. Grandfather shirt, a band-collared shirt of flannel or brushed cotton. Grandfather shirts, plural of grandfather shirt. Grandfather's beard, the plant Costis flexuosa. Grandfather's chair, a type of easy chair with projecting areas at the top. Grandfather's clock, alternative form of grandfather clock. Grandfather's clocks, plural of grandfather's clock. Grandfather-in-law, a grandfather of one's spouse. Grandfathered, of a policy, document, or other legality that has retained discontinued laws or rules or that has been exempted from new regulation. Grandfathered in, simple past and past participle of grandfather in. Grandfatherhood, the state of being a grandfather. Grandfathering, exemption from new legislation or regulations. Grandfathering in, present participle of grandfather in. Grandfatherings, plural of grandfathering. Grandfatherish, grandfatherly. Grandfatherism, grandfatherly behavior or habits. Grandfatherless, without a grandfather. Grandfatherlessness, absence of a grandfather. Grandfatherliness, the quality of being grandfatherly. Grandfatherly, in the manner of a grandfather. Grandfathers, plural of grandfather. Grandfathers in, third person singular simple present indicative of grandfather in. Grandfathers-in-law, plural of grandfather-in-law. Grandfathership, the state of being a grandfather. Grandfer, alternative form of grandfer. Grandfers, plural of grandfer. Grandfetus, a fetus of someone's child. Grandfetuses, plural of grandfetus. Grandfilled, a surname. Grandfilial, relating to or befitting a grandchild. Grandfolk, grandparents. Grandfolks, grandparents. Grandfriend, a friend of the same generation or age as a grandparent. Grandfriends, plural of grandfriend. Grandaunt, a surname. Grandeur, a granddaughter. Grandgirls, plural of grandgirl. Grand guard, alternative form of grand guard. Grand guards, plural of grand guard. Grandies series, the divergent infinite series sum sine and 1 and equals 1 dash 1 plus 1 dash 1 plus. Grandidieri, an orthorhombic dipyramidal bluish-green mineral containing aluminum, boron, iron, magnesium, oxygen, and silicon. Grandidicin, misspelling of grandicin. Grandy, alternative form of grandy grandparent. Grandies, plural of grandy. Grandefe, making great. Grandiflora, a rose of the Grandiflora class of roses created in the middle of the 20th century as backcrosses of hybrid teas and floribundas that fit neither category. Grandifloras, plural of grandiflora. Grandiloquence, lofty, pompous, or bombastic speech or writing. Grandiloquences, plural of grandiloquence. Grandiloquent, given to using language in a showy way by using an excessive number of difficult words to impress others. Bombastic, turgid. Grandiloquently, showing grandiloquence. Grandiloquies, plural of grandiloquy. Grandiloquies, non-Oxford British English Standard spelling of grandiloquies. Grandiloquized, simple past and past participle of grandiloquiz. Grandiloquizes, third person singular simple present indicative of grandiloquiz. Grandiloquizing, present participle and gerund of grandiloquiz. Grandiloquism, a word or the use of a word that is grandiloquent. Grandiloquisms, plural of grandiloquism. Grandiloquist, someone who is grandiloquent, especially one who makes a living by giving lectures. Grandiloquists, plural of grandiloquist. Grandiloquiz, to speak in a grandiloquent manner. Grandiloquized, simple past and past participle of grandiloquiz. Grandiloquizes, third person singular simple present indicative of grandiloquiz. Grandiloquizing, present participle and gerund of grandiloquiz. Grandiloquous, grandiloquent. Grandiloquy, synonym of grandiloquence. Grandinety, a surname from Italian. Grandintes, plural of grandinety. Grandinin, a particular elegitinin. Grandinol, the phenolic derivative of benzaldehyde 2,4,6-dihydroxy 3-methyl-5,3-methylbutyl benzaldehyde that inhibits plant germination. Grandiose, large and impressive in size, scope, or extent. Grandiosely, in a grandiose manner. Grandioseness, the state or condition of being grandiose. Grandiosities, plural of grandiosity. Grandiosity, the state of being grandiose, pompous, or pretentious. Grandioso, a tempo mark directing that a passage is to be played in a grand and noble style. Grandiosos, plural of grandioso. Grandicin, a tetrahydrofuranioligin isolated from pipersalmzianum that has antinecessive and anti-inflammatory activity. Grandicine, a particular acridone alkaloid. Grandicinine, a particular acridone alkaloid. Grandicin, a surname. Grandicinin, stately sounding. Grandisonian, scrupulously moral and chivalrous, like the fictional Sir Charles Grandison in the history of Sir Charles Grandison 1753, an epistolary novel by Samuel Richardson. Grandisoness, synonym of grandisonant. Grandisons, plural of grandison. Grandity. Grandness. Grandkid, a grandchild. Grandkids, plural of grandkid. Grandliddle, a little of a little, a sorority member mentored by someone who was themselves mentored. Grandlittles, plural of grandlittle. Grandly, in a grand manner. Grandma, an unfriendly and disparaging way of addressing an elderly woman whose name is unknown. Grandma chic, synonym of granny chic. Grandma Moses, a person whose talent or destined career does not become apparent until they reach old age. Grandmam, the mother of one's own mother. Grandmacore, aesthetic based on things stereotypically associated with grandmothers including knitting, baking, etc. Grandma-like, resembling or characteristic of a grandma. Grandmama, alternative spelling of grandmama. Grandmamas, plural of grandmama. Grandmama, grandmother. Grandamas, plural of grandmama. Grandmames, plural of grandmammy. Grandmammy, grandmother. Grandmas, plural of grandma. Grandaster, a player of the highest rank as determined by FIDE with an ALO rating of at least 2,500. Grandasters, plural of grandmaster. Grandmaternal, of or relating to a grandmother. Grandmaternity, the state or quality of being a grandmother. Grandma, grandmother. Grandmas, plural of grandma. Grandmillennial, a style of decor and dressing that incorporates elements of traditional or vintage styles into a modern lifestyles. Grandmillennials, plural of grandmillennial. Grandmistress, a female grandmaster. Grandmistresses, plural of grandmistress. Grandmom, grandmother. Grandmama, grandmother. Grandmamas, plural of grandmama. Grandmames, plural of grandmommy. Grandmommy, grandmother. Grandmoms, plural of grandmom. Grandmontine, a monk of the Order of Grandmont, a French religious order founded by Saint Stephen of Thiers towards the end of the 11th century. Grandmontines, plural of grandmontine. Grandmother, a mother of someone's parent. Grandmother cell, a hypothetical neuron that represents a complex but specific concept or object and activates upon recognition. Grandmother cells, plural of grandmother cell. Grandmother clock, a long case clock that is relatively short in height, smaller than a grandfather clock. Grandmother clocks, plural of grandmother clock. Grandmother rule, a rule at certain events requiring that one's behavior and appearance be such that it would not shock even one's grandmother. Grandmother's footsteps, red light, green light. Grandmother-in-law, a grandmother of one's spouse. Grandmotherfucker, a term of abuse. Grandmotherfuckers, plural of grandmotherfucker. Grandmotherhood, the state of being a grandmother. Grandmothering, the grandmotherly behavior of a grandmother towards her grandchildren. grandmotherish, grandmotherly, grandmotherism, grandmotherly behavior, mild or weak authoritarianism, grandmotherless, without a grandmother, grandmotherliness, the quality of being grandmotherly, grandmotherly, in the manner of a grandmother, grandmothers, plural of grandmother, grandmothers-in-law, plural of grandmother-in-law, grandmultipara, one who is grandmultiparous, grandmultiparas, plural of grandmultipara, grandmultiparity, the condition of being grandmultiparous, grandmultiparous, having 5 or more pregnancies resulting in viable offspring, grandmom, grandmother, grandmama, grandmother, grandmamas, plural of grandmama, grandmames, plural of grandmommy, grandmummy, one's grandmother, grandmoms, plural of grandmom, grandnephew, a grandson of one's sibling, a son of one's nephew or niece, brother's grandson, fraternal grandnephew, sister's grandson, sorrel grandnephew, grandnephews, plural of grandnephew, grandness, the state of being grand, grandnesses, plural of grandness, grandniece, a granddaughter of one's sibling, a daughter of one's nephew or niece, brother's granddaughter, fraternal grandniece, sister's granddaughter, sorrel grandniece, grandnieces, plural of grandniece, grandoffspring, the offspring of offspring, grandeye, misspelling of granddog, grandomania, an obsession with grand architecture or ornamentation, Grandin, a surname, Grandonic, the Sanskrit language, Grandins, plural of Grandin, Grand Order, a taxonomic ranking below superorder and above mere order, Grand Orders, plural of Grand Order, Grand Orge, a surname from French, Grand Orges, plural of Grand Orge, Grandpa, an unfriendly and disparaging way of addressing an elderly man whose name is unknown. Rentbacor, aesthetic based on things stereotypically associated with grandfathers including loafers of vests, etc. Grandpa, grandfather. Grandpapa, grandfather. Grandpapas, plural of grandpapa. Grandpapas, plural of grandhappy. Grandhappy, once grandfather. Grandpaps, plural of grandhap. Grandparent, the parent of someone's parent. Grandparentage, the identity and nature of one's grandparents. Grandparentages, plural of grandparentage. Grandparental, of or relating to a grandparent. Grandparented, that satisfies older, but not current rules or regulations. Grandparenthood, the state of being a grandparent. Grandparenting, the process of helping to raise and care for one's child's child. Grandparentless, without a grandparent. Grandparents, plural of grandparent. Grandpas, plural of grandpa. Grandpaternal, of or relating to a grandfather. Grandpaternity, the condition of being a grandparent. Grandpa, grandfather. Grandpas, plural of grandpa. Grandpie, alternative form of Grampy. Grandpies, plural of grandpie slash grandpie. Grandpa, grandfather. Grandpapa, grandfather. Grandpapas, plural of grandpapa. Grandpops, plural of grandpop. Grandpie, alternative form of grampy. Grandrifice, a monoclinic prismatic colorless mineral containing fluorine, lead, oxygen, and sulfur. Grandrelation, a member of one's family from whom one is separated by 2 generations. Grandrelations, plural of grandrelation. Grands, plural of grand. Grand's crews, plural of grand crew. Grand's ducks, plural of grand duck. Grand's fromages, plural of grand fromage. Grand's Prix, plural of Grand Prix. Grand's Prix, plural of Grand Prix, alternative form of Grand's Prix. Grands Seigneurs, plural of Grand Seigneur. Grandsire, alternative form of Grandsire. Grandsire, grandfather. Grandsires, plural of grandsire. Grandsires, plural of grandsire. Grandson, characterized by grandness or grandeur. Grandson, a son of one's child. Grandson-in-law, the husband of one's granddaughter or grandson. Grandsonless, without a grandson. Grandsonly, relating to or characteristic of a grandson. Grandsons, plural of grandson. Grandsons-in-law, plural of grandson-in-law. Grandsonship, the state of being a grandson. Grandee stack, a solution stack consisting of GraphQL data query and manipulation language, React web application presentation, Apollo data graph platform, and Neo4j database management system. Grandstaff, a surname. Grandstaffs, plural of grandstaff. Grandstand, the seating area at a stadium or arena, the bleachers. Grandstand finish, a very close ending to a sports match, race, or competition. Grandstand finishes, plural of grandstand finish. Grandstand play, a successful play or other maneuver during a sporting competition in which one or more players shows off unnecessarily in order to entertain or impress the spectators. Grandstand plays, plural of grandstand play. Grandstanded, simple past and past participle of grandstand. Grandstander, a person who grandstands, a show-off. Grandstanders, plural of grandstander. Grandstanding, dramatic or showy behavior intended to impress an audience or observers. Grandstandings, plural of grandstanding. Grandstands, plural of grandstand. Grantully, a village in Perth and Kinross Council area, Scotland, historically in Perthshire OS Grid Ref NN 9153. Branduncle, synonym of great uncle. Granduncles, plural of granduncle. Grandvaux, a commune in Seine-et-Loire department, Bourgogne-Franche-Comté, France. Grandview, a number of places in Canada. Grandvien, grandchild. Grandwins, plural of grandwin. Brandy, a surname. Grandangme, grandchild. Grandangmens, plural of grandeangming. Grandies, plural of grandy. Bre, obsolete form of grown. Grained, simple past and past participle of grain. Granelli, a surname. Brenner, a surname from German. Graneros, a city in Chile. Grainers, plural of grainer. Brains, plural of grain. Breneth, a surname. Brainy, a surname. Grainies, plural of grainy. Granfalloon, a group of two or more people who imagine or are manipulated to believe they share a connection based on some circumstance of little or no real significance. Granfalloons, plural of granfalloon. Grandfer, pronunciation spelling of grandfather. Grandfers, plural of grandfer. Grangali, Nangalami. Grange, the national grange of the patrons of husbandry, an association of farmers organized in 1867 which sponsors social activities, community service, and political lobbying. Grange Court, a hamlet in West Bury-on-Severn Parish, Forest of Dean District, Gloucestershire, England, site of the former Grange Court Railway Station OS Grid Ref So 7216. Grange Hill, a hamlet in County Durham, England, near Cowden OS Grid Ref NZ 2329. Grange in Baroudale, synonym of Grange, Cumberland, Cumbria, probably used to distinguish it from Grange over Sands, also in Cumbria. Grange Park, a place in England. Grange over Sands, a town and civil parish with a town council in West Rowland and Furness, Cumbria, England, previously in South Lakeland District and historically in Lancashire OS Grid Ref SD 4077. Grangegate, a 2014 scandal over Australian politician Barry O'Farrell's failure to declare a gift of a $3,000 bottle of Grange Hermitage wine from a business executive. Grangemouth, a town, oil refinery and port in Falkirk Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NS 9381. Granger, an English surname originating as an occupation for a Granger farm bailiff. Granger Law, any of various laws passed by Western states of the United States after the Civil War to regulate rates paid for transporting grain. Granger Laws, plural of Granger Law. Granger Railroad, synonym of Granger Road. Granger Railroads, plural of Granger Railroad. Granger Road, a railroad used mainly for transporting the produce of farmers or grangers. Granger Roads, plural of Granger Road. Grangerization, the practice of illustrating a book with pictures taken from published sources, such as by clipping them out for one's own use. Grangerizations, plural of Grangerization. Grangerize, alternative spelling of Grangerize. Grangerized, simple past and past participle of Grangerize. Grangerizes, third person singular simple present indicative of Grangerize. Grangerizing, alternative letter case form of Grangerizing. Grangerism, the practice of illustrating a book with engravings collected from other books. Grangerize, a collector of illustrations from various books to include in a scrapbook. Grangerites, plural of Grangerite. Grangerization, alternative spelling of Grangerization. Grangerizations, plural of Grangerization. Grangerize, to illustrate a book with material such as images taken from other published sources, such as by clipping them out for one's own use. Grangerize, simple past and past participle of grangerize. Grangerizes, third person singular simple present indicative of grangerize. Grangerizing, present participle and gerund of grangerize. Grangers, plural of granger. Granges, plural of grange. Grängesberg, a town in Ludvika municipality, Dalarna County, Sweden. Grangetown, a large village in Redcar and Cleveland Borough, North Yorkshire, England. OS Grid Ref NZ 5520. Grangeville, a census-designated place in Kings County, California, United States. Granholm, a surname from Swedish. Granholms, plural of Granholm. Granesti, a commune of Suceava County, Romania. Graniculture, wheat growing. Granicus, a river in northwestern Anatolia where Alexander the Great defeated the forces of the Persian Empire under Darius Roman III. Grenier, a surname. Greniers, plural of grainier. Graniferous, bearing grain or seeds like grain. Graniform, formed from or like corn. Dranella, small grains or dust of cochineal. Granello, a surname. Granelos, plural of granillo. Brennan, any of a group of secretory proteins. Braining, present participle and gerund of grain. Brennans, plural of granin. Granistron, a serotonin 5-HT3 receptor antagonist used as an antiemetic following chemotherapy. Drenida, an Italian dessert of fruit puree etc. on crushed ice. Granitas, plural of granita. Greta, an island of South Australia. Granite Bay, a census-designated place in Placer County, California, United States. Granite Blue, a dull grayish-blue color. Granite City, nickname for Aberdeen, Scotland. Granite County, one of 56 counties in Montana, United States. County seat, Phillipsburg. Granite Falls, a city, the county seat of Yellow Medicine County, Minnesota, United States, located in Chippewa County, Renville County, and Yellow Medicine County. Granite Hills, a census-designated place in San Diego County, California, United States. Granite poison, the plant Gastrolobium graniticum. Granite State, official nickname for New Hampshire, a state of the United States. Granite-like, resembling granite. Granites, plural of granite. Graniteville, several United States place names. Graniteware, ironware that has been coated with a layer of vitreous enamel with a swirled or speckled pattern resembling granite. Granitewares, plural of graniteware. Granitic, of pertaining to or containing granite. Granitical, archaic form of granitic. Granitically, in a granitic manner. Granitiferous, yielding granite. Granitification, the act or process of forming into granite. Granitiform, resembling granite in structure or shape. Granitization, alternative form of granitization. Granitizations, plural of granitization. Granitize, alternative form of granitize. Granitized, simple past and past participle of granitize. Granitizes, third person singular simple present indicative of granitize. Granitizing, present participle and gerund of granitize. Granitite, any of various types of granite containing a high percentage of biotite. Granitites, plural of granitite. Granitization, the process of sedimentary rock becoming granite through remelting and recooling. Granitizations, plural of granitization. Granitize, of sedimentary rock to become granite through remelting and recooling. Granitize, simple past and past participle of granitize. Granitizes, third person singular simple present indicative of granitize. Granitizing, present participle and gerund of granitize. Granitoid, resembling granite. Granitoids, plural of granitoi. Granivore, any animal that eats seeds as the main part of its diet. Granivores, plural of granivore. Granivorous, that eats seeds. Granivory, the condition of being carnivorous. Grangino, Celtis aeronbergiana, a thorny plant with edible orange berries. Granginos, plural of grangino. Granlund, a surname from Swedish. Granlunds, plural of Granlund. Brema, a province of Cuba, originally part of Orient Province. Gramas, plural of grandma. Granam, grandmother. Granams, plural of granam. Grene, alternative form of granny. Grenin, simple past and past participle of granny. Grenis, plural of granny/granny. Graninous, the quality of VAJ. Remo, a type of Caddi's fly, the Brachycentrus subnubilis. Granums, plural of granum. Grano, alternative spelling of granum, one's grandmother. Granums, plural of granum. Granas, a Celtic god of spas, healing thermal and mineral springs, and of the sun. Grene, a grandmother. Gradianex, an extension built to house an elderly relative. Granny annexes, plural of granny annex. Granny chaser, someone who is sexually attracted to elderly women. Granny chasers, plural of granny chaser. Granny chic, a style of decor and dressing that incorporates elements typically associated with older generations or vintage styles, but in a way that is stylish and modern. Granny dress, a long, loose-fitting, high necklined one-piece gown or dress, often printed with light or pastel colors, that was popular with young women in the United States and Britain from the mid-1960s to the 1970s. Granny dresses, plural of granny dress. Granny dumping, the abandonment of an elderly relative in a public place, for example, a hospital. Granny flat, A dwelling detached from a primary residence, traditionally designated for a member of an extended family to live in. Granny flats, plural of granny flat. Granny gear, synonym of creeper gear. Granny gears, plural of granny gear. Granny glasses, synonym of granny specs. Granny knob, synonym of Brody knob. Granny knobs, plural of granny knob. Granny knot, a knot similar to the reef knot but crossed the opposite way. Granny knots, plural of granny knot. Granny lane, the lane on a multi-lane reserved for the slower drivers. Granny lanes, plural of granny lane. Granny panties, women's and girls' underpants considered of a traditional, old-fashioned, or staid kind, for example control briefs or bloomers as opposed to bikini-cut briefs or thongs. Granny room, synonym of mother-in-law apartment. Granny rooms, plural of granny room. Granny shot, a shot made granny style. Granny shots, plural of granny shot. Granny Smith, a very tart, green-skinned apple cultivar originating in Australia. Granny Smiths, plural of Granny Smith. Granny specs, a pair of spectacles with round lenses in a light metal frame. Granny square, a piece of square fabric produced by crocheting in rounds from the center outward. Granny squares, plural of granny square. Granny style, a method of shooting baskets, especially foul shots, in which the ball is thrown underhand with both arms from below or anterior to the pelvis. Granny suite, synonym of in-law suite. Granny suites, plural of granny suite. Granny tax, a stealth tax that takes money from the elderly. Granny taxes, plural of granny tax. Granny's bonnet, any of various flowering plants thought to resemble Victorian bonnets, especially a columbine genus Aquilegia. Granny's fannies, plural of granny's fanny. Granny's fanny, a kind of basket with two lobes used for safely carrying eggs, etc. Granny's hairnet, Pterostegia drymarioides, an herbaceous plant of the southwestern U.S. and northwestern Mexico. Granny bashing, assault or abuse of elderly persons. Granny pop out of bed, synonym of Rutland beauty. Granny sat, simple past and past participle of granny sit. Granny sit, to watch or tend an elderly female relative at home. Granny sits, third person singular simple present indicative of granny sit. Granny sitted, simple past and past participle of granny sit. Granny sitter, one who granny sits. Granny sitters, plural of granny sitter. Granny sitting, present participle and gerund of grand sit. Granny gate, any of several different sporting scandals typically regarding eligibility of players for national teams based on their family histories. Grady, present participle and gerund of granny. Gradish, grandmotherly. Grenavine, synonym of Mexican morning glory. Grano, a city and hamlet in North Dakota. Grano, composed of grains, granular. Granoblastic, containing equidimensional grains of metamorphic rock formed by recrystallization. Granocentric, describing the formulation of a packing problem based on the free space around a grain individual particle. Granodiorite, an intrusive igneous rock similar to granite, but containing more plagioclase than potassium feldspar. Granodiorites, plural of granodiorite. Granodioritic. Of or related to granodiorite. Granophyls, a medium to coarse grain metamorphic rock which has a granoblastic texture and lacks distinct foliation or lineation. Granophyllocene, any naked amoeboflagellate of the subphylum Phylosa. Granophyllocines, plural of granophyllocene. Granagabbro, a rock composed of granite and gabbro. Granagabbroic, relating to or composed of granagabbro. Granola, a breakfast and snack food consisting of loose, crispy pellets made of nuts, rolled oats, honey, and other natural ingredients. Granola bar, a confection consisting of granola and sweeteners pressed and baked into a bar shape. Granola bars, plural of granola bar. Granola mom, synonym of crunchy mom. Granola moms, plural of granola mom. Granola head, a hippie or ecological activist. Granola heads, plural of granola head. Granolas, plural of granola. Granola, a paving stone made from granite chippings in a cement aggregate. Granolithic, of or pertaining to a granolith. Granoliths, plural of granolith. Granollers, the capital of the comarca of Valls Oriental in the Barcelona province of Catalonia. Granifier, a subvolcanic rock with angular intergrowths of quartz and alkali feldspar. Granifiers, plural of granifier. Graniferic, having a texture resembling that of classic granifier. Granos, plural of grano. Granos, having the form of a string of grains or beads, as the antennae of some insects or the ridges of some conch shells. Granosely, having the form of a string of grains or beads, as the antennae of some insects or the ridges of some conch shells. Granastoiete, striated around grains. Granasenite, a sienite closer to granitic composition. Grandpapes, plural of grandpappy. Grandpappy, grandfather. Grandpai, alternative form of grampy. Grandpies, plural of grandpie/grandpy. Grandpy, alternative form of grampy. Granquest, a surname from Swedish. Granquests, plural of granquests. Grants, plural of gran. Gransnetter, a member of Gransnet, a London-based sister website to Mumsnet for users over 50 years old. Gransnetters, plural of Gransnetter. An English surname transferred from the nickname and a Scottish clan name from a nickname meaning large. Grant City, an unincorporated community in Henry County, Indiana, United States. Grant County, one of 75 counties in Arkansas, United States. County seat, Sheridan. Grant in kind, alternative form of grant in kind. Grant Parish, one of 64 parishes in Louisiana, United States, the equivalent of a county in other U.S. states. Parish seat, Colfax. Grant's Gazelle, Nanger Granny, a relatively large gazelle, distributed from northern Tanzania to South Sudan and Ethiopia and from the Kenyan coast to Lake Victoria. Grant's Zebra, Equus quagga bohemi, the smallest subspecies of the plains zebra. Rent back. In U.S. patent law, a license under which a party grants another the right to use a patent under the condition that the licensee agrees to grant the licensor a license with respect to any improvements to that patent made by the licensee. Grantbacks, plural of grant back. Grant forward. In U.S. patent law, a provision accompanying the license of a patent under which a party agrees not only to grant a licensee the right to use a patent, but also to grant the licensee a license to any improvements made on the existing patent. Grant forwards, plural of grant forward. Grantine, the giving of national funds to subsidize a local or regional project. Grant in kind, a grant of goods or services provided free of charge or the transfer of ownership of a non-financial asset in which the donor does not receive anything of commensurate value in return. Gretza, the river Granta, a minor river in Cambridgeshire, England, which flows from the Bartlow area to join the River Cam or Granta at Great Shelford. Grantability, the quality of being grantable, ability to be granted. Grantable, capable of being granted. Grantback, alternative form of grantback. Grantbacks, plural of grantback. Grantchester, a village and civil parish in South Cambridgeshire District, Cambridgeshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 4356. Granted, simple past and past participle of grant. Grantedly, as has been or must be granted or admitted. Grantee, the person to whom something is granted. Grantees, plural of grantee. Grantor, one who grants. Grantors, plural of grantor. Grantest, second person singular simple present indicative of grant. Granteth, third person singular simple present indicative of grant. Rel, alternative form of grant. Grantha, a South Indian script found particularly in Tamil Nadu and Kerala. Granthau, a market town in South Kesteven District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 9136. Granthams, plural of Grantham. Granthi, archaic form of Granthi. Granthies, plural of Granthi. Granther, grandfather. Granthers, plural of Granther. Granthi, the person who reads the sacred scripture at a Sikh religious ceremony. Granthis, plural of Grandhai. Deti, any member of the family Granity of sponges. Gratids, plural of grantiad. Granting, present participle and gerund of grant. Grantings, plural of granting. Grantism, corruption and cronyism in government. Grantless, without a grant, not funded by a grant of money. Grantly, a surname. Grant Baker, one who decides how to allocate grants. Grant makers, plural of grant maker. Grant making, the discretionary awarding of grants especially by a large foundation or other organization as a form or organized philanthropy. Brenton, a suburban area and harbour in the city of Edinburgh Council area. Scotland. OS Grid Ref NT 2377. Grantor, a person who grants something. Grantors, plural of grantor. Grantor, obsolete spelling of grantor. Grantors, plural of grantor. Grantown, ellipsis of Grantown-on-Spey, a town in Highland Council area, Scotland, originally in Morayshire OS Grid Ref NJ0327. Grantown-on-Spey, a town in Highland Council area, Scotland, originally in Morayshire OS Grid Ref NJ0327. Gratz, a city, the county seat of Cibola County, New Mexico, United States. Grants in kind, plural of grant in kind. Grants Pass, a city, the county seat of Josephine County, Oregon, United States. Grantsonade, plural of grantinade. Grants in kind, plural of grant in kind. Grants House, a small village in Berwickshire, Scottish Borders Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NT 8065. Grantsite, a monoclinic prismatic mineral containing calcium, hydrogen, oxygen, sodium, and vanadium. Grantsman, one who practices and is skilled at grantsmanship. Grantsmanship, the art of obtaining grants in aid. Grantsmanships, plural of grantsmanship. Grantsman, plural of grantsmen. Grantspeak, a form of jargon used in grants applying for funding. Grantspersonship, synonym of grantsmanship. Grantsville, a number of places in the United States. Gratz, a surname. Gratzas, plural of grants. Granulogonema, the Ganidia in lichens. Granular, consisting of or resembling granules or grains. Granular cell tumor, a myeloblastoma composed of granule cells. Granular cell tumors, plural of granular cell tumor. Granular cheese, a type of rank cheese or cheese produced under employment of a similar clotting enzyme characterized by being firm owing the curds not only having been comminuted to a large degree but having been stirred with the whey before being put to ripen for a longer time. Granular cheeses, plural of granular cheese. Granularization, alternative spelling of granularization. Granularize, alternative spelling of granularize. Granularize, simple past and past participle of granularize. Granularizes, third person singular simple present indicative of granularize. Granularizing, present participle and gerund of granularize. Granularities, plural of granularity. Granularity, the condition of being granular. Granularization, the act or process of granularizing. Granularizations, plural of granularization. Granularize, to make granular, to divide or resolve into granules. Granularize, simple past and past participle of granularize. Granularizes, third person singular simple present indicative of granularize. Granularizing, present participle and gerund of granularize. Granularly, in a granular way. Granulary, granular. Granulate, to segment into tiny grains or particles. Granulated, simple past and past participle of granulate. Granulated steel, a variety of steel made by a particular process beginning with the granulation of pig iron. Granulated steels, plural of granulated steel. Granulated sugar, ordinary white sugar for domestic use, having a relatively large crystal size. Granulated sugars, plural of granulated sugar. Granulator. Alternative form of granulator. Granulators. Plural of granulator. Granulates. Third person singular simple present indicative of granulate. Granulating. Present participle and gerund of granulate. Granulation. The formation of granules or of cereal grains. Granulation tissue. New connective tissue and tiny blood vessels that form on the surfaces of a wound during the healing process. Granulation tissues. Plural of granulation tissue. Granulations. Plural of granulation. Granulator. A machine that forms material into granules. Granulators. Plural of granulator. Granulatory. Relating to granulators or to granulation. Granulatocide. A particular steroid glycoside. Granule. A tiny grain. A small particle. Granule cell. Any of several unrelated types of small neurons in various parts of the brain which have very small cell bodies. Granule cells. Plural of granule cell. Granules. Plural of granule. Granuliferous. Full of granulations or granules. Granuliform. Having a granular structure or appearance. Granulin. Any of a family of secreted glycosylated peptides that affect cell growth. Granulins. Plural of granulin. Granulite. A fine-grained metamorphic rock composed chiefly of feldspar, quartz, and garnets. Granulites. Plural of granulite. Granulitic. Relating to or composed of granulite. Granulization. The process of granulizing. Granulizations. Plural of granulization. Granulize. To break down into granules. Granulize. Simple past and past participle of granulize. Granulizer. A machine that granulizes. Granulizers. Plural of granulizer. Granulizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of granulize. Granulizing. Present participle and gerund of granulize. Granulo. Granular. Granuloblast. Synonym of myeloblast and immature granulocyte. Granuloblastic. Relating to granuloblasts. Granuloblastoma. A granular blastoma typically of neural tissue. Granuloblastomas. Plural of granuloblastoma. Granuloblasts. Plural of granuloblast. Granulocrine. Describing secretions that originate in protoplasm. Granulocytophoresis. The removal of granulocytes from blood. Granulocyte. Any of various white blood cells that have granules in their cytoplasm. Granulocyte macrophage colony stimulating factor. A cytokine protein secreted by macrophages, T cells, mast cells, endothelial cells, and fibroblasts. Granulocyte macrophage colony stimulating factor receptor. A receptor that stimulates the production of white blood cells, mainly found in neutrophils and eosinophils. Granulocyte macrophage colony stimulating factor receptors. Plural of granulocyte macrophage colony stimulating factor receptor. Granulocyte macrophage colony stimulating factors. Plural of granulocyte macrophage colony stimulating factor. Granulocytes. Plural of granulocyte. Granulocytic. Of or pertaining to granulocytes. Granulocytin. A lectin from the flesh fly Sarcophaga peregrina. Granulocytopenia, alternative form of granulocytopenia. Granulocytopenia, an abnormally low concentration of granulocytes in the blood which reduces the body's resistance to many infections. Granulocytopenic, relating to granulocytopenia. Granulocytoplasmic, granular and cytoplasmic. Granulocytoponia, misspelling of granulocytopenia. Granulocytopoiesis, plural of granulocytopoiesis. Granulocytopoiesis, synonym of granulopoiesis. Granulocytopoietic, relating to granulocytopoiesis. Granulocytosis, plural of granulocytosis. Granulocytosis, the presence in peripheral blood of an increased number of granulocytes. Granulocytotic, of or relating to granulocytosis. Granulofibrillar, granular and fibrillar. Granulofilament, a granular filament. Granulofilamentous, granular and filamentous. Granulofilaments, plural of granulofilament. Granulogenesis, the formation of granular cell tumors. Granulogenic, relating to granulogenesis. Granuloid, relating to granulocytes. Granulolysin, misspelling of granulosin. Granulolytic, that breaks up granulocytes. Granuloma, an inflammatory nodule consisting of histiocytes macrophages attempting to wall off substances they perceive as foreign but are unable to eliminate, such as certain infectious organisms as well as other materials such as foreign objects, keratin, and suture fragments. Granuloma annulare, a rare, sometimes chronic skin condition presenting as reddish bumps arranged in a circle or ring. Granuloma fungoides, synonym of mycosis fungoides. Granuloma genitoinguinale, synonym of granuloma inguinale. Granuloma inguinale, a bacterial disease caused by Klebsiella granulomatis characterized by ulcerative genital lesions endemic in many less developed regions. Granuloma inguinale tropicum, synonym of granuloma inguinale. Granuloma venereum, synonym of granuloma inguinale. Granuloma venereum genitoinguinale, synonym of granuloma inguinale. Granulomas, plural of granuloma. Granulomata, plural of granuloma. Granulomato, granuloma. Granulomatogenic, that produces granulomata. Granulomatosis, plural of granulomatosis denoting types of the non-count sense. Granulomatosis, relating to granulomatosis. Granulomatosis, any disease or condition accompanied by multiple granulomas. Granulomatosis infantisptica, miliary granulomatous lesions on the Bediasmephisteans of neonatal listeriosis. Granulomatosis with polyangiitis, a disease characterized by necrotizing granulomatous inflammation usually involving the upper and lower respiratory tract, and necrotizing vasculitis affecting predominantly small to medium vessels. Granulomatous, of, pertaining to, or characterized by granulomata. Granulomatous amoebic encephalitis, a rare, usually fatal, subacute to chronic central nervous system disease caused by certain species of free-living amoebae. Granulomer, synonym of chromomer, central part of a blood platelet. Granulomers, plural of granulomer. Granulometer, a device used in granulometry. Granulometers, plural of granulometer. Granulometric, of or pertaining to granulometry, measurement of the size of grains in sedimentary deposits. Granulometrically, in a granulometric manner. Granulometries, plural of granulometry. Granulometry, the measurement of the sizes of mineral grains in sedimentary rock. Granulomonocytic, relating to granular monocytes. Granulonodular, granular and nodular. Granulopenia, agranulocytosis. Granulopenias, plural of granulopenia. Granulopsy, the fixation of granules circulating in the blood, most notably by the reticuloendothelial system. Granulophysin, a membrane protein sometimes present in blood platelets. Granuloplasm, the granular material within the ectoplasm and surrounding the nucleus of a unicellular organism. Granuloplasmatic, relating to granuloplasm. Granuloplasms, plural of granuloplasm. Granulopoieses, misspelling of granulopoiesis. Granulopoieses, misspelling of granulopoiesis. Granulopoieses, plural of granulopoiesis. Granulopoiesis, the formation and development of granulocytes. Granulopoietic, relating to granulopoiesis. Granuloreticulocin, any foraminifer of the class Granuloreticulosa. Granuloreticulocins, plural of granuloreticulocin. Granulosa, a layer of small cells that forms the wall of an ovarian follicle. Granulosal, relating to the cells of the granulosa. Granulose, the main constituent of the starch grain or granule, in distinction from the framework of cellulose. It is colored blue by iodine and is converted into dextrin and sugar by boiling acids and analytic ferments. Granuloses, plural of granulosis. Granulosis, a viral disease that affects many insects. Granulosities, plural of granulosity. Granulosity, a mass of granules. Granulus, granular. Granulovacule, misspelling of granulovacuolar. Granulovacuolar, characterized by granular vacuoles. Granulovirus, any of various baculoviruses in the genus Beta-Baculovirus used in the control of insect pests. Granuloviruses, plural of granulovirus. Granulicin, a type of antimicrobial protein released by cytotoxic T cells. Granulicins, plural of granulicin. Grano, a stack-like structure in plant chloroplasts that contain chlorophyll, the site of photosynthesis. Granums, plural of granum. Granophilin, a synaptotymin-like protein expressed in pancreatic beta cells and in the pituitary gland. Grandal, an English surname from Old French. Granville County, one of 100 counties in North Carolina, United States. County seat. Oxford. Branzo, a surname from German. Grenzos, plural of granzo. Grantine, any of a series of serine proteases that are released by cytoplasmic granules within natural killer cells. Granzymes, plural of granzyme. Vra, a traditional short Portuguese unit of length, equivalent to about 4.6 mm. Vrib, A small, round, smooth-skinned edible fruit, usually purple, red, or green, that grows in bunches on vines of genus Vitis. Grape cactus. Mammillaria prolifera, a small cactus native to Texas, Mexico, Cuba, and Hispaniola. Grape cell. Synonym of mott cell. Grape cells. Plural of grape cell. Grape fern. Any of a number of species of fern in genus Sceptridium. Grape ferns. Plural of grape fern. Grape hyacinth. Any of the species of 3 genera in the Hyacinthinae subtribe family Asparagaceae that produce racemes of small blue flowers, muscari, pseudomuscari, and Leopoldia. Grape hyacinths. Plural of grape hyacinth. Grape jelly. A preserve made from sugar and grapes. Grape juice. The unfermented juice of squeezed grapes used as a beverage. This entity is a translation hub. Grape juices. Plural of grape juice. Grape kernel. The kernel of a grape, grapeseed. Grape kernels. Plural of grape kernel. Grape neutral spirit. Synonym of neutral grape spirit. Grape neutral spirits. Plural of grape neutral spirit. Grape smugglers. Tight or skimpy swimwear worn by men revealing details of the genitalia. Grape sugar. Lucas. Grape therapy. The therapeutic use of grapes. Grape tomato. A type of small tomato similar in shape to a plum tomato, but small like a cherry tomato. Grape tomatoes. Plural of grape tomato. Grapevine. Alternative spelling of grapevine any sense. Grapevines. Plural of grapevine. Grape wine. Any wine made from grapes to the exclusion of all other fruits. Grape wines. Plural of grape wine. Grape lice. Plural of grape louse. Grape louse. The phylloxera. Grape stone. The seed pip of a grape. Grape stones. Plural of grape stone. Grapevine. Alternative spelling of grapevine any sense. Grapevine. Alternative form of grapevine. Grapevines. Plural of grapevine. Grapevining. Present participle and gerund of grapevine. Grit. Simple past and past participle of grape. Grapefruit. The tree of the species Citrus paradisae, a hybrid of Citrus maxima and sweet orange. Grapefruit adae. Alternative spelling of grapefruitae. Grapefruit adaz. Plural of grapefruit adae. Grapefruit knife. A knife for cutting grapefruit, typically small, with a curved serrated blade. Grapefruit knives. Plural of grapefruit knife. Grapefruit League. The set of Major League Baseball teams that play spring training games in Florida. Grapefruit mint. A perennial herb with a citrus mint scent and flavor. Grapefruit mints. Plural of grapefruit mint. Grapefruit spoon. A spoon with a pointed and slanted or serrated tip designed for separating the flesh of a grapefruit from its rind. Grapefruit spoons. Plural of grapefruit spoon. Grapefruitae. A beverage made from the juice of a grapefruit mixed with water and a sweetener, be it sugar or otherwise. Grapefruitades. Plural of grapefruitae. Grapefruit-like. Resembling or characteristic of grapefruit. Grapefruits. Plural of grapefruit. Grapefruity. Resembling or characteristic of grapefruit. Grapeful, full of grapes. Grapeless, without grapes. Grapelet. A little grape. Grapelets, plural of grapelet. Grape-like, resembling or characteristic of a grape the fruit, a bunch thereof, or the plant. Graperies, plural of grapery. Grapery, a place used for grape cultivation. Grapes, a surname. Grapes of wrath, a symbol of impending vengeance, especially in reference to the Last Judgment. Grape seed, the seed of the grape. Grapeseed oil, a light, relatively bland vegetable oil extracted from the seeds of the grape, used for salad dressings, etc. Grapeseed oils, plural of grapeseed oil. Grape seeds, plural of grapeseed. Grapes, plural of grapes. Grapeshot, a cluster of small iron balls put together in a canvas bag in order to be used as a charge for a cannon. Grape shots, plural of grape shot. Grape skin, the skin of a grape. Grape skins, plural of grape skin. Grapestone, a seed of the grape. Grapestones, plural of grapestone. Grappatini, a martini cocktail made with grape juice. Grappatines, plural of grappatini. Grapevine, a city in Texas. Grapevine effect, the informal transmission of information or rumors. Grapevine, simple past and past participle of grapevine. Grapevines, plural of grapevine. Grapevining, present participle and gerund of grapevine. Grapewise, in the manner of a grape or grape. Brevi, resembling grapes. Vef, a data chart graphical representation of data intended to illustrate the relationship between a set or sets of numbers, quantities, measurements, or indicative numbers and a reference set, whose elements are indexed to those of the former set S and may or may not be numbers. Graph antihole, the complement of a graph whole. Graph antiholes, plural of graph antihole. Graph hole, a cycle in a graph that has no cycle chord. Graph holes, plural of graph hole. Graph homomorphism, a mapping between two graphs that respects their structure. Graph homomorphisms, plural of graph homomorphism. Graph minor, a graph which can be formed from some specified graph by performing vertex deletions, edge deletions, and edge contractions on the specified graph. Graph paper, paper ruled into small squares, usually of equal size, for use in drawing graphs or other charts. Graph papers, plural of graph paper. Graph state, any of a class of multipartite entangled quantum states that can be interpreted using the mathematics of graph theory. Graph states, plural of graph state. Graph theories, plural of graph theory. Graph theorist, a mathematician or computer scientist who specializes in graph theory. Graph theorists, plural of graph theorist. Graph theory, the branch of mathematics dealing with the properties of graphs, networks of vertices and edges. Graph toughness, a measure expressed by a positive integer with the exception of complete graphs of the connectivity of a graph. Graph-theoretic, alternative form of graph-theoretical. Graph-theoretical, relating to or using graph theory. Graph-theoretically, in a manner which uses graph theory. Graphable, capable of being plotted on a graph. Graphesthesia, alternative form of graphesthesia. Graphili, any of a group of metal-impregnated graphite materials commonly used for self-lubricating plain bearings or electrical contacts. Graphilis, plural of graphiloi. Graph analysis, the analysis of handwriting. Graphene, an extended two-dimensional hydrocarbon of general formula CHN derived from graphene by adding a hydrogen atom to each carbon atom alternately on each side of the plane. Graphene, plural of graphane. Graphene, a form of graphene in which each benzene ring is connected to each of 6 others by a diacetylene bridge. Graph, simple past and past participle of graph. Graphematic, pertaining to graphemes. Graphematics, graphemics. Grapheme, a fundamental unit of a writing system corresponding to, for example, letters in the English alphabet or Jamo in Korean Hangul. Grapheme cluster, a combination of code points representing a single graphical unit. Grapheme clusters, plural of grapheme cluster. Grapheme color, relating to the perception of colors caused by the sensing of graphemes, often modifies the term synesthesia or synesthete. Graphemes, plural of grapheme. Graphemic, of or pertaining to graphemes or their study. Graphemically, in terms of or by means of graphemes. Graphemics, the study of the graphemes or writing units of a script and of their relation to the phonemes of the spoken language. Graphene, any polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbon having the structure of part of a layer of graphite. Graphene layer, a single layer of a graphite molecule. Graphene layers, plural of graphene layer. Graphenes, plural of graphene. Graphenic, composed of graphene. Graphesthesia, the ability to recognize writing on the skin purely by the sensation of touch. Graphatic, of or relating to graphetics. Graphetically, in a graphetic manner. Graphetics, a branch of linguistics concerned with the analysis of the physical properties of shapes used in writing. Graphat, a generalization of a possibly disconnected graphlet. Graphats, plural of graphat. Graphex, a form of exchangeable graphon. Graphexes, plural of graphex. Graph, plural of graphe. Graphic, drawn, pictorial. Graphic abbreviation, a written abbreviation intended to be read aloud in full as the word from which it is abbreviated as opposed to reading it in its abbreviated form. Graphic abbreviations, plural of graphic abbreviation. Graphic artists, someone who uses visual art to create images for a specific purpose, such as advertising or web design, a graphic designer. Graphic artists, plural of graphic artists. Graphic design, the visual design and layout of communications materials such as logos, documents, signs, brochures, etc. Graphic designer, an artist who creates images for a specific purpose, such as advertising or web design. Graphic designers, plural of graphic designer. Graphic flutterer, a libellulate dragonfly, Raya Themis graphiptera of Australia, the Moluccas, New Guinea, and New Caledonia. Graphic flutterers, plural of graphic flutterer. Graphic novel, a comic book containing a single and full non-episodic story. Graphic novelist, a person who creates fiction using a succession of pictures interspersed with text, i.e. a comic book. Graphic novelists, plural of graphic novelists. Graphic novels, plural of graphic novel. Graphic tee, a t-shirt featuring an image. Graphic tees, plural of graphic tee. Graphicacy, the ability to comprehend information presented in graphical form, such as maps and charts. Graphical, written or engraved, formed of letters or lines. Graphical user interface, a type of user interface which allows people to interact with a computer through a metaphor of direct manipulation of graphical images and widgets in addition to text. Graphical user interfaces, plural of graphical user interface. Graphicalities, plural of graphicality. Graphicality, the quality of being graphical. Graphically, in a graphic manner. Graphicalness, the quality of being graphical. Graphicate, skilled in graphicacy. Graphician, a designer of graphics for computer software. Graphicians, plural of graphician. Obsolete form of graphic. Graphically, archaic form of graphically. Graphicness, the quality of being graphic, grotesqueness or vividness. Graphican, a category for graphical features used on social media platforms. Graphicans, plural of graphican. Graphics, the making of architectural or design drawings. Graphics adapter, video card. Graphics adapters, plural of graphics adapter. Graphics card, a circuit board that generates and controls the visual display on a computer screen. Graphics cards, plural of graphics card. Graphics engine, software engine in an application responsible for all functions pertaining to the graphics. Graphics engines, plural of graphics engine. Graphics processing unit, a specialized electronic circuit designed to accelerate the creation of images in a frame buffer intended for output to a display device. Graphics processing units, plural of graphics processing unit. Graphics tablet, an input device that enables a user to draw images by hand, as if with a pencil, and import them into a computer system. Graphics tablets, plural of graphics tablet. Graphics whore, a fan of computer graphics who favors good graphics over gameplay. Graphics whores, plural of graphics whore. Graphid, a lichen with apothecia in the form of lyerly, as in the genus Graphies. Graphidaceous, of or relating to the Graphidaceae. Graphids, plural of graphid. Gravis, plural of graphy. Graphe, present participle and gerund of graph. Graphing calculator, a handheld, usually programmable electronic calculator which is capable of solving equations, plotting graphs, and performing other tasks with variables. Graphing calculators, plural of graphing calculator. Graphing paper, graph paper. Graphing papers, plural of graphing paper. Graphes, plural of graphing. Grapheno, A massless charged relativistic quasi-particle that arises from the low-energy excitations in a 2D graphene sheet interacting with an electromagnetic field. Graphenos. Plural of grapheno. Graphiolaceous. Of or relating to the graphialaceae. Graphiological. Relating to graphiology. Graphiologist. An expert in graphiology. Graphiologists. Plural of graphiologists. Graphology. The study of handwriting, graphology. Graphoscope. Alternative form of graphoscope. Graphoscopes. Plural of graphoscope. Graphism. The expression of thought in material symbols. Graphisms. Plural of graphism. Graphist. A person able to communicate or depict information or art via graphism. Graphists. Plural of graphist. Graphite. A salt or ester of graphitic acid. Graphitates. Plural of graphitate. Graphite. An allotrope of carbon consisting of planes of carbon atoms arranged in hexagonal arrays with the planes stacked loosely, that is used as a dry lubricant in lead pencils and as a moderator in some nuclear reactors. Graphite bomb. A weapon used to disable electrical grids by spreading carbon filaments over electric installations such as power lines. Graphite bombs. Plural of graphite bomb. Graphite fluoride. Carbon monofluoride. Graphite fluorides. Plural of graphite fluoride. Graphite. Modified by the addition of graphite. Graphite-like. Resembling or characteristic of graphite. Graphites. Plural of graphite. Graphitic. Of. Relating to, resembling, or having the structure of graphite. Graphitic acid. Maleic acid. Graphithing. Present participle and gerund of graphite. Graphitization. Alternative form of graphitization. Graphitizations. Plural of graphitization. Graphitize. Alternative form of graphitize. Graphitized. Simple past and past participle of graphitize. Graphitizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of graphitize. Graphitizing. Present participle and gerund of graphitize. Graphitizable. Able to be converted to graphite. Graphitization. The formation of graphite from other organic materials. Graphitizations. Plural of graphitization. Graphitize. To convert to graphite. Graphitized. Converted to graphite. Graphitizes. Third person singular simple present indicative of graphitize. Graphitizing. Present participle and gerund of graphitize. Graphitide. Resembling graphite. Graphitoidal. Synonym of graphitoid. Graphio. A stylus for writing. Graphemes. Plural of graphium. Graphlet. A small, connected, non-isomorphic, induced subgraph of a large network. Graphlets. Plural of graphlet. Graphli. Resembling or characteristic of a graph. Grapho. Ready. Graphomet. A distinct part of a graphic display, typically an electroencephalogram. Graphoments. Plural of graphomet. Graphopidaxy. The growth of an aligned layer of single crystal from a seed on the surface of a substrate. Graphoglyptid, a trace fossil in the form of a horizontal wriggly burrow found in deep water. Graphoglyptids, plural of graphoglyptid. Graphoglide, a kind of trace fossil representing a burrow. Graphoglidids, plural of graphoglide. Graphogram, a wax cylinder on which a message is recorded. Graphograms, plural of graphogram. Graphite, a matroid that has two collections of non-empty subsets called circuits and cocircuits such that the intersection of any circuit and cocircuit is not only the identity matroid. No circuit properly contains another circuit, no cocircuit properly contains another cocircuit, and for any painting of M that colors exactly one element green and the rest either red or blue, there exists either a circuit containing the green element and no red elements, or a cocircuit containing the green element and no blue elements. Graphites, plural of graphite. Graphilagmia, a sexual predilection for obscene images. Grapholatry, the worship of writing. Rapholit, a written variant of a language analogous to a spoken dialect of a language. Rapolpto, of or relating to a grapholict. Grapholicts, plural of grapholict. Graphylite, any variety of slate suitable to be written on. Grapholites, plural of graphylite. Graphologic, graphological. Graphological, relating to graphology. Graphologically, in terms of or by means of graphology. Graphologies, plural of graphology. Graphologists, a practitioner of graphology. Graphologists, plural of graphologists. Graphology, the study of handwriting, especially as a means of analyzing a person's character. Graphomania, the compulsion to write. Graphomaniac, a compulsive writer. Graphomaniacs, plural of graphomaniac. Graphomanias, plural of graphomania. Graphometer, a surveyor's instrument for measuring angles. Graphometers, plural of graphometer. Graphometric, relating to graphometry. Graphometrical, graphometric. Graphometry, the measurement of various characteristics of handwriting so as to make deductions about the writer. Graphomotor, relating to the visual and motor skills involved in writing. Graphometricity, graphomotor abilities. Graphon, the completion of the metric space of the set of finite graphs endowed with the cut metric. Graphone, a partially hydrogenated form of graphene that is ferromagnetic. Graphones, plural of graphone. Graphonomic, relating to graphonomics. Graphonomics, the scientific analysis of the handwriting process and product, and of other graphic skills. Graphonomist, one who studies graphonomics. Graphonomists, plural of graphonomists. Graphonomy, synonym of graphonomics. Graphons, plural of graphon. Graphopathological, relating to graphopathology. Graphopathology, medical diagnosis based on a person's handwriting. Graphophobia, fear or dislike of writing. Graphophobic, exhibiting or relating to graphophobia, averse to writing. Graphophone, an improvement on the phonograph. Using a floating stylus to cut grooves into a wax-coated cardboard cylinder. Graphophones, plural of graphophone. Graphophonic, relating to the relationship between how words or characters look and how they sound. Graphophonically, in a graphophonic manner or context. Graphoria, clerical skill, and aptitude for dealing with written notes, numbers, etc. Graphria, the writing of random lists of meaningless words linked to schizophrenia. Graphoria, alternative form of graphoria, British spelling. Graphoscope, an optical instrument invented in the 19th century for magnifying, usually having one magnifying glass. Graphoscopes, plural of graphoscope. Graphospasm, writer's cramp, muscular spasms in the thumb and forefinger that occur when writing. Graphospasms, plural of graphospasm. Graphosphere, the totality of graphic devices used to record, store, display, and disseminate messages and information, and the social and cultural spaces in which they figure. Graphospheres, plural of graphosphere. Graphosyllabic, relating to graphemes and syllables. Graphotactic, relating to graphotactics. Graphotactically, in a graphotactic manner. Graphotactics, any system of rules concerning the order and arrangement of letters in words of a particular language, such as I before E except after C. Graphotype, a process for producing a design upon a surface in relief so that it can be printed from. Prepared chalk or zinc oxide is pressed upon a smooth plate by a hydraulic press, and the design is drawn upon this in a peculiar ink which hardens the surface wherever it is applied. The surface is then carefully rubbed or brushed, leaving the lines in relief. Graphotite, simple past and past participle of graphotite. Graphotypes, plural of graphotype. Graphotypic, of or relating to the graphotype process. Graphotyping, present participle and gerund of graphotype. Gratis, plural of graph. Graphene, a form of graphene in which each benzene ring is connected to each of 6 others by a triacetylene bridge. Graphwork, work based around graphs, data charts. Graphy, a particular spelling or written form in the context of the French language. Graphite, an allotrope of carbon related to graphene, consisting of a plane of benzene rings, each connected to 6 others by a acetylene moieties. Graphines, plural of graphine. Gratazine, a scene consisting of pictures rather than text. Gratazines, plural of graphzine. Grapier, comparative form of grapey, more grapey. Grapiest, superlative form of grapey, most grapey. Grapiness, a resemblance to grapes. Graping, present participle and gerund of grape. Grapist, filter avoidance, spelling of rapist. Grapists, plural of grapist. Grapple, obsolete form of grapple. Grappled, simple past and past participle of grapple. Grapples, third person singular simple present indicative of grapple. Grappling, a grapnel small anchor. Grapline, a grapnel small anchor. Graplines, plural of grapline. Grappling, present participle and gerund of grapple. Grapplins, plural of graplin. Ravno, a small anchor having more than 2 flukes used for anchoring a small vessel. Grapnel, simple past and past participle of grapnel. Grapneling, present participle and gerund of grapnel. Grapnels, plural of grapnel. Grappa, an Italian grape-based spirit of between 80 and 100 proof, made from the distillation of pomace. Grappas, plural of grappa. Grappenhall, a suburban area in Grappenhall and Thelwall Civil Parish, Warrington Borough, Cheshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 6386. Grappenhall and Thelwall, a civil parish in Warrington Borough, Cheshire, England. Grabber, a metal ring or leather strap on the base of a lance behind the grip, designed to stop the lance from moving backward by catching on the lance rest or on the lancer's chest and arm when the lance was tucked into the armpit. Gratters, plural of grapper. Grapple, to seize something and hold it firmly. Grapple plant, a South African herb, Carina leptocarpa, with woody fruits armed with long hooked or barbed thorns by which they adhere to cattle. Grapple plants, plural of grapple plant. Grapple with, synonym of deal with. Grappled, simple past and past participle of grapple. Grappled with, simple past and past participle of grapple with. Grappler, a grappling hook. Grapple hooks, plural of grapple hook. Grapplement, a grappling, close fight or embrace. Grappler, one who grapples. Grapplers, plural of grappler. Grapples, plural of grapple. Grapples with, third person singular simple present indicative of grapple with. Grapplesome, characterized or marked by grappling. Grapple, third person singular simple present indicative of grapple. Grappling, an act in which something is grappled or grappled with. Grappling hook, a type of hook attached to a line and designed to be thrown at a target, for example, rigging of an enemy ship for the purpose of catching hold of it. Grappling hooks, plural of grappling hook. Grappling iron, a metal hook attached to the end of a line used to hold two ships together. Grappling irons, plural of grappling iron. Grappling tongs, broad-mouthed tongs for gathering oysters. Grappling with, present participle and gerund of grapple with. Grapplings, plural of grappling. Raps, alternative form of grasp. Rhapsod, any crab in the family Grapsidae. Rhapsods, plural of rhapsod. Rhapsoi, relating to the genus Grapsis or family Grapsidae. Rhapsoids, plural of grapsoi. Graptolite, any of a group of extinct aquatic colonial invertebrates of the class Graptolithina from the Cambrian and Carboniferous periods. Graptolites, plural of graptolite. Graptolitic, of or pertaining to graptolites, containing graptolites. Graptoloid, any graptolite of the order Graptoloidea. Gravy, alternative form of grapey. RUS, acronym of generally recognized as safe, a designation by the FDA that a chemical or substance added to food is considered safe by food industry experts. RUS, a surname from French. GRES, acronym of generally regarded as safe and effective. Graceman, a surname. Gracer, a surname. Gracers, plural of gracer. Brezes, plural of graz. Bre, alternative form of Gorasia. Breas, plural of graja. Gresive. Comprehensive. Grazively, comprehensively, thoroughly. Bresbere, a village next to a lake of the same name in Lakes Parish, West Rowland and Furness, Cumbria, England, previously in South Lakeland District OS Grid Ref NY 3307. Bresmik, a surname from German. Bresmix, plural of Grasme. RASP, acronym of General Responsibility Assignment Software Patterns or Principles. RESP, to grip, to take hold particularly with the hand. Brass ball, lose all. One who wants everything may lose it all. Grasp at a straw, alternative form of grasp at straws. Grasp at straws, to guess randomly or pursue any apparent option due to a lack of clear choices or information. Grasp for straws, synonym of grasp at straws. Grasp the nettle, to act boldly, especially when there are short-term adverse consequences. Graspability, the quality of being graspable. Graspable, able to be grasped. Raft, simple past and past participle of grasped. Grasped at straws, simple past and past participle of grasp at straws. Grasped the nettle, simple past and past participle of grasp the nettle. Grasper, a person who grasps. Graspers, plural of grasper. Graspus, second person singular simple present indicative of grasped. Graspeth, third person singular simple present indicative of grasped. Graspful, the amount one can grasp at one time. Graspfuls, plural of graspful. Grasping, greedy, eager for wealth. Grasping for straws, present participle and gerund of grasp for straws. Grasping the nettle, present participle and gerund of grasp the nettle. Graspingly, in a grasping manner. Graspingness, the quality of being gasping. Graspings, plural of grasping. Graspless, without a grasp, relaxed. Grasplessness, lack of grasp. Rasps, plural of grasped. Grasps at straws, third person singular simple present indicative of grasp at straws. Grasps the nettle, third person singular simple present indicative of grasp the nettle. Rat, simple past and past participle of grasped. Ras, a group of languages spoken in Papua New Guinea. Grass assassin bug, any of the genus Lopodites of assassin bugs. Grass base, any fish of species Pomoxis nigromaculatus, speckled perch or black crappie. Grass beef, beef from grass-fed cattle. Grass carp, a freshwater fish species of the family Cyprinidae Cetanofaringodonidella, native to Eastern Asia. Grass carps, plural of grass carp. Grass catcher, a box attached to a lawnmower to collect the cut grass. Grass catchers, plural of grass catcher. Grass Cay, an island of the United States Virgin Islands. Grass cloth, alternative form of grass cloth. Grass cloths, plural of grass cloth. Grass court, a tennis court with a grass surface. Grass courts, plural of grass court. Grass crab spider, any crab spider in the genus Oxytate. Grass crown, the highest and rarest of all military decorations in the Roman Republic and early Roman Empire, presented to a general, commander, or officer whose actions saved a legion or the entire army, and taking the form of a chaplet made from plant materials taken from the battlefield. Grass crowns, plural of grass crown. Grass dance, a modern Native American men's powwow dance performed wearing colorful fringes and originating among warrior societies on the northern Great Plains. Grass dances, plural of grass dance. Grass fire, alternative form of grass fire. Grass fires, plural of grass fire. Grass frog, any of several Australian terrestrial tree frogs. Grass growth, a grub of species Costelytra zealandica that attacks the roots of grass causing pasture damage, regarded as an agricultural pest. Grass grubs, plural of grass grub. Grass hand, an additional worker taken on at busy times. Grass hands, plural of grass hand. Grass hockey, field hockey. Grass jelly, a jello-like dessert found in China, Taiwan, and Southeast Asia, made by boiling grass or leaves of a plant in the mint family Platystoma pallister with potassium carbonate, and then cooling the liquid to a jello-like consistency. Grass knot, synonym of water knot type of bend knot. Grass knots, plural of grass knot. Grass Lake, an unincorporated community in Illinois. Grass moon, a full moon in April. Grass moons, plural of grass moon. Grass moth, any of the family family of moths. Grass moths, plural of grass moth. Grass mud horse, one of the 10 mythical beta deities invented by Chinese internet users for the purpose of circumventing censorship, usually depicted as resembling an alpaca, and is supposedly living in the Malar-Gobi desert. Grass mud horses, plural of grass mud horse. Grass of Parnassus, bog star, any of the genus Parnassia of plants. Grass oil, a fragrant, volatile essential oil obtained in India from grasses of the genus Simapagan, etc., and used in perfumery. Grass oils, plural of grass oil. Grass on, to betray by informing on. Grass parrot, any of various parrots that live in gassy country, especially of the genera Cephidus and Neophima. Grass parrots, plural of grass parrot. Grass pea, synonym of chickling vetch. Grass peas, plural of grass pea. Grass pink, the flowering plant Dianthus plumarius. Grass pinks, plural of grass pink. Grass plot, an area of grass on which cars may be parked. Grass plot, plural of grass plot. Grass plover, an upland sandpiper Bartramia longicauda. Grass plovers, plural of grass plover. Grass rake, synonym of lawn rake. Grass rakes, plural of grass rake. Grass rat, any rodent of the genus Arvicanthus. Grass rats, plural of grass rat. Grassrooter, one who belongs to or supports the grassroots of an industry, organization, etc. Grassroots, people and society at the local most basic level rather than at the national center of political activity. Grass script, a style of cursive script used in Chinese calligraphy. Grass shrimp, certain shrimp of North American waters. Grass sickness, equine dysautonomia, a rare but predominantly fatal polyneuropathy in horses and donkeys. Grass skirt, a skirt made from long-dried grass or synthetic material resembling it. Grass skirts, plural of grass skirt. Grass snake, a non-venomous snake of species Natrix natrix, native to Europe, with a yellow collar. Grass snakes, plural of grass snake. Grass staggers, synonym of grass tetany. Grass tetany, a metabolic disease of ruminants involving magnesium deficiency and usually occurring after grazing on pastures of rapidly growing grass. Grass time, the time during the year when animals are grazing. Grass times, plural of grass time. Grass top, the tip of a blade or stalk of grass. Grass tops, of, related to, or involving local influential figures. Grass trap, a knot tied in a tuft of grass intended to trip another person as a prank. Grass traps, plural of grass trap. Grass tree, any of various small trees of the family Xanthoraceae, especially of the genus Xanthorea, having a thick trunk crown with a dense tuft of pendulous, grass-like leaves. Grass trees, plural of grass tree. Grass up, to betray by informing on. Grass Valley, a city in Nevada County, California, United States. Grass warbler, any of the genus Locustella of small passerine birds. Grass warblers, plural of grass warbler. Grass widow, a married woman whose spouse is away. Grass widower, a married man whose spouse is away. Grass widowers, plural of grass widower. Grass widowhood, the state of being a grass widow. Grass widows, plural of grass widow. Grass bird, alternative form of grass bird Megalurus spp. Grass cock, a cock, small pile of grass cut, gathered, and piled. Grass cocks, plural of grass cock. Grass scommer, a country fellow, a rustic. Grass comers, plural of grass commer. Grass dart, any of various SB of in editing guzzy areas. Grass darts, plural of grass dart. Grass cedar, an organism notable for eating grass. Grass cedars, plural of grass cedar. Grass fed, of cattle or other livestock fed on pasture. Grass green, a bright green color like that of grass. Grass greens, plural of grass green. Grass roam, covered with or overgrown with grass. Graspy, alternative spelling of grass pea. Grass bees, plural of grass bee. Grass-rooted, of ground or soil, consisting of grassy roots, grassy. Grassroots, alternative spelling of grassroots. Grass skipper, any of various hesperiid butterflies that inhabit grasslands. Grass skippers, plural of grass skipper. Grass stops. Alternative form of grass tops. Grass widowed. Having become or been made into a grass widow. Grassello. Any of various paired butterflies of the genus Eurima. Grassellos. Plural of grassello. Bressation. A wandering about with evil intentions, a rioting. Bressations. Plural of grassation. Grassether. Any harvestman of the infraorder grassetters. Grassetters. Plural of grassetter. Grassbird. Any of various warblers, many formerly in genus Metallurus. Grassbirds. Plural of grassbird. Grassbox. The receptacle on a lawn mower that holds the cut grass. Grassboxes. Plural of grassbox. Gresby. A surname. Gresbys. Plural of grass. Grasscloth, a wall covering made from the fibers of jute. Rushes, or other grasses. Grasscloths, plural of grasscloth. Grasscourt, pertaining to a grass tennis court. Grashcroft, a village in Saddleworth Parish, Metropolitan Borough of Oldham, Greater Manchester, England. OS Grid Ref SD 9704. Grascutter, the cane rat. Grasscutters, plural of grasscutter. Grasscutting, the cutting of grass. Grasscycle, to leave short grass clippings on a lawn as nutrient. Grasscycled, simple past and past participle of grasscycle. Grass cycles, third person singular simple present indicative of grass cycle. Grass cycling, the practice of leaving short grass clippings on a lawn as nutrient. Grass, a place name. Grass eater, a white person, especially an Irishman. Grass eaters, plural of grass eater. Grass, simple past and past participle of grass. Grass on, simple past and past participle of grass on. Grassed up, simple past and past participle of grass up. Grassel, a surname from German. Grassels, plural of grassel. Grassendale, a suburb in the south of the city of Liverpool, Merseyside, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 3985. Grass S, of or pertaining to grass plants. Grasser, a surname. Grassery, a nucleopolyhydroviral disease of silkworms. Grassers, plural of grasser. Grasses, plural of grass. Grass is on, third person singular simple present indicative of grass on. Grass is up, third person singular simple present indicative of grass up. Grassette, a surname from French. Grassfield, a lush highland savanna in Cameroon. Grassfields, a branch of the southern Bantoid languages spoken in Cameroon and Nigeria. Grassfinch, any Australian finch of the genus Pophylla. Grassfinches, plural of grassfinch. Grassfire, a fire burning over grass or grassland. Grassfires, plural of grassfire. Grassfire, alternative spelling of grass frog. Grasssock, any of various species of libellula dragonfly of the genus Neurothemis. Grasshawks, plural of grasshawk. Grasshawk, a sickle. Grasshooks, plural of grasshook. Grasshop, a grasshopper. Grasshopped, simple past and past participle of grasshop. Grasshopper, a mostly herbivorous insect of the order Orthoptera, noted for its ability to jump long distances and for the habit of some species communicating by stridulation. They are related to but distinct from crickets. Grasshopper grain, a bright green color like that of some grasshoppers. Grasshopper grains, plural of grasshopper green. Grasshopper mice, plural of grasshopper mouse. Grasshopper mouse, any of the genus Onychomes of rodents found in North America. Grasshopper pie, a kind of mint and chocolate pie served chilled. Grasshopper pies, plural of grasshopper pie. Grasshopper Pueblo, an ancient village in Arizona, United States. Grasshopper warbler, any of a number of species of small songbirds in the genera Locustella and Helipsalts, especially Locustella nevea. Grasshopper warblers, plural of grasshopper warbler. Grasshopperdom, the state or essence of being a grasshopper. Grasshoppered, simple past and past participle of grasshopper. Grasshoppering, present participle of grasshopper. Grasshopperish, resembling or characteristic of a grasshopper. Grasshopper-like, resembling or characteristic of a grasshopper. Grasshoppers, plural of grasshopper. Grasshopping, moving rapidly from one thing to another. Grasshops, plural of grasshop. That's an alternative form of Gorasia. Grassass, plural of Grassia. Grasse, a surname. Grasse, comparative form of grassy, more grassy. Grasses, plural of grassy. Grassiest, superlative form of grassy, most grassy. Grassily, in a grassy way. Grassiness, the characteristic of being grassy. Grassing, present participle and gerund of grass. Grassing on, present participle and gerund of grass on. Grassing up, present participle and gerund of grass up. Grassings, plural of grassing. Grassington, a small market town and civil parish in North Yorkshire. Grass up. Grassings, plural of grassing. Grassington, a small market town and civil parish in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Craven District OS Grid Ref SC0064. Grassland, an area dominated by grass or grass-like vegetation. Grasslander, someone who lives in the grasslands. Grasslanders, plural of grasslander. Grasslands, plural of grassland. Grassless, lacking grass. Grasslessness, absence of grass. Grassley, a surname. Grass-like, that has the characteristics of grass. Grassling, a small or young sprout of grass. Grasslings, plural of grassling. Grassman, a surname from German. Grassman, a surname from German. Grassmann algebra, a direct sum with an exterior product of multivector spaces which are all based on a same underlying finite-dimensional vector space. The associative algebra of sums and exterior products of scalars, vectors, blades, multivectors, and hybrid, i.e. non-homogeneous sums of multivectors of different grades. Grassmann algebras, plural of Grassmann algebra. Grassmann's law, a dissimilatory phonological process in ancient Greek and Sanskrit, according to which an aspirated consonant loses its aspiration if it is followed by another aspirated consonant in the next syllable. Grassmannian, a space which parameterizes all linear subspaces of a vector space of a given dimension. Grassmannians, plural of Grassmannian. Grassmanns, plural of Grassmann. Grassmar, a village in Grassmoor, Hasland and Winsick Parish, Northeast Derbyshire District, Derbyshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 4066. Grassna, the plant Tritolaea laxa. Grasso, a surname from Italian. Grassoline, gasoline produced from grass. Grassos, plural of grasso. Graspia, alternative spelling of graspy. Graspias, plural of graspia. Graspla, a plot of land on which grass grows. Grassplats, plural of grassplats. Grassplot, alternative form of grassplot. Grassplots, plural of grassplot. Grasque, any of several small tropical birds now placed in the tanager family Thropidae, but previously in Emberizidae, common in the West Indies and in countries of Central and South America around the Caribbean Sea. Grassquets, plural of grassquet. Grassers, alternative form of grassroots. Grassroots, of or relating to people or society at the local level, particularly in politics, social movements, etc. of the grassroots. Grassroots democracy, the political processes which are driven by groups of ordinary citizens as opposed to larger organizations or wealthy individuals with concentrated vested interests in particular policies. Grassroots leader, a government-appointed volunteer who serves in an organization with the main purpose of bridging the gap between the Singapore government and the people. Grassroots leaders, plural of grassroots leader. Grassrootsy, characteristic of grassroots movements, local, small scale. Grassrope, a surname from. Grasstop, alternative form of grass top. Grass stops, of, related to, or involving local influential figures. Grass tree, alternative form of grass tree. Grass trees, plural of grass tree. Grasture, a grassy pasture. Grastures, plural of grasture. Grassum, alternative form of gersum. Grassums, plural of grassum. Grassward, toward the grass. Grasswards, towards the grass. Grassweed, any weed that is a grass. Grassweeds, plural of grassweed. Grasswell, a surname. Grasswidowhood, alternative form of grass widowhood. Grasswork, the making of handicrafts such as woven baskets from grass. Grassrack, the eelris growing abundantly a Masigos. Grefrin, any of the birds in the Mallory genus Amitornis. Grasswrens, plural of grasswren. Grasse, covered with grass. Gracias, I dialect spelling of grassass. Gracias, alternative form of grassass. Grassy bay, Synonym of Jamaica Bay. Graston, a surname. Graston technique, a form of therapy for diagnosing and treating disorders of the skeletal muscles and related connective tissue, employing a number of shaped instruments used to rub the muscles. Grasty, a surname. Grasties, plural of grasti. What? Grant or obtained annuity trusts. What? A gratuity or tip. Gradable, alternative form of gradable. Brace, a horizontal metal grill through which liquid, ash, or small objects can fall, while larger objects cannot. Gradable, suitable for grading. Gradative, produced by grading. Grateful, appreciative, thankful. Grateful, obsolete form of grateful. Gratefuler, comparative form of grateful, more grateful. Gratefulest, superlative form of grateful, most grateful. Gratefully, in a grateful manner. Gratefulness, the state of being grateful. Gratefulnesses, plural of gratefulness. Brightless, without a grate. Brightly, a village and civil parish in Test Valley District, Hampshire, England. OS grid ref Asu 2741. Braider, a surname. Braider cake, a Jamaican dessert of grated coconut and a fondant of sugar. Grater cakes, plural of grater cake. Graters, plural of grater. Greats, plural of great. Grata, third person singular simple present indicative of great. Great-wise, in the manner of a grate, arranged as if in a grate. Graticulate, to divide into a grid of horizontal and vertical lines. Graticulated, simple past and past participle of graticulate. Graticulates, third person singular simple present indicative of graticulate. Graticulating, present participle and gerund of graticulate. Graticulation, the division of a design or draft into squares in order to reproduce it more easily in larger or smaller dimensions. Graticulations, plural of graticulation. Graticule, a grid of horizontal and vertical lines. Graticules, plural of graticule. Gratifiability, the quality of being gratifiable. Gratifiable, that can be gratified. Gratification, the act of gratifying or pleasing either the mind or the appetite or taste. Gratifications, plural of gratification. Gratify, simple past and past participle of gratify. Gratifiably, with gratification. Gratifier, someone who gratifies. Gratifiers, plural of gratifier. Gratifies, third person singular simple present indicative of gratify. Gratifius, second person singular simple present indicative of gratify. Gratifius, third person singular simple present indicative of gratify. Gratify, to please. Gratifying, present participle and gerund of gratify. Gratifyingly, in a manner that gratifies. Grata, a course of study at secondary level in which ancient Greek and Latin are combined into a single timetabled subject. Gratin dauphinois, a French dish based on potatoes and crème fraîche from the Dauphiné region. Gratinate, to bake so as to form a gratin. Gratinated, simple past and past participle of gratinate. Gratinates. Third person singular simple present indicative of gratinate. Gratinating. Present participle and gerund of gratinate. Gratinate. Alternative form of gratinate. Gratinate. Simple past and past participle of gratinate. Gratiny. Alternative spelling of gratinate. Gratinate. Synonym of gratin. Gratiny. Simple past and past participle of gratiny. Gratinate. Simple past and past participle of gratinate. Gratiny. Alternative spelling of gratinate. Gratinate. Simple past and past participle of gratinate. Gratie. Present participle and gerund of gratiny. Gratnang. Present participle and gerund of gratine. Gratines. Plural of gratiny. Gratinaes. Plural of gratine. Gratinang. Present participle and gerund of gratine. Gratinaes. Plural of gratine. Grating. Harsh and unpleasant. Gratingly. With a grating sound. Gratingness. The quality of being grating. Gratings. Plural of grating. Gratins. Plural of gratin. Gratolen. One of the essential principles of the hedge-hyssop gladiola officinales. Betazolen. A glucoside found in gladiola. Veda. A surname. Gradius County. One of 83 counties in Michigan, United States. County seat, Ithaca. Gracious. Obsolete form of gracious. Graciously. Obsolete form of graciously. Gratis. Free, without charge. Gratitude. The state of being grateful. Gratitudes. Plural of gratitude. Gratitudinal. Expressive of or pertaining to gratitude. Gretha. A census-designated place in Sonoma County, California, United States. Gratinite. A trigonal to trigonal pyramidal mineral containing arsenic, lead, and sulfur. Weth. Plural of rat. Rats. Congratulations. Gratage. The scraping away of granulations from an ulcer, etc. in order to stimulate healing. Gratages. Plural of gratage. Grata. A surname. Gratins. Plural of gratin. Graterolate. A trigonal to trigonal pyramidal mineral containing iron, oxygen, and phosphorus. Gratoir. Synonym of enscraper. Gratoirs. Plural of gratoir. Grata. A civil parish in Derbyshire Dales District, Derbyshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 205,061. Gratins. Plural of gratin. Gratuities. Plural of gratuity. Gratuitous. Misspelling of gratuitous. Gratuitous. Given freely, unearned. Gratuitously. Freely, in the manner of a gift without being earned. Gratuitousness. The characteristic or state of being gratuitous. Gratuity. An additional payment given freely as thanks for service. Gratulate. Expressing pleasure or joy. Gratulate. To express joy at an event or situation. Gratulated. Simple past and past participle of gratulate. Gratulates. Third person singular simple present indicative of gratulate. Gratulating. Present participle and gerund of gratulate. Gratulation, a feeling of happiness and satisfaction, joy, especially at one's good fortune. Gratulations, plural of gratulation. Gratulate orally, congratulate orally. Gratulatory, congratulatory. Rat, a surname. Ra, a surname. Graubünden, a canton of Switzerland, the German name. Gra, a surname. Grauer, a surname. Grauer's Broadbill, a bird of the species Pseudocalyptoma graueri from Africa. Grauers, plural of grauer. Ra, a surname. Rales, a surname from Hungarian. Raus, plural of graal. Gra, clipping of Graniat, the Guardian newspaper. Grunch, to grind or crunch. Grunch, simple past and past participle of grunch. Grunches, third person singular simple present indicative of grunch. Grunching, present participle and gerund of grunch. Grun, obsolete form of grand. Grania, The Guardian, a British daily national newspaper. Grut, archaic spelling of grant. Grunted, simple past and past participle of grunt. Gruntest, second person singular simple present indicative of grunt. Grunta, third person singular simple present indicative of grunt. Grunty, a great aunt. Grunties, plural of grunty. Grunting, present participle and gerund of grunt. Grunts, plural of grunt. Grunty, alternative form of grunty. Dropbell, a precipitation that forms when supercooled droplets of water condense on a snowflake. Gropels, plural of gropel. Grass, plural of grau. Grauwaki, Greywaki. Grauwakis, plural of grauwaki. Gra, a unit of force or acceleration equal to the standard acceleration of freefall. Gravidlax, alternative form of gravlax. Gravimen, a grievance complained of. Gravimens, plural of gravimen. Gravimina, plural of gravimen. Graviminus, serious, grave. Gravastar, a proposed alternative to black holes that is more consistent with quantum mechanics. Gravastars, plural of gravastar. Graviter, an image avatar that registered users can use automatically on various blogging sites. Gravitors, plural of gravator. Gravat, a surname. Gravats, plural of gravat. Grave, a surname. Grave accent, a diacritic mark used in many languages to distinguish the pronunciations of vowels. Grave accents, plural of grave accent. Grave as a judge, faulis serias. Grave candle, a candle lit in memory of the dead or to commemorate a solemn event. Grave candles, plural of grave candle. Grave dancer, one who dances on someone's grave. Grave dancers, plural of grave dancer. Grave dancing, the act of adding insult to injury. Gravedigger. Alternative form of gravedigger. Grave good. Singular of grave goods. Grave goods. The artifacts, jewelry, animals, slaves, etc. buried with a dead person in a grave or tomb. Grave lantern. A lantern serving the same purpose as a grave candle. Grave lanterns. Plural of grave lantern. Grave marker. A tombstone or other permanent fixed object to indicate the location of a grave. Grave markers. Plural of grave marker. Grave robber. Alternative spelling of graverobber. Grave robbers. Plural of grave robber. Gray wax. A waxy substance found on corpses, adiposer. Graves oak. Quercus gravesii, an oak of northeast Mexico and Texas. Grave dancey, celebrating the demise or downfall of something. Grave good, singular of grave goods. Grave goods, alternative form of grave goods. Grave rob, to steal items from a person's grave. Grave rob, simple past and past participle of grave rob. Grave robbing, present participle and gerund of grave rob. Grave robbings, plural of grave robbing. Grave robs. Third person singular simple present indicative of grave rob. Grave bound, headed for the grave or death. Gravecloth, synonym of grave clothes. Grave clothes, the clothes in which a corpse is buried. Gravecloths, plural of gravecloth. Graved, simple past of grave. Grave dance, a celebratory dance performed on a grave. Grave danced. Simple past and past participle of grave dance. Grave dancer, one who rejoices in the death or demise of another, one who dances on someone's grave. Grave dancers, plural of grave dancer. Grave dances, plural of grave dance. Grave dancing, alternative spelling of grave dancing. Gravedigger, a person employed to dig graves. Gravediggers, plural of gravedigger. Gravedigging, the digging of graves. Gravedeans, plural of gravito. Gravito, a cold in the head or nasal catarrh. Gravedom, the place, home, abode, or world of the dead. Death, grave. Graveful, enough to fill a grave. Gravefuls, plural of graveful. Gravelite, an orthorhombic dipyramidal colorless mineral containing hydrogen, manganese, oxygen, and sulfur. Gravekeeper, a graveyard attendant. Gravekeepers, plural of gravekeeper. Gravel, a surname. Gravel bicycle, alternative form of gravel bike. Gravel bike, a type of road bike similar to those used in cyclocross but geared toward gravel roads. Gravel bikes, plural of gravel bike. Gravel cruncher, a member of the military who is deployed on the ground rather than airborne. Gravel crunchers, plural of gravel cruncher. Gravel cycling, a cycling discipline different from road cycling, mountain biking, and cyclocross, for a large part on gravel roads. roads, typically with a dedicated gravel bicycle. Gravel gurdy, a chamber with a roof covered by a deep pile of gravel within which nuclear warheads may be maintained. In the event of a non-nuclear explosion, the roof is weakened and the gravel falls and prevents the escape of nuclear material. Gravel gurdies, plural of gravel gurdy. Gravel nest, a shallow depression made in the gravel bed of a water body in which fish lay eggs. Gravel nests, plural of gravel nest. Gravel pit, a quarry from which gravel for construction purposes is obtained. Gravel pits, plural of gravel pit. Gravel road, a road with a gravel surface instead of asphalt, bitumen, or concrete. Gravel road cop, an officer of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police. Gravel road cops, plural of gravel road cop. Gravel roads, plural of gravel road. Gravel stop, flashing installed to prevent the gravel surfacing from being washed off a roof by heavy rain. Gravel stops, plural of gravel stop. Gravel trap, a gravel-filled zone on a racetrack used as a hazard, exclusionary region, and safety device to slow down and trap vehicles. Gravel traps, plural of gravel trap. Gravel blind, more than partially blind but not completely blind. Gravel walk, a path laid out with a gravel surface. Gravel walks, plural of gravel walk. Gravel diver, Sidalina surdale, a small, compact perciform fish with a snake-like head. Gravel divers, plural of gravel diver. Gravel, simple past and past participle of gravel. Graveler, one who deals, sells, or works with the gravel. Gravelers, plural of graveler. Graveless, without a grave. Gravelessness, absence of a grave. Gravelly, a village and civil parish in Huntingdonshire District, Cambridgeshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 2464. Gravelies, plural of gravelly. Graveliest, superlative form of gravely, most gravely. Graveliferous, containing gravel. Grave-like, resembling or characteristic of a grave burial place. Gravelin, alternative form of graveling. Graveline, a surname. Gravelines, plural of graveline. Graveliness, alternative form of graveliness. Graveling, alternative form of graveling. Gravelings, plural of graveling. Gravelins, plural of gravelin. Gravelish, alternative form of gravelish. Gravel, obsolete form of gravel. Gravel, a surname. Gravelled, simple past and past participle of gravel. Graveler, alternative form of graveler. Gravelers, plural of graveler. Gravels, plural of gravel. Graveliest, superlative form of gravelly, most gravelly. Gravel-like, resembling or characteristic of gravel. Graveliness, the quality of being gravelly. Graveling, the par or young salmon. Gravelings, plural of graveling. Gravelish, synonym of gravelly. Gravelous, alternative form of gravelous. Gravelly, full of, covered with, or similar to gravel or pebbles. Gravelly hill, a suburb and named road in the city of Birmingham, West Midlands, England. OS Grid Ref SB 1090. Gravelometer, a device that measures the resistance to damage of a surface caused by flying, grit, and gravel, etc. Gravelometers, plural of gravelometer. Gravelous, synonym of gravelly. Gravels, plural of gravel. Gravely, a surname. Graveleys, plural of gravely. Gravemaker, synonym of gravedigger, one who digs graves. Gravemakers, plural of gravemaker. Gravemaking, synonym of gravedigging. Gravemarker, alternative spelling of gravemarker. Gravemarkers, plural of grave marker. Grave mound, a tumulus over a tomb. Grave mounds, plural of grave mound. Grave, a surname. Graven image, a carved idol or representation of a god used as an object of worship. Graven images, plural of graven image. Gravened, simple past and past participle of graven. Graveness, the state of being grave, gravity. Graveney, a village in Graveney with Goodnestone Parish, Swall Borough, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TR 0562. Graveney with Goodnestone, a civil parish in Swall District, Kent, England, that includes the named places. Gravemees, plural of graveme. Gravening, present participle and gerund of graven. Gravens, plural of graven. Gravenstein, a variety of autumn apple with deep red or orange streaks. Gravensteins, plural of gravenstein. Gravelance, a strong offensive smell, rancidity. Gravelency, alternative form of gravelance. Gravelent, that has a rank smell. Graver, a surname. Graveries, plural of gravery. Gravera, alternative form of grave rob. Graverod, robbed from a grave. Graverobber, one who robs graves or tombs in order to sell the contents for profit. Graverobbers, plural of graverobber. Graverobbing, the practice of illegally removing corpses or other items from graves, originally to supply cadavers for medical study. Graverobbings, plural of graverobbing. Graverobs, third person singular simple present indicative of graverob. Gravers, plural of graver. Gravery, the process or technique of engraving. Graves, a region close to Bordeaux in southwestern France. Graves County, one of 120 counties in Kentucky, United States. County seat, Mayfield. Graves' disease, hyperthyroidism accompanied by protrusion of the eyeballs. Graves' ophthalmopathy, an autoimmune inflammatory disorder of the orbit and periorbital tissues. Gravesend, an ancient town situated on the Thames estuary in northwest Kent, England, and the administrative centre of Gravesham Borough. OS Grid Ref TQ 6474. Gravesful, plural of graveful. Gravetown, a borough of Kent, England. The main town is Gravesend. Gravesian, pertaining to Robert Graves' 1895-1985 5. English poet and novelist. Grave sigh. They immediately edited. Grave sides. Plural of grave sigh. Grave sigh. The location of a grave. Grave sites. Plural of grave sites. Gravesome. Very serious, full of weight, meaning grievous. Gravesen. A surname. Gravest. Superlative form of grave, most grave. Gravestead. The place where a grave or graves are located. A grave, a burial ground, cemetery. Gravesteads. Plural of gravestead. Gravestone. A stone slab set at the head of a grave. Gravestone. Having gravestones. Gravestones. Plural of gravestone. Gravitero. A pink-legged gravitero, a bird of species Acrobatornis fonsecae, endemic to Brazil. Graviteros. Plural of gravitero. Grava. Third person singular simple present indicative of grave. Gravet. A surname. Gravet. A prehistoric flint blade. Gravette. Plural of gravette. Gravettion. Or relating to a specific archaeological tool-making industry of the European Upper Paleolithic era prevalent before the last glacial maximum, c. 33,000–20,000 BCE. Gravette. Plural of gravet. Graveward. Towards the grave. Gravewards. Towards the grave. Graveyard. A tract of land in which the dead are buried. Graveyard of empires. Afghanistan. Graveyard of empires. Alternative letter-case form of graveyard of empires. Graveyard of the Atlantic. A nickname for the treacherous waters and area of numerous shipwrecks off the outer banks of North Carolina, United States. Graveyard orbit. An orbit where spacecraft which have reached their end of life can be safely positioned to avoid colliding with other spacecraft or the Earth. Graveyard orbits. Plural of graveyard orbit. Graveyard poetry. A type of morbid poetry which lingers on human mortality, tombs, and burial grounds, popular in the pre-Romantic period of 18th century Britain. Graveyard shift. A work shift late at night, especially one from midnight to 8 a.m. on a 3-shift schedule. Graveyard shifts. Plural of graveyard shift. Graveyard slot. A time period, especially very late at night, during which the audience is very small compared to other times of the day. Graveyard slots. Plural of graveyard slot. Graveyard spiral. The downward, corkscrew motion of a disabled aircraft which is unrecoverably headed for a crash. Graveyard spirals. Plural of graveyard spiral. Graveyard stew. Synonym of milquetoast. Graveyard watch. The middle watch on a ship from midnight to 4 a.m. Graveyard watches. Plural of graveyard watch. Graveyards. Plural of graveyard. Bravery. Resembling or characteristic of a graveyard. Gravity. Gravitational. Gravisbolo. An early form of piano derived from the harpsichord. Gravisbolos. Plural of gravisbolo. Gravisption. The detection of the Earth's gravitational field by an organism. Gravisptional. Relating to gravisption or gravispters. Gravisptive, relating to gravisption. Gravisptor, any receptor that gives an organism information about its position relative to the local gravitational field. Gravisptors, plural of gravisptor. Gravid, pregnant. Gravida, a pregnant woman. Gravity, plural of gravida. Gravidas, plural of gravida. Gravidated, made pregnant, impregnated. Gravidation, pregnancy. Diamagnetic, describing any diamagnetic effect produced by a gravitational field. Gravidic, relating to pregnancy. Gravidism, the state of being pregnant. Gravidities, plural of gravidity. Gravidity, pregnancy. Gravidly, in a gravid manner. Gravidness, the condition of being gravid, pregnancy. Gravid dynamics, gravitational dynamics. Gravy, of food, cooked, dressed, or served in gravy. Vevia, a type of cheese used in Greek cuisine. Gravies, plural of gravy. Gravigrade, slow-paced. Gravigrades, plural of gravigrade. Gravimagnetic, gravitomagnetic. Gravimagnetization, the generation of gravitomagnetism, making gravitomagnetic. Gravimeter, an instrument used to measure local variations in the gravitational field. Gravimeters, plural of gravimeter. Gravimetric, of or pertaining to measurement by weight. Gravimetric analyzes, plural of gravimetric analysis. Gravimetric analysis, any of several methods and techniques of analytical chemistry in which the amount of a substance in a sample is determined by weighing a precipitate, filtrate, residue, etc. after some physical or chemical process. Gravimetrical, gravimetric. Gravimetrically, using a gravimetric method. Gravimetries, plural of gravimetry. Gravimetry, the measurement of gravity, the strength of the gravitational field. Gravina, a surname from Italian. Gradines, plural of gravina. Gravinastic, of or relating to gravinesty. Gravinesty, a nastic response to gravity. Graving, present participle and gerund of grave. Graving dock, synonym of dry dock. Graving docks, plural of graving dock. Gravings, plural of graving. Graviella, synonym of soursop. Graviperception, perception of gravity. Graviperceptor, the organ responsible for graviperception. Graviperceptors, plural of graviperceptor. Graviphoton, a hypothetical particle that emerges as an excitation of the gravitational field but whose physical properties are virtually indistinguishable from a photon. Graviphotonic, of or relating to graviphotons. Graviphotons, plural of graviphoton. Graviportal, of an animal physically adapted only for moving slowly over land due to a high body weight. Graviportality, the quality of being graviportal. Graviportally, in a graviportal manner. Graviproprioception, proprioception via the sensing of the effects of gravity weight on body parts. Graviproprioceptive, relating to graviproprioception. Graviraction, reaction to gravity, such as gravitropism in a plant. Gravireception, alternative form of graviception. Gravireceptor, any receptor that gives the brain information concerning the direction of gravitational forces and hence a sense of up and down. Gravireceptors, plural of gravireceptor. Graviresponse, the response of a plant in its growth habit to gravity. Graviresponses, plural of graviresponse. Gravisaurian, any dinosaur of the clade Gravisauria. Gravisaurians, plural of Gravisaurian. Graviscalar, a radiant. Graviscalars, plural of graviscalar. Gravisensing, the sensing of the effects of gravity on the typically of a plant. Gravisensitivity, sensitivity typically of a plant to the effects of gravity, weight of its parts. Gravisensor, a gravitational sensor. Gravisensors, plural of gravisensor. Gravistatic, as a result of gravitation. Gravistimulate, to stimulate by gravistimulation. Gravistimulated, stimulated by gravistimulation. Gravistimulating, causing gravistimulation. Gravistimulation, stimulation by gravity. Gravistimulations, plural of gravistimulation. Gravistimulus, a stimulus produced by gravistimulation. Gravitactic, of or pertaining to gravitaxis. Gravidal, relating to or produced by gravity. Gravitas, seriousness in bearing or manner, dignity. Gravitate, to move under the force of gravity. Gravitated, simple past and past participle of gravitate. Gravitates, third person singular simple present indicative of gravitate. Gravitating, present participle and gerund of gravitate. Gravitation, the fundamental force of attraction that exists between all matter in the universe, caused by the curvature of space-time caused by matter. It is the weakest of the four fundamental interactions and possesses a gauge boson known as the graviton. Gravitational, pertaining to or caused by gravity or gravitation. Gravitational assist, alternative form of gravity assist. Gravitational assists, plural of gravitational assist. Gravitational collapse, the stage in the evolution of a star in which the pressure of the star is insufficient to maintain it at a stable size and its material falls inward under its own gravity, eventually forming a black hole or a neutron star, and sometimes accompanied by a supernova explosion. Gravitational collapses, plural of gravitational collapse. Gravitational constant, an empirical physical constant involved in the calculation of the gravitational attraction between objects with mass. Gravitational convection, the convection carriage of contents of a fluid, such as mass or heat, by means of currents induced in the fluid by buoyancy forces which are dependent on gravity acting upon density differences within the fluid. Gravitational convections, plural of gravitational convection. Gravitational field, the field produced by the gravitational force of mass. Gravitational fields, plural of gravitational field. Gravitational force, a very long range but relatively weak fundamental force of attraction that acts between all particles that have mass, believed to be mediated by gravitons. Gravitational forces, plural of gravitational force. Gravitational interaction, the fundamental interaction responsible for the gravitational force. Gravitational keyhole, a tiny region of space where a planet's gravity would alter the orbit of a passing asteroid such that the asteroid would collide with that planet on a given future orbital pass. Gravitational keyholes, plural of gravitational keyhole. Gravitational lens, a distribution of matter whose gravitational field bends the path of light rays sufficiently to distort, magnify, or multiply images of more distant objects. Gravitational lenses, plural of gravitational lens. Gravitational lensing, the action of a highly massive object such as a star, galaxy, or black hole that acts as a gravitational lens and focuses light from a light source such as another star or galaxy that passes behind it as observed from the Earth. Gravitational mass, the mass of an object as measured by its interaction with gravity. It is equal to its inertial mass. Gravitational masses, plural of gravitational mass. Gravitational mirage, a distorted or false image of a distant galaxy, for example, an image of a distant galaxy as a ring or as multiple copies of itself caused by a gravitational lens, a massive object located between the distant galaxy and the viewer, which alters how the light of the distant galaxy reaches the viewer. Gravitational mirages, plural of gravitational mirage. Gravitational propulsion, any supposed method of propulsion that warps space or space-time or interacts in some way with warped space or space-time. Gravitational radiation, a hypothetical wave produced by accelerating mass that would be propagated at the speed of light. Gravitational redshift, a shift to longer wavelengths of spectral lines emitted by atoms in a strong gravitational field. Gravitational redshifts, plural of gravitational redshift. Gravitational singularities, plural of gravitational singularity. Gravitational singularity, a location where the quantities that are used to measure the gravitational field become infinite in a way that does not depend on the coordinate system. Gravitational slingshot, alternative form of gravity assist. Gravitational slingshots, plural of gravitational slingshot. Gravitational wave, a fluctuation in spacetime caused by accelerating mass, which propagates as a wave at the speed of light. Gravitational wave background, ellipsis of cosmic gravitational wave background. Gravitational waves, plural of gravitational wave. Gravitational well, synonym of gravity well. Gravitational wells, plural of gravitational well. Gravitational wave, attributive form of gravitational wave. Gravitational wave background, alternative form of gravitational wave background. Gravitationality, the quality of being gravitational. Gravitationally, as a result of the force of gravity. Gravitationally challenged, gravitationally interacting massive particle, a type of dark matter that only interacts with normal matter through the force of gravity. Gravitationally interacting massive particles, plural of gravitationally interacting massive particle. Gravitationally challenged, alternative form of gravitationally challenged. Gravitationless, without gravity. Gravitations, plural of gravitation. Gravitative, causing to gravitate, tending to a center. Gravitator, a device that combines high voltages with materials with high dielectric constants claimed to exhibit anti-gravity effects. Gravitators, plural of gravitator. Gravitatory, synonym of gravitational. Gravitaxic, relating to gravitaxis. Gravitaxis, movement in the direction of higher or lower gravitational field. Gravithermal, pertaining to the thermal effects of gravity. Gravitic, of or pertaining to gravity. Gravitically, using gravity. Gravitics, the fictional science of studying and controlling gravity. Gravity, having a specified type or strength of gravity. Gravitas, plural of gravity. Gravitino, a subatomic particle related to the graviton predicted by supersymmetry. Gravitinoless, that does not involve gravitinos. Gravitinos, plural of gravitino. Gravito, relating to gravity. Gravitoelectric, describing the component of a gravitational field analogous to the electric component of an electromagnetic field. Gravitoelectromagnetic, of or pertaining to gravitoelectromagnetism. Gravitoelectromagnetism, gravitomagnetism. Gravitoinertial, relating to the inertial effects of gravity. Gravitomagnetic, describing the component of a gravitational field analogous to the magnetic component of an electromagnetic field. Gravitomagnetically, by means of gravitomagnetism. Gravitomagnetism, the property of a spinning mass that twists spacetime. Gravitometer, gravimeter. Gravitometers, plural of gravitometer. Graviton, a hypothetical gauge boson that regulates the gravitational force. It would have a spin of 2 and 0 rest mass. Gravitonic, relating to gravitons. Gravitons, plural of graviton. Gravitotropism, alternative form of gravitropism. Gravitoturbulent, subject to gravity and turbulence. Gravitoic, relating to or unifying the gravitational and electroweak forces. Gravitrap, a cylindrical trap with a sticky interior used to trap gravid mosquitoes. Gravitraps, plural of gravitrap. Gravitrophic, misspelling of gravitropic. Gravitropic, relating to or exhibiting gravitropism. Gravitropically, in a gravitropic manner. Gravitropism, a plant's ability to change its growth in response to gravity. Gravitropy, alternative form of gravitropism. Gravit, a surname. Gravets, plural of gravit. Graviturbation, the mixing of soil caused by movement under gravity down a slope. Gravity, the state or condition of having weight. Weight, heaviness. Gravity assist, the favorable alteration of the speed and trajectory of a spacecraft as a result of its passing near to a celestial body. Gravity assists, plural of gravity assist. Gravity bong, a homemade device used to smoke marijuana, consisting of a plastic jug with the bottom cut out and immersed in a vat of water, which is then raised to create a vacuum beneath its bowl of lit marijuana. Gravity bongs, plural of gravity bong. Gravity boots, boots designed to enable a person to hang upside down for inversion therapy. Gravity brightened, a star, specifically its poles, brighter due to gravity brightening. Gravity brightening, synonym of gravity darkening. Gravity cell, a crowfoot cell. Gravity cells, plural of gravity cell. Gravity dam, an impoundment dam that is wider at the base than at the top, and which uses the massive weight of the dam's mass to withstand the force of water being stored behind the dam in its reservoir. Gravity dams, plural of gravity dam. Gravity darkening, the phenomenon of a star rotating so rapidly that it is oblate, with a larger radius and thus lower surface gravity at the equator, which is thus cooler and darker. Gravity darkened, and higher surface gravity at the poles, which are hotter and brighter. Gravity brightened. Gravity drag, the resistance felt by a vehicle ascending against the force of gravity. Reduction in delta V experienced as a result of the partial cancellation by gravity of the vertical component of the thrust applied by a vehicle's engine S. Gravity drop, the deployment of an aircraft's landing gear by the use of gravity. Gravity drops, plural of gravity drop. Gravity gun, a device in video games, particularly first-person shooters, with which players can directly manipulate objects in the virtual world, often allowing them to be used as projectiles. Gravity guns, plural of gravity gun. Gravity hill, a place where the layout of the surrounding land produces an optical illusion, making a slight downhill slope appear to be an uphill slope. Gravity hills, plural of gravity hill. Gravity knife, a type of knife that with the press of a button allows the blade to drop out of the handle and then quickly open up full for quick use, also allowing it to be flicked open with a flick of the wrist. Gravity knives, plural of gravity knife. Gravity meter, an instrument that measures the local acceleration due to gravity strength of the gravitational field. Gravity meters, plural of gravity meter. Gravity racer, synonym of soapbox car. Gravity racers, plural of gravity racer. Gravity slingshot, synonym of gravity assist. Gravity slingshots, plural of gravity slingshot. Gravity sport, any sport where most of the movement comes from gravity, i.e. from going downhill, such as skiing downhill. Bobsleigh. Gravity sports, plural of gravity sport. Gravity suit, a jazzsuit. Gravity wave, a wave for which gravity is the restoring force. Gravity waves, plural of gravity wave. Gravity well, the area of space around a celestial body that is dominated by the body's gravitational field. Gravity wells, plural of gravity well. Gravity wind, a katabatic wind. Gravity winds, plural of gravity wind. Gravity's pull, the force of gravity acting upon an object. Gravity assist, alternative form of gravity assist. Gravity assists, plural of gravity assist. Gravity brightening, alternative form of gravity brightening. Gravity darkened, a star, specifically its equator, darker due to gravity darkening. Gravity darkening, alternative form of gravity darkening. Gravityless, without gravity the physical force. Gravitylessness, absence of gravity. Gravito-like, resembling gravity. Gravlax, alternative form of gravlax. Gravlax, salmon dry-cured in salt, seasoned with dill and sugar, and served usually thinly sliced as an appetizer. Gravely, a surname. Gravleys, plural of gravely. Growling, a surname. Growlins, plural of gravlin. Grotto, gravity. Gravo-acute accent, a dipping tone or the diacritic that denotes it, similar in form to the breve and the Hachic letter 2C7. Gravigiro, describing any effect that has both gravitational and gyroscopic components. Gravimagnetic, gravitomagnetic. Rabbi, a commune of Seine-et-Marne department, Isle of France, France. Gravithermal, describing the heating effect of the gravitational collapse of a star. Graviturbulent, relating to turbulence during the gravitational collapse of a star. Graves, plural of grav. Gravure, a type of intaglio printing process in which an image is engraved onto a rotating copper cylinder. Gravures, plural of gravure. Gravy, a thick sauce made from the fat or juices that come out from meat or vegetables as they are being cooked. Gravy boat, a dish with a handle and spout, used to serve gravy or other sauces. Gravy boats, plural of gravy boat. Gravy seal, a gun enthusiast who is overweight and has no military training. Gravy seal, plural of gravy seal. Gravy train, an occupation or situation that generates considerable income or benefits while requiring little effort and carrying little risk. Gravy trains, plural of gravy train. Gravy, gravy, present participle and gerund of gravy. Graveless, without gravy. Gravy-like, resembling or characteristic of gravy. A surname from German. Gras, plural of gras. Gras, a young salmon, grills. Rolex, a series of images or symbols used in speech bubbles in comic strips to indicate one or more swear words. Rolexes, plural of Rolex. Growls, plural of grawl. Racks, the waste left at the end of the whaling process. Gret, a surname transferred from the nickname, originally a nickname for someone with a gray beard or hair. Gray ace, synonym of gray sexual. Gray alien, alternative spelling of gray alien. Gray aliens, plural of gray alien. Gray amber, alternative spelling of gray amber. Gray ammonia, ammonia produced from hydrocarbon feedstocks without taking action to capture the carbon pollution. Gray area, alternative form of gray area. Gray areas, plural of gray area. Gray sexual, gray sexual. Gray asexuality, synonym of gray sexuality. Gray bar hotel, alternative form of gray bar hotel. Gray bar motel, synonym of gray bar hotel. Gray ceiling, an informal and often unacknowledged barrier to promotion or advancement for younger people as a result of older people continuing to work instead of retiring. Gray cells, alternative spelling of gray cells. Gray code, a binary coding system in which successive values differ in just one digit position. Gray codes, plural of gray code. Gray collar, alternative form of gray collar. Gray commissure, a thin strip of gray matter that surrounds the central canal of the spinal cord and along with the anterior white commissure connects the two halves of the cord. Gray commissures, plural of gray commissure. Gray County, one of 105 counties in Kansas, United States. County seat, Cimarron, named after Alfred Gray. Gray cuscus, synonym of northern common cuscus. Gray cuscuses, plural of gray cuscus. Gray dogwood. Cornus racemosa, native to north-central, northeastern United States and adjacent Canada. Gray dogwoods. Plural of gray dogwood. Gray eminence. Synonym of eminence grise. Gray eminences. Plural of gray eminence. Gray ephedra. A gray leafless shrub native to dry, rocky or sandy areas of western North America and used to make an herbal tea, Ephedra nevadensis. Gray fox. Eurycia cinereorgendius, a carnivorous mammal of the family Canidae, habitats spanning from central North America to northern South America. Gray foxes. Plural of gray fox. Gray friar. Alternative letter case form of gray friar. Gray friar. Alternative spelling of gray friar. Gray friars. Plural of gray friar. Gray friars. Plural of gray friar. Gray ghost. Alternative form of gray ghost. Gray ghosts. Plural of gray ghost. Gray gold. Alternative form of gray gold. Gray goo. Alternative form of gray goo. Gray ground squirrel. A ground squirrel native to the western U.S. and Baja California Otospermophilus beachii. Gray ground squirrels. Plural of gray ground squirrel. Gray hat. A morally ambiguous character, an antihero. Gray hats. Plural of gray hat. Gray hen. Alternative form of gray hen female black grouse. Gray hens. Plural of gray hen. Gray hydrogen. Hydrogen generated from hydrocarbon sources without attempting to capture and eliminate the waste carbon pollution. Gray iron. An alloy of iron, carbon, and silicon that contains 1.7 to 4.5% carbon and 1 to 3% silicon. Gray irons. Plural of gray iron. Vraidoi. A mostly gray bird, Parasaurias canadensis, that inhabits coniferous forests of North America. Gray jays. Plural of gray jay. Gray lady. Alternative form of gray lady. Gray langur. An Old World monkey endemic to the Indian subcontinent of the genus Semnopithecus, gray in color, with a black face. Gray langurs. Plural of gray langur. Gray literature. Alternative spelling of gray literature. Gray magic. Any magic which transcends or blends white magic and black magic. Gray magic. Alternative form of gray magic. Gray man. An average, forgettable man who does not draw attention or stand out in a crowd. Gray market. U.S. standard spelling of gray market. Gray marketeer. Alternative spelling of gray marketeer. Gray marketeers. Plural of gray marketeer. Gray markets. Plural of gray market. Gray matter. Alternative spelling of gray matter. Gray man. Plural of gray man. Gray mullet. Alternative spelling of gray mullet. Gray mullets. Plural of gray mullet. Gray night. Alternative spelling of gray night. Gray nights. Plural of gray night. Gray noise. Alternative form of gray noise. Gray nomad. Alternative form of gray nomad. Gray nomads. Plural of gray nomad. Gray out. To make a visual element gray or lighter in color to indicate that it is disabled or unavailable. Gray pine. A species of pine tree, Pinus sabiniana. Gray pines. Plural of gray pine. Gray platelet syndrome. A rare congenital bleeding disorder caused by a reduction or absence of alpha granules in blood platelets and the release of proteins normally contained in these granules into the marrow, resulting in myelofibrosis. Gray power. Alternative form of gray power. Gray rape. An unclear case of alleged rape, for instance, when the victim cannot demonstrate non-consent. Gray rates. Plural of gray rape. Gray reef shark. U.S. standard spelling of gray reef shark. Gray rock method. The practice of deliberately making oneself uninteresting and unresponsive so as to defend oneself against someone who wishes to elicit certain responses, such as a narcissist or psychopath. Gray rocking. Synonym of gray rock method. Gray scale. Alternative form of grayscale. Gray seal. Alternative spelling of gray seal. Gray seals. Plural of gray seal. Gray short-tailed opossum. A small opossum, Monodelphis domestica, native South American rainforests, especially in Brazil, Paraguay, and Bolivia. Gray short-tailed opossums. Plural of gray short-tailed opossum. Gray silver. Phrase lebani. Gray sole. Calyptosphalus cynoplossus torbai sole, found in the North Atlantic. Gray soles. Plural of gray sole. Gray squirrel. Cirrus gracius, a species of squirrel, found along the western coast of the United States and Canada, the western gray squirrel. Gray squirrels. Plural of gray squirrel. Gray tape. Duct tape often regardless of color. Gray tapes. Plural of gray tape. Gray teal. Alternative form of gray teal. Gray teals. Plural of gray teal. Gray town. Synonym of sundown town. Gray towns. Plural of gray town. Gray tree frog. Alternative form of gray tree frog. Gray tree frog. A species of frog, Dryophytes versicolor. Gray tribe. Alternative spelling of gray tribe. Gray triggerfish. A triggerfish of the western Atlantic, found from Nova Scotia to Argentina. Gray water. Water that is not clean enough to be potable, such as having been used for washing, but not contaminated with fecal matter or other source of dangerous bacteria or dangerous or noxious materials. Gray waters. Plural of gray water. Gray whale. A baleen whale, Escherichius robustus, from the North Pacific. Gray whales. Plural of gray whale. Gray wolf. Alternative spelling of gray wolf. Gray wolves. Plural of gray wolf. Gray zorro. Alternative spelling of gray zorro. Gray zorros. Plural of gray zorro. Graye. Gray sexual. Grayes. Plural of graye. Grayes. Plural of graye. Gray sexual. Alternative form of gray sexual. Gray blue. Synonym of blue-gray. Gray box testing. Alternative form of gray box testing. Gray collar. Of or pertaining to working-class professions that do not involve significant manual labor, such as skilled technical professions, combining elements of blue collar and white collar. Gray-haired. Alternative form of gray-haired. Gray-headed. Having gray hair, especially from age. Gray-necked bunting. synonym of gray-necked bunting. Grayscale, alternative form of grayscale. Graysexual, alternative form of graysexual. Brin, of or relating to Isaac Gray 1810-1888, American botanist. Granotoxane, a tricyclic diterpenoid hydrocarbon that is the basis of the structure of the granotoxins. Granotoxanes, plural of granotoxane. Granotoxin, any of a family of toxins found in rhododendrons and similar plants. Granotoxins, plural of granotoxin. Grayback, alternative spelling of grayback. Graybacks, plural of grayback. Graybar hotel, jail, a prison. Graybar motel, synonym of graybar hotel. Brabial, a surname. Brabials, plural of graybial. Brabier, alternative spelling of graybeard. Graybeards, plural of graybeard. Graybill, a surname. Graydills, plural of graybill. Grayboard, alternative form of grayboard. Gray bodies, plural of gray body. Gray body, a body that radiates energy having a black body distribution reduced by a constant factor. Radon, a surname. Re, simple past and past participle of gray. Grayed out, past participle of gray out. Grayed out, alternative form of grayed out. Brin, alternative form of grayin. Brans, third person singular simple present indicative of grain. Grayer, a surname. Grayers, plural of grayer. Grayest, superlative form of gray, most gray. Gray, somewhat gray. Greyfriar, alternative letter case form of Greyfriar. Greyfriars, plural of Greyfriar. Grey-haired, alternative form of gray-haired. Grey hat, alternative form of gray hat. Gray hats, plural of gray hat. Grey-head, a person with gray hair, an elderly person. Gray-headed, having gray hair, elderly. Grayheads, plural of grayhead. Grayen, alternative form of gray hen, female black grouse. Grayens, plural of greyhen. Greyhound, uncommon spelling of greyhound. Greyhounds, plural of greyhound. Comparative form of gray, more gray. Grayest, superlative form of gray, most gray. Graying, present participle and gerund of gray. Graying out, present participle and gerund of gray out. Grayish, somewhat gray. Grayishly, in a grayish way. Grayishness, the quality of being grayish. Grate, a hexagonal trapezohedral mineral containing calcium, hydrogen, lead, oxygen, phosphorus, and thorium. Greylag, alternative spelling of greylag. Greylag geese, plural of greylag goose. Greylag goose, alternative spelling of greylag goose. Greylegs, plural of greylag. Greylet, a moth of the genus Hyperstrotia. Greylevel, a position on a gray scale. Greylevels, plural of greylevel. Greyline, alternative spelling of greyline. Greyline, A surname. Graylings, plural of grayling. Graylist, alternative spelling of graylist. Graylisted, simple past and past participle of graylists. Graylisting, present participle and gerund of graylists. Graylists, plural of graylist. Grayly. In a gray way. Graymail, the threatened exposure of state secrets in order to manipulate legal proceedings. Graymailed, simple past and past participle of graymail. Graymailing, present participle of graymail. Graymails, third person singular simple present indicative of graymail. Graymalkin, alternative form of Grimalkin, a cat. Graymalkins, plural of Graymalkin. Graymap, a grayscale bitmap. Graymapped, simple past and past participle of graymap. Graynapping, present participle and gerund of graynap. Graynaps, plural of graymap. Graymuzzle, alternative form of graymuzzle. Graynuzzles, plural of graymuzzle. Grandler, a surname. Grayness, alternative form of grayness. Graynesses, plural of grayness. Grayordinate, a brain ordinate within the gray matter. Grayordinates, plural of grayordinate. Grayout, alternative form of grayout. Grayouts, plural of grayout. Grayry, a small village and civil parish without a council in Westmoreland and Furness, Cumbria, England, previously in South Lakeland District OS Grid Ref SD 5797. Grey romantic, intermediate between romantic and aromantic, sometimes, but not usually, experiencing romantic attraction and desire. Grayes, a town in Thurrock Borough, Essex, England, on the north side of the River Thames, also known as Gray's Thurrock OS Grid Ref TQ 6177. Gray's Harbor, a bay in the state of Washington, United States, named after Robert Gray, sea captain. Gray's Harbor County, one of 39 counties in Washington, United States. County seat, Montesano. Gray's Out, third person singular simple present indicative of gray out. Grayscale, a printed strip of graduated tones used to check exposure and development times. Grayscaled, simple past and past participle of grayscale. Grayscales, plural of grayscale. Grayscaling, present participle and gerund of grayscale. Braiskis, braischist. Braiskists, plural of grayskists. Brayson, a male given name transferred from the surname. Braysexual, intermediate between sexual and asexual, sometimes but not usually experiencing sexual attraction and desire. Braysexuality, the quality of being gaysexual. Braysexuals, plural of graysexual. Bracelet, glassy, calm seawater. Brazen, a surname originating as an occupation or as a patronymic for a son of a steward. Grayson County, one of 120 counties in Kentucky, United States. County seat, Leitchfield. Grayson Green, a small village in the ward of Harrington, Workington Civil Parish, Allerdale Borough, Cumbria, England OS Grid Ref NX 9924. Grisonian, of or relating to Ray Stannard Baker 1870-1946. Also known by his pen name David Grayson, an American journalist and author. Greystone, a type of gray volcanic rock typically containing feldspar and iron. Greystones, plural of greystone. Red ale, alternative spelling of great ale. Great ales, plural of great ale. Grayvoron, a city, the administrative center of Grayvoron Rayon, Belgorod Oblast, Russia. Graywacki, alternative form of Graywacki. Graywakis, plural of Graywacki. Grayware, alternative form of Grayware. Graywater, alternative spelling of gray water. Graywaters, plural of graywater. Grayweather, alternative form of grayweather. Grayweathers, plural of grayweather. Graz, the capital of and largest city in the state of Styria, Austria, and the second largest city in the country. Grazable, alternative form of grazable. Graze, the act of grazing, is scratching or injuring lightly on passing. Grazable, suitable for grazing animals. Graysbrook, a surname. Graysbrooks, plural of Graysbrook. Grazed, simple past and past participle of graze. Grayland, land used for grazing animals, pasture. Graylands, plural of grazeland. Grazer, a native or inhabitant of grass. Grazers, plural of grazer. Grazes, plural of graze. Grazest, second person singular simple present indicative of graze. Greza, third person singular simple present indicative of graze. Graziani, a surname from Italian. Grazianes, plural of Graziani. Grazier, a surname originating as an occupation. Grazerdom, the role or status of grazier. Graziers, plural of grazier. Grazen, pronunciation spelling of grazing. Grazing, present participle and gerund of graze. Grazing fire, gunfire approximately parallel to the ground and where the center of the cone of fire does not rise above 1 meter from the ground. Grazingly, so as to graze or brush closely against. Grazings, plural of grazing. Graze also, graceful, flowing. Grassoprevir, an experimental drug for the treatment of hepatitis C. Diary, initialism of gamma ray burst. Diary, plural of JRB. DRC, initialism of gender recognition certificate. DRC, plural of JRC. DL, initialism of gleaning resource descriptions from dialects of languages. Diadislav, a male given name from the Slavic languages. Dien, synonym of Gen. Dien, alternative form of Dien. Geodanya, a male given name from the Slavic languages. Geodoslo. A male given name from the Slavic languages. Vri, any edition of the graduate record examination or of any of its subject tests. Vri, obsolete form of Gri. Real, a surname. Realis, plural of Grioli. Realish, a surname. Greeny, a surname from Irish. Greenies, plural of greeny. Rear, A surname. Breer, plural of greer. Breisable, able to be greased. Brisby, a large village near Upton, metropolitan borough of Wirral, Merseyside, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 2587. Bris, animal fat in a melted or soft state. Grease boy, a man employed in metalworking to dip sheets of tin in hot tallow to remove excess tin. Grease boys, plural of grease boy. Grease fitting, synonym of grease nipple. Grease gun, a levered or plunger device for forcing grease into machinery. Grease guns, plural of grease gun. Grease an eye, to perform a very soft landing. Grease money, synonym of grease payment. Grease monkey, a mechanic, often with the specific connotation of an automobile mechanic. Grease monkeys, plural of grease monkey. Grease nipple, a fitting fixed to a piece of machinery used as an inlet for lubricating grease by means of a grease gun. Grease nipples, plural of grease nipple. Grease one scales, to eat a hearty meal. Grease payment, a bribe or extorted money, usually relatively small in amount, provided to a low-level government official or business person in order to expedite a business decision, shipment, or other transaction, especially in a country where such payments are not unusual. Grease payments, plural of grease payment. Grease pencil, a wax-based pencil used for writing on shiny surfaces. Grease pencils, plural of grease pencil. Grease pit, a narrow pit or trench over which a vehicle can be driven and conveniently worked on from beneath. Grease pits, plural of grease pit. Grease pot, a pot formerly used to hold grease paint. Grease pots, plural of grease pot. Grease someone's palm, to bribe a person. Grease spot, a minute remnant, humorously the only distinguishable remains of an antagonist after a fight. Grease spots, plural of grease spot. Grease the skids, to create conditions likely to produce or hasten favorable future developments. Grease the wheels, to create conditions likely to produce or hasten favorable future developments. Grease up, to smear or otherwise lubricate with oil or grease, especially to grease something, such as a machine or a baking pan thoroughly. Grease monkey, alternative form of grease monkey. Grease monkeys, plural of grease monkey. Grease paint, alternative form of grease paint. Grease paints, plural of grease paint. Grease pot, alternative spelling of grease pot. Grease spots, plural of grease spot. Greaseable, alternative form of greasable. Greaseball, a person of Italian descent especially, but also used pejoratively to refer to people of Spanish, Portuguese, Greek, other Mediterranean, or Latin American descent. Greaseballs, plural of greaseball. Greasepen, a band of sticky material that encircles a tree trunk to prevent insects from climbing it. Greasebanded, simple past and past participle of greaseband. Greasebending, present participle and gerund of greasebend. Greasebands, plural of greaseband. Greaseboard, a whiteboard. Greaseboards, plural of greaseboard. Grease bomb, a greasy or fatty food item. Grease bombs. Plural of grease bomb. Grease burger. A greasy hamburger. Grease burgers. Plural of grease burger. Greased. Simple past and past participle of grease. Greased it on. Simple past and past participle of grease it on. Greased landing. A very soft landing. Greased landings. Plural of greased landing. Greased lightning. Something incredibly fast, now mainly used in comparison, like or faster than greased lightning. Greased someone's palm. Simple past and past participle of grease someone's palm. Greased the skids. Simple past and past participle of grease the skids. Greased the wheels. Simple past and past participle of grease the wheels. Greased up. Simple past and past participle of grease up. Grease grass. The plant Tridens flavus, a robust North American perennial bunchgrass. Grease at. One of Italian or Hispanic descent. Grease heads. Plural of grease head. Greaseless. Without fats or oils. Greaselessness. Absence of grease. Grease-like. Resembling or characteristic of grease. Resin. To make greased or greasy. Resin. Simple past and past participle of gresin. Gresining. Present participle and gerund of gresin. Resins. Third person singular simple present indicative of gresin. Grease paint. A mixture of grease and coloring matter used as theatrical makeup. Grease painted. Wearing grease paint. Grease paints. Plural of grease paint. Greaseproof. Resistant to grease. Greaseproof paper. A type of paper that is impermeable to oil or grease, used in cooking or food packaging. Greaseproof papers. Plural of greaseproof paper. Greaseproof. Simple past and past participle of greaseproof. Greaseproofing. Present participle and gerund of greaseproof. Greaseproofness. The quality of being greaseproof. Greaseproofs. Third person singular simple present indicative of greaseproof. Greaser. A surname from German. Greasers. Plural of greaser. Greases. Plural of grease. Greases it on. Third person singular simple present indicative of grease it on. Greases someone's palm. Third person singular simple present indicative of grease someone's palm. Graces the skids. Third person singular simple present indicative of grease the skids. Graces the whales. Third person singular simple present indicative of grease the wheels. Grease is up. Third person singular simple present indicative of grease up. Graces. Second person singular simple present indicative of grease. Grease. Third person singular simple present indicative of grease. Greasewood. Spiny shrubs containing oil of the genus Sarcobatus, native to the United States, especially Sarcobatus vermiculatus. Greasewoods. Plural of greasewood. Greasy. Rare spelling of greasy. Greasy spoon. Rare spelling of greasy spoon. Greasy spoons. Plural of greasy spoon. Greasy. Comparative form of greasy, more greasy. Greasiest. Superlative form of greasy, most greasy. Greasily. In a greasy manner. Greasiness. The state of being greasy. Greasinesses. Plural of greasiness. Greasing, present participle and gerund of grease. Greasing it on, present participle and gerund of grease it on. Greasing someone's palm, present participle and gerund of grease someone's palm. Greasing the skids, present participle and gerund of grease the skids. Greasing the wheels, present participle and gerund of grease the wheels. Greasing up, present participle and gerund of grease up. Greasins, plural of greasing. Really, a surname. Brie, having a slippery surface, having a surface covered with grease. Greasy kids stuff. Greasy hair oil. Greasy pole, a sporting event that involves staying on, climbing up, walking over or otherwise traversing a pole that has been made slippery. Greasy spoon, an inexpensive diner or other informal restaurant, especially one specializing in frying or grilling. Greasy spoons, plural of greasy spoon. Brace, taking much space, large. Great Abington, a village and civil parish in South Cambridgeshire District, Cambridgeshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 5248. Great acceleration, the continuous and roughly simultaneous surge in growth rate across a large range of measures of human activity, first recorded in the mid-20th century. Great albatross, a seabird in the genus Diombia in the albatross family. Great albatrosses, plural of great albatross. Great Alnet, a village and civil parish in Stratford-on-Avon District, Warwickshire, England. OS Grid Ref SB 1159. Great Altar, a small village and civil parish in West Lancashire District, Lancashire, England. OS Grid Ref SD 3206. Great American Songbook, the most important and most influential American popular songs of the 20th century, considered as a collection. Great Amwell, a village and civil parish in East Hertfordshire District, Hertfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 3612. Great and Little Kimble Marsh, a civil parish in Buckinghamshire, England, between Princes Risborough and Aylesbury. Great and Little Lees, a civil parish in Chelmsford District, Essex, England, that includes Great Lees and Little Lees. Great Antrike, a passerine bird of the antbird family Taraba major, syn. Phammophilus major. Great Antrikes, plural of great antrike. Great Ape, a large non-human primate, such as a gorilla, an orangutan, or a chimpanzee. Great Apes, plural of great ape. Great Apostasy, the supposed fallen state of traditional Christianity, especially the Roman Catholic Church, as a result of tolerating the Greco-Roman mysteries and deities of Solarmonism. Great Artesian Basin, the largest and deepest artesian basin in the world, which provides the only source of fresh water through much of inland Australia. Great Assassin, a title sarcastically given on September 24, 1896, by Gladstone to Sultan Abdulhamid Roman II of the Ottoman Empire in reference to the massacres of Ottoman Armenians. Great Assize, the Last Judgment. Great Attractor, a region of gravitational attraction in intergalactic space and the apparent central gravitational point of the Laniakea supercluster of galaxies. Great Auk, a large extinct auk penguiness in pennies. Great Auks, plural of great auk. Great Ant, alternative form of great ant. Great Ants, plural of great ant. Great Australian Bight, a large open bay on the coast of Western Australia and South Australia, which faces the Southern Ocean. Great Awakening, a period of religious fervor in the United States, lasting from approximately 1730 to 1755. Great Aycliffe, a civil parish with a town council in County Durham, England, which includes Newton Aycliffe and Aycliffe Village. Great Ayton, a village and civil parish in North Yorkshire, England, previously in Hambleton District OS Grid Ref NZ 5611. Great Balls of Fire, expressing great surprise. Great Bardfield, a village and civil parish in Braintree District, Essex, England OS Grid Ref TL 6730. Great Barford, a village and civil parish in Bedford Borough, Bedfordshire, England OS Grid Ref TL 126,545. Great Bar, a suburban area in the metropolitan borough of Sandwell, West Midlands, England, originally South Staffordshire OS Grid Ref SB 0495. Great Barrier Island, a large island in the Hauraki Gulf off the coast of the North Island, New Zealand. The smaller Little Barrier Island is to the west of it. Great Barrier Reef, a massive system of coral reefs found in the Coral Sea off the coast of Australia. Great Barton, a village and civil parish in West Suffolk District, Suffolk, England, previously in St Edmundsbury District OS Grid Ref TL 8867. Great Basin, a large arid area of the western United States of America. Great Basin Sagebrush, a woody, pungently aromatic low shrub, Artemisia tridentata, very common in the Great Basin and other arid regions of western North America. Great Basin Sagebrushes, plural of Great Basin Sagebrush. Great Bass, ellipsis of Great Bass Recorder. Great Bass Recorder, a recorder whose lowest note is C3 or otherwise in the range of B flat to D. Great Bass Recorders, plural of Great Bass Recorder. Great Basses, plural of Great Bass. Great Bavington, a small village in Bavington Parish, Northumberland, England OS Grid Ref NY 9880. Great Bear, a bright circumpolar asterism of the northern sky, said to resemble a large bear. It is part of the constellation Ursa Major and includes the stars Mizar, Dub, and Alcade. Great Bear Lake, a lake in the Northwest Territories, Canada, on the Arctic Circle, one of the largest lakes in the world and the largest lake entirely in Canada. Great Bedouin, a village and civil parish in Wiltshire, England OS Grid Ref SU 2764. Great Belt, a strait in Denmark between the islands of Funen Danish Fin and Zealand Danish Island. Great Bend, a place in the United States. Great Bethley, a village and civil parish in Tendring District, Essex, England OS Grid Ref TM 1121. Great Bernera, an island of the Outer Hebrides in Western Isles Council area, Scotland OS Grid Ref NB 13. Great Beyond, Death of Life. Great Big, very big, huge. Great Bird Island, an island of Antigua and Barbuda. Great Bit Bucket in the sky, synonym of bit bucket, notional resting place of lost or missing digital information. Great Bitter Lake, a large saltwater lake in Egypt, forming part of the Suez Canal. Great Bitter, synonym of Eurasian bittern bot Oris stellaris. Great Bitterns, plural of Great Bittern. Great Black Hawk, a species of hawk, Budiaus Yorubaringa. Great Black Hawks, plural of Great Black Hawk. Great Black Swamp, a former swamp area located in the northeast of the U.S. state of Ohio, extending southwest from the western end of the southern coast of Lake Erie to the east of Toledo. It was drained in the 19th century to create farmland. Great black-backed gull, a large European and American gull, Larus marinus. Great black-backed gulls, plural of great black-backed gull. Great blue heron, a large wading bird of the species Ardea herodias. Great blue herons, plural of great blue heron. Great blue lobelia, Lobelia syphilitica, native to almost all of eastern and central North America. Great blue lobelias, plural of great blue lobelia. Great Bookham, a village in Mole Valley District, Surrey, England. OS grid ref TQ 1354. Great Burton, a village in Burton Parish, Cherwell District, Oxfordshire, England. OS grid ref SB 4545. Great Bowden, a village and civil parish in Harborough District, Leicestershire, England, just north of Market Harborough. OS grid ref SB 7488. Great Bridge, an area of Tipton, Sandwell Borough, West Midlands, England. OS grid ref SO 9892. Great Bridgeford, a village in Sayford Parish, Stafford Borough, Staffordshire, England. OS grid ref SJ 8827. Great Britain, a large island, sometimes also including some of the surrounding smaller islands off the northwest coast of Western Europe, made up of England, Scotland, and Wales. Great Britain and Ireland, used other than figuratively or idiomatically. See Great Britain, Ireland, two islands off the northwest coast of the European mainland. Great Britain and Northern Ireland, shortened form of United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland 1922 present abbreviation, GBNI. Great Britainer, someone from Great Britain. Great Britainers, plural of Great Britainer. Great British, pertaining to Great Britain. Great Broughton, a village in Broughton Parish, Cumberland Council area, Cumbria, England, previously in Allerdale Borough. OS grid ref NY 0731. Great Brown Kingfisher, synonym of laughing kookaburra. Great Brown Kingfishers, plural of Great Brown Kingfisher. Great Budworth, a village and civil parish in Cheshire West and Chester, Cheshire, England. OS grid ref SJ 6677. Great Bulrush, Sconoplectus taberni montani, a species of bulrush. Great bulrushes, plural of great bulrush. Great Bustard, a bird of the species Otis tarda, native to Iberia, but found at least seasonally in many parts of Eurasia. Great Bustards, plural of great buster. Great Cabin, an enclosed space on a ship spanning the width of the stern, containing large windows, generally reserved for the captain or commanding officer. Great Cabins, plural of great cabin. Great Caesar's Ghost, an exclamation of astonishment, good Lord. Great Camino, an island of the British Virgin Islands. Great Canfield, a village and civil parish in Uttlesford District, Essex, England. OS grid ref TL 5918. Great Cardiac Vein, a large vein running from the apex of the heart to the base of the ventricles. Great Cardiac Veins, plural of great cardiac vein. Great Casino, alternative form of Great Casino. Great Casino, the 10 of diamonds in the game of casino. Great Cat, any large feline animal, especially one of the Panthera genus, including tigers, lions, jaguars, and leopards. Great Cats, plural of great cat. Great Cerebral Vein, a broad unpaired vein formed by the junction of internal cerebral veins and uniting with the inferior sagittal sinus to form the straight sinus. Great chain of being. Alternative letter case form of great chain of being. Great chain of being. A hierarchical structure of all matter and life descending from God through angels, humans, animals, and plants to minerals, and thought in medieval times to have been decreed by God. Great chains of being. Plural of great chain of being. Great chains of being. Plural of great chain of being. Great Chart. A village in Great Chart with Singleton Parish, Ashford Borough, Kent, England. OS Grid Ref TQ 9842. Great Chart with Singleton. A civil parish in Ashford Borough, Kent, England. Great Charter. Magna Carta. Great Chesterford. A village and civil parish in Uttlesford District, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TL 5042. Great Chinese Wall. Synonym of Great Wall of China. Great Church. The Orthodox Christian Church of antiquity, after 380 CE, the established church of the Roman Empire, especially as distinct from smaller Christian movements or heresies. Great Circle. A circle defined as the intersection of the surface of a sphere and a plane which passes through the center of the sphere. Great Circle Arc. Alternative form of Great Circle Arc. Great Circle Arcs. Plural of Great Circle Arc. Great Circle Route. A route taken by intercontinental aircraft, for instance, which is the shortest distance between two destinations on the surface of the Earth, an arc of a great circle. Great Circle Routes. Plural of Great Circle Route. Great Circles. Plural of Great Circle. Great Comerton. A village and civil parish in Wychavon District, Worcestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SO 9542. Great Comet. A period of cometary activity when the comet becomes exceptionally bright. Great Comets. Plural of Great Comet. Great Commission. The instruction of the resurrected Jesus Christ to his disciples that they spread his teachings to all the nations of the world. Great Conjunction. A conjunction of the planets Jupiter and Saturn. Great Conjunctions. Plural of Great Conjunction. Great Cormorant. A seabird of the species Phalacrocorax carbo. Great Cormorants. Plural of Great Cormorant. Great Coxswain. A village and civil parish in Vale of Whitehorse District, Oxfordshire, England, historically in Berkshire. OS Grid Ref SU 2693. Great Crest. The Great Crested Grebe. Great Crested Grebe. A freshwater bird of species Podiceps christus of Europe and Asia. Great Crested Grebes. Plural of Great Crested Grebe. Great Crested Newt. A newt, Trichuris cristatus, found in parts of Europe and Asia. Great Crested Newts. Plural of Great Crested Newt. Great Crests. Plural of Great Crest. Great Cry and Little Wool. Appearance without reality, much ado about nothing. Great Cubicubuctahedra. Plural of Great Cubicubuctahedron. Great Cubicubuctahedron. A non-convex uniform polyhedron that has faces of 8 triangles, 6 squares, and 6 octagrams. Great Dalby. A village in Burton and Dalby Parish, Melton Borough, Leicestershire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 7414. Great Dane. A mastiff known for its great size, bred in Germany to hunt boar and large game. Great Danes. Plural of Great Dane. Great Dolly. A civil parish with a town council in Telford and Wrekin, Shropshire, England, which includes the town of Dolly. Great Deal. Large number, amount, or extent, profusion, Great Depression, a major economic collapse characterized by mass unemployment and limited business activity that lasted from 1929 to 1940 in the US and a similar period in many other countries. Great Divergence, synonym of European miracle. Great Divide, a significant or profound separation, contrast, difference, or gap between two things. Great Divides, plural of Great Divide. Great Dividing Range, a cordillera system in eastern Australia. Great Dodecahedra, plural of Great Dodecahedron. Great Dodecahedron, a Kepler solid with a Schläfli symbol 5/2. Great Dodecahedrons, plural of Great Dodecahedron. Great Dog Island, an island of the British Virgin Islands. Great Domesday, ellipsis of Great Domesday Book. Great Domesday Book, one of the two volumes comprising the Domesday Book, being a record of the Domesday Survey returns from Bedfordshire, Berkshire, Buckinghamshire, Cambridgeshire, Cheshire, Cornwall, Derbyshire, Devon, Dorset, Gloucestershire, Hampshire, Herefordshire, Hertfordshire, Huntingdonshire, parts of Lancashire, Leicestershire, Lincolnshire, Kent, Middlesex, Northamptonshire, Nottinghamshire, Oxfordshire, Rutland, Shropshire, Somerset, Staffordshire, Surrey, Sussex, Warwickshire, Wiltshire, Worcestershire, and Yorkshire, as well as part of North Wales. Great Driffield, synonym of Driffield, East Riding of Yorkshire. Great Dunmow, a town and civil parish with a town council in Uttlesford District, Essex, England. OS Grid Ref TL 6221. Great Tying, synonym of Permian-Triassic extinction. Great Earth Mother, alternative form of Earth Mother. Great Earth Mothers, plural of Great Earth Mother. Great Egg Flies, plural of Great Egg Fly. Great Egg Fly, a common species of migratory nymphalid butterfly, Hypolimnus bellina, of Madagascar, South and Southeast Asia, and Australasia. Great Egret, a large white egret, Ardea alba, found around the world. Great Egrets, plural of Great Egret. Great Ellingham, a village and civil parish in Breckland District, Norfolk, England. OS Grid Ref TM 0197. Great Elm, a village and civil parish in Mendip District, Somerset, England. OS Grid Ref SD 7449. Great Falls, a number of waterfalls in North America. Great Fast, synonym of Great Lent. Great Father, the paean and male deity of various religions. Great Fathers, plural of Great Father. Great Feasts, 12 feasts of the Eastern Orthodox Church, of which 3 are movable and 9 are fixed. Great Fee, the holding of a tenant of the crown. Great Fees, plural of Great Fee. Great Filter, a barrier which prevents intelligent life from developing to a level where it can be detected across interstellar distances. Great Firewall, ellipsis of Great Firewall of China. Great Firewall of China, internet censorship by the government of the People's Republic of China. Great Friday, Good Friday. Great Galactic Ghoul, a notional space monster invoked to explain the high failure rate of probes sent to Mars. Great Game, the strategic rivalry and conflict between the British Empire and the Russian Empire for supremacy in Central Asia, mainly during the 19th century. Great Gatsby Curve, a chart plotting the relationship between inequality and intergenerational generational social and mobility in several countries around the world. Great Gatsby curves. Plural of Great Gatsby curve. Great Glen. A glen in Highland Council area, Scotland, which runs from coast to coast from Fort William to Inverness. Great Go. The final examination for a degree. Great Goddess. Earth Mother. Great Goes. Plural of Great Go. Great Gonerby. A village and civil parish northwest of Grantham, South Kesteven District, Lincolnshire, England. OS Grid Ref SK 8938. Great Goss. Plural of Great Go. Great Grand Multipara. One who is Great Grand Multiparas. Great Grand Multiparas. Plural of Great Grand Multipara. Great Grand Multiparity. The condition of being Great Grand Multiparous. Great Grand Multiparous. Having 10 or more pregnancies resulting in viable offspring. Great Grandchild. Alternative spelling of Great Grandchild. Great Grandchildren. Plural of Great Grandchild. Alternative spelling of Great Grandchildren. Great Granddaughter. Alternative spelling of Great Granddaughter. Great Granddaughters. Plural of Great Granddaughter. Alternative spelling of Great Granddaughters. Great Grandfather. Alternative spelling of Great Grandfather. Great Grandfathers. Plural of Great Grandfather. Alternative spelling of Great Grandfathers. Great Grandkid. Alternative spelling of Great Grandkid. Great Grandkids. Plural of Great Grandkid. Alternative spelling of Great Grandkids. Great Grandmaster. A grandmaster in some field whose skills or accomplishments exceed those of other grandmasters. Great Grandmasters. Plural of Great Grandmaster. Great Grandmother. Alternative spelling of Great Grandmother. Great Grandmothers. Plural of Great Grandmother. Alternative spelling of Great Grandmothers. Great Grandparent. Alternative spelling of Great Grandparent. Great Grandparents. Plural of Great Grandparent. Alternative spelling of Great Grandparents. Great Grandson. Alternative spelling of Great Grandson. Great Grandsons. Plural of Great Grandson. Alternative spelling of Great Grandsons. Great Great Grandchild. Alternative spelling of Great Great Grandchild. Great Great Grandchildren. Plural of Great Great Grandchild. Alternative spelling of Great Great Grandchildren. Great Great Granddaughter. Alternative spelling of Great Great Granddaughter. Great Great Granddaughters. Plural of Great Great Granddaughter. Alternative spelling of Great Great Granddaughters. Great Great Grandfather. Alternative spelling of Great Great Grandfather. Great Great Grandfathers. Plural of Great Great Grandfather. Alternative spelling of Great Great Grandfathers. Great 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 Grandmother. Alternative spelling of Great Great Grandmother. Great Great Grandmothers. Plural of Great Great Grandmother. Alternative spelling of Great Great Grandmothers. Great Great Grandparent. Alternative spelling of Great Great Grandparent. Great Great Grandparents. Plural of Great Great Grandparent. Alternative spelling of Great Great Grandparents. Great Great Grandson. Alternative spelling of Great Great Grandson. Great Great Grandsons. Plural of Great Great Grandson. Alternative spelling of Great Great Grandsons. Great 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 Grandfathers. Plural of Great 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 Grandfather. Great 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 Grandmothers. Plural of Great 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 Grandmother. Great Green Macaw. An endangered parrot, Ara ambigus, found in Central America. Great green macaws, plural of great green macaw. Great gray owl, Strix nebulosa, a very large owl. Great gray owls, plural of great gray owl. Great gray shrike, Lanius excubitor, a species of shrike. Great gray shrikes, plural of great gray shrike. Great gross, a dozen grosses, the number 1728 12 times 12 times 12. Great gun, obsolete form of big gun. Great guns, plural of great gun. Great hall, the main room of a palace, castle or large manor house in the Middle Ages or in a country house of the 16th and early 17th centuries. Great halls, plural of great hall. Great Hareowden, a village and civil parish in Northamptonshire District, Northamptonshire, England, previously in Wellingborough District OS Grid Ref SB 8870. Great Harwood, a town in Hinburn District, Lancashire, England OS Grid Ref SD 7332. Great haste makes great waste. Doing things too quickly results in mistakes. Great Haywood, a village in Colwich Parish, Stafford Borough, Staffordshire, England, situated by the River Trent OS Grid Ref SJ 9922. Great home, synonym of great helm, home. Great homes, plural of great home. Great heavens, an exclamation of surprise or shock. Great Heck, a village in Selby District, North Yorkshire, England OS Grid Ref SC 5921. Great Helm, a helmet in the form of a flat-topped or curved barrel of metal with small openings for sight and ventilation, worn chiefly from the 12th to 14th century. Great Helms, plural of great helm. Great Himalayas, the highest mountain range of the Himalayas. Great Horde, a rump state of the Golden Horde that existed from the mid-15th century to 1502. Great Horned Owl, any of species Bubovirgininus of large owls, resident in North America, having tufts on its ears. Great Horned Owls, plural of great horned owl. Great Horsetail, a plant in the taxonomic genus Equisetum horsetails, Equisetum telmatea. Great Horsetails, plural of great horsetail. Great Horton, a suburban area and ward in Bradford, West Yorkshire, England OS Grid Ref SC 1431. Great Horway, a village and civil parish in Buckinghamshire, England, previously in Aylesbury Vale District OS Grid Ref SB 7731. Great Houghton, a village and civil parish in West Northamptonshire District, Northamptonshire, England, previously in Northampton Borough OS Grid Ref SB 7958. Great Hours, a particularly solemn celebration in the Eastern Orthodox Church occurring thrice a year on the eve of the Nativity, the eve of Theophagy and Great Friday. Great House, a large, luxurious house or mansion with a sizable indoor and outdoor staff, especially of properties in the late 19th and early 20th centuries in the United Kingdom and United States. Great Houses, plural of great house. Great Hundred, a long hundred, 100 and 120. Great Hundreds, plural of great hundred. Great icosahedra, plural of great icosahedron. Great icosahedron, one of 4 Kepler-Poinsot polyhedra with Schläfli symbol 352. Great icosahedrons, plural of great icosahedron. Great icosahedrodecahedron, a polyhedron having 26 faces, 30 vertices, 60 edges, 6 self-intersected faces, and 6 non-convex faces. Great imitator. Any of various medical conditions whose nonspecific symptoms can lead to confusion with other diseases. Great imitators. Plural of great imitator. Great Island. An island in Cork Harbour, County Cork, Ireland, where the town of Cobb is located. Great job. Well done. Congratulations. A praise for someone's efforts, possibly to a higher degree than good job. Great Kimble. A village in Great and Little Kimble-cum-Marsh Parish, Buckinghamshire, England, previously in Wycombe District OS Grid Ref SB 8206. Great Knot. Calidris tenuiristris, a species of wading bird. Great Lake. One of the Great Lakes in North America or East Africa. Great Lakes. A group of 5 lakes on the United States-Canada border, consisting of Lake Superior, Lake Michigan and Lake Huron, Lake Michigan, Huron, Lake Erie, and Lake Ontario. Great Lakes Physa. Phycella magnalacastris or Physa magnalacastris, a freshwater snail endemic to the Great Lakes of North America. Great Lakes Physae. Plural of Great Lakes Physa. Great Lakes Physas. Plural of Great Lakes Physa. Great Lakes State. Official nickname for Michigan, a state of the United States. Great Llama. The Dalai Lama. Great Llamas. Plural of Great Llama. Great Laurel. Rhododendron maximum, a species of rhododendron native to eastern North America. Great Laurels. Plural of Great Laurel. Great Leap Forward. A vast economic and social plan lasting from 1958 to 1961 which aimed to use the Chinese population to rapidly transform the communist China from a primarily agrarian economy by peasant farmers into a modern communist society through agriculturalization and industrialization, but failed disastrously, resulting in massive famine and the deaths of many millions of people. Great Lent. In Eastern Christianity, the period of fasting before Pascha. Great Longstone. A village and civil parish in Derbyshire Dales District, Derbyshire, England OS Grid Ref SK 2071. Great Lumley. A village and civil parish in County Durham, England OS Grid Ref NZ 2949. Great Malvern. The town centre of Malvern Parish, Malvern Hills District, Worcestershire, England OS Grid Ref SO 7845. Great Man Theory. A theory of history that sees it as driven by the actions of powerful individuals or those with natural-born greatness. Great Martyr. A saint who was martyred after suffering great torture. Great Martyress. A female great martyr. Great Martyresses. Plural of Great Martyress. Great Martyrs. Plural of Great Martyr. Great Masquerader. Synonym of Great Imitator. Great Masqueraders. Plural of Great Masquerader. Great Migration. The movement of 6 million African Americans out of the rural southern United States to the urban Northeast, Midwest, and West that occurred in the 20th century. Great minds. Ellipsis of great minds think alike. Great minds think alike. Used to remark upon the fact that someone else has had the same thought or idea as you, implying that both of you are clever or astute. Great Missenden. A village and civil parish in Buckinghamshire, England, previously in Chiltern District OS Grid Ref SB 8901. Great Moderation. A reduction in the volatility of business cycle fluctuations starting in the mid-1980s. Great Mogul. A Mogul emperor. Great Moguls. Plural of Great Mogul. Great Mosque of Mecca. Masjid al-Haram, Haram Mosque. Great Mother. Earth Mother. Great Mothers, plural of Great Mother. Great Malai, a common herb of Europe and neighboring Africa and Asia, but widely naturalized elsewhere. Verbascum thapsus, having a flannel-like texture from coarse plant hairs and a tall, straight flower stalk. Great Malines, plural of Great Malai. Great Munden, a small village and civil parish in East Hertfordshire District, Hertfordshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 3524. Great Musgrave, a village in Musgrave Parish, Eden District, Cumbria, England. OS Grid Ref NY 7613. Great Nebula in Andromeda. The Andromeda Galaxy, a term that was used before it was known to be a spiral galaxy. Great Ness, a hamlet and civil parish served by Great Ness and Little Ness Parish Council in Shropshire, England. OS Grid Ref SJ 3918. Great North, Alaska. Great North Road, the A1 partially the A1M road from London to Edinburgh. Great Northern Bean, a large navy bean that has a flattened shape similar to lima beans and a delicate flavor. Great Northern Beans, plural of Great Northern Bean. Great Northern Diver, a large member of the diver family, Gaviatimer, commonly breeding in North America, where it is known as the common loon. Great Northern Divers, plural of Great Northern Diver. Great Northern Loon, a loon of the species Gaviatimer. Great Northern Loons, plural of Great Northern Loon. Great Northern Prawn, a species of shrimp found in cold parts of the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans. Pandalis borealis. Great Northern Prawns, plural of Great Northern Prawn. Great Northern Shrike, synonym of Northern Shrike. Great Northern Shrikes, plural of Great Northern Shrike. Great Northern War, a conflict 1700-1721 in which a coalition led by the Tsardom of Russia successfully contested the supremacy of the Swedish Empire in northern, central, and eastern Europe. Great oaks from little acorns grow. Alternative form of mighty oaks from little acorns grow. Great Ocean, obsolete form of the Pacific Ocean, the largest ocean on Earth. Great Octave, the octave that begins on the C that is 2 ledger lines below the staff of the bass clef. Great Octaves, plural of Great Octave. Great Office of State, any of the senior offices of the UK government. Great Offices of State, plural of Great Office of State. Great One, someone particularly enthusiastic about activity. Great Ones, plural of Great One. Great Orme, a hill and headland. Great Orme's Head close to Dudno, Conwy Borough, County Borough, Wales. OS Grid Ref SH 7683. Great Ouse, a river in England which flows from Northamptonshire through Buckinghamshire, Bedfordshire, Cambridgeshire, and Norfolk to the Wash in the North Sea. Great Outdoors, the outdoors, particularly in reference to a large park or wilderness area, especially when expressed as healthy or favorable. Great Pacific Garbage Patch, a geographic area and large gyre of mostly plastic marine debris in the North Pacific Ocean, the largest garbage patch in the world. Great Patriotic War, the German-Soviet War, a portion of World War II fought between the USSR and Nazi Germany between 1941 and 1945. Great Paxton, a village and civil parish in Huntingdonshire District, Cambridgeshire, England. OS Grid Ref TL 2063. Great Peace of Montreal, a binding agreement between New France and 41st Nations signed in 1701 that ended the Beaver Wars. Great Plains, the relatively flat region of United States and Canada consisting of grasslands east of the Rocky Mountains and west of the Mississippi, from Alberta, Saskatchewan, and Manitoba in the north to Texas in the south. Great Plains rat snake, Pantherathis emorii, a North American species of non-venomous semi-arboreal rat snake. Great Plains rat snakes. Plural of Great Plains rat snake. Great Plains wolf, an extinct subspecies of gray wolf that once extended throughout the Great Plains. Great Plains wolves, plural of Great Plains wolf. Great Ponton, a village and civil parish in South Kesteven District, Lincolnshire, England. OS grid ref SK 9230. Great Power, a state that has the ability to exert its influence on a global scale. Great Powers, plural of Great Power. Great Pox, alternative form of Great Pox. Great Pox, alternative form of Great Pox. Great Prior, the size of type between English and Paragon, standardized as 18-point, used in the printing of large format English Bibles. Great Prior, synonym of Grand Prior. Great Priors, plural of Great Prior. Great Purge, a campaign of extensive political purge and repression from 1936 to 1938, led by Joseph Stalin and executed by the NKVD to purge his political opponents. Great Pyramid at Giza, alternative form of Great Pyramid of Giza. Great Pyramid of Giza, the largest and most famous of the Egyptian pyramids and the only remaining member of the 7 wonders of the ancient world. Great Pyrenees,